31. Reath! Reath hadn't been quite ready for the running, leaping embrace Affie Hollow enveloped him in the moment he walked into the bustling hangar bay, but he leaned into it happily, squeezing the young woman gently until she finally released her hold. It was still early, but Reath had been told to meet the crew and Master Comac here at the civilian transport hub, where ground crew were already busy ushering haulage vessels in and out in quick succession, filling the air with the constant whine of engines and the commingling scents of hot oil and ozone. They'd be on their way to Tolis within the hour, and Reath was carrying a knot of anxiety wound tight in his chest. Affie held him by the shoulders as she studied his face. "Hi, it's been a while." Reath laughed. "It's good to see you, Affie." Affie was dressed in her usual gray coveralls, practical for life aboard her ship, the Vessel, and her dark hair was tied back from her beaming tan face. Her happy demeanor lifted Reath's spirits. She was like a breath of fresh air. "It's great to see you," said Affie. "I want to know everything, all right? All your news, everything that's been going on since I last saw you." Reath tried not to bristle at the very idea. Where would he even start? Though it wasn't as if Affie had had an easy time of things either, by all accounts. She'd been aboard Starlight Beacon as it fell, escaping at the last minute on the Vessel. He'd heard that she'd spent some time on Irem, too, in the aftermath of the disaster, helping rally the relief effort and organize the refugees. And since then, she'd been working to re-establish the Bind Guild as a collective whose members were working to protect each other from the Nile and reporting to the Republic on Nile movements. Not to mention the fact she'd volunteered to help out with missions such as this one, ferrying Jedi from place to place when they needed to travel clandestinely, or their scarce resources were otherwise engaged. Affie was one of the good ones, a true ally and a friend. "I gather we've both been busy," said Reath, somewhat understating the point. "That we have," said Affie, miming weariness with an exaggerated sigh. "All right, little bit. Leave the poor guy alone for a minute." The familiar voice came from over by the ship, and Reath peered around Affie to see Leox Jossie and Geode standing by the vessel's boarding ramp. Leox gave a little salute in greeting, touching one fingertip to his temple and then pinging it in Reath's direction with an outstretched thumb, as if mimicking a blaster. The man looked like he hadn't aged a day since Reath had seen him last in the aftermath of the Drengir attack on the Amaxine space station. His dark blonde hair curled messily around his ears, and his jaw was covered in the same perpetual day-old stubble. He was grinning broadly. Beside him, Geode, the towering Vintian, greeted Reath with his usual welcoming silence. "Leox, Geode," called Reath, offering them both a little wave. It really was good to see them all. A reminder that, even when things looked bleak, there were still those who persevered regardless, who didn't give up. Good people doing great things. "Ah, there he is," said Affie. Reath turned to see Master Comac walking across the hangar bay. Unlike Reath, who was wearing his mission robes, Comac was wearing the same tunic, robe, and pants he'd worn for the council meeting, and the scratches on his face seemed to be healing well. He looked a little hesitant, but was smiling warmly. He held up his hand in greeting. "Hello, Affie," he said. "Just like the old days," said Affie. Reath, Comac, and the crew of the Vessel heading off on an adventure. Reath couldn't help smiling. It definitely wasn't going to be quite like the old days, but perhaps it could be something new. At least, that was what he hoped. He was just going to have to take each day as it came. Still, the only thing that really mattered was what they found on Tolis. This mission. He had a sense that it might be their best and last chance to make a real difference, to stop the tide of oblivion that threatened to wash over not just the Republic and the Jedi, but the entire galaxy. No pressure then, Reath. Being surrounded by these people was a potent reminder of everything that was at stake. He couldn't allow anyone else to be hurt, not by the Nile or the Nameless or the Blight. He had to protect these people he cared about, all of them, and he would do anything to do so. Master Comac turned to regard him.
"Are you ready, Reath?"
"I am," said Reath, his tone unequivocal.
"Then let's do this. Together."
Together. The words seemed to echo around the inside of Reath's head. They followed Affy and the others up the boarding ramp to the ship. The vessel plunged through the flickering depths of hyperspace, silent and serene. The only sound was the background hum of the engines. Reath wondered if the old adage was true, and this was merely the calm before the storm, the moment of quiet inhalation before the chaos set in. He'd spent the first hour of the journey catching up with Affy, exchanging stories of their adventures in the intervening time since they'd last seen each other. He told her all about his research and the reason they were heading to Tolis in the first place. Now Affy, Leox, and Geode were all up front in the cockpit, debating the best route to get them there, while Master Comac and Reath sat alone in the common area, sharing a companionable silence. They'd agreed to leave the navigating to the experts, having provided the coordinates they derived from the old star map on Thal. Reath gathered they'd be following a series of old hyperspace lanes that hadn't been used, at least not by any Republic or Jedi vessels, for decades. Tolis, if it still existed, was on the edge of wild space, and no one had had cause to come this way for trade or exploration since the days of the old Pathfinder teams. There was nothing there. Except, perhaps, the answer to everything, waiting for them on a world that had been long forgotten. Reath let out a long sigh. Master Comac looked over at him from his seat.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes, fine," said Reath, dissembling. "I hope this isn't a wild bantha chase is all. There's so much riding on us. It feels like we're running out of time and we don't have any other leads."
"Maybe we don't need any other leads," said Master Comac. "Maybe the Force has led us to this point for a reason. I think we're exactly where we need to be."
"I admire your optimism," said Reath. Master Comac gave him a wan smile.
"It isn't optimism. I suppose it's a little bit of hope."
"And faith in the Force?" asked Reath, careful to weigh his words so the question didn't seem too unkind. It was a genuine query.
"Something like that," said Master Comac.
"All the same," said Reath. "I hope you're right." Master Comac leaned forward, his hands on his knees.
"Since when did you become such a cynic?"
Reath felt himself shriveling under his old master's stare.
"I don't know."
He pinched the bridge of his nose. Did he really want to talk about this now? He supposed he didn't have much choice. So much has happened. So many terrible things. He met Master Comac's gaze. "And then you left, and the storm wall went up, and I didn't know whether you were dead or alive." Master Comac looked pained.
"I'm sorry, Reath. I know you found it hard to understand, but I needed time. Everything that we'd seen, everything that was happening, the horror of the Nameless. The Order wasn't built to deal with a crisis on this scale. Our tenets can't help us navigate the galaxy we now find ourselves in. I found myself facing choices where the only outcomes were bad, no matter what I tried to do. Kill or be killed. And then Orla."
"She died on Starlight," said Reath. "I'm sorry."
"She shouldn't have had to die. We should have been better prepared. I should have been there for her."
Master Comac's voice was a gravelly rasp. He hung his head.
"And I was selfish. I couldn't just push it aside. I couldn't get past it. I needed time to process it, to find my own way to reconcile with what had happened, and to figure out what I could do to help on my own terms."
He ran a hand down his face.
Sometimes we're just people too. I know the Jedi are supposed to be strong, but sometimes all our training, all our discipline, it's not enough. Sometimes the only thing that gets us through is time, and the best thing we can do is recognize that need in ourselves. I wasn't going to be a healthy person for you to be around, not until I'd managed to get my head straight. And do you think it was healthy to leave me alone instead? Said Reath. Master Comac hung his head. You weren't alone, Reath. You were never alone. You have friends, the Order, people who care about you. Surely you can see that. But you were my master. We'd only just learned to trust each other, to work as a team. Reath swallowed. His mouth was dry. I might have been able to help, unless... He hesitated. Unless I was part of the problem. If the only reason you took me on was because you felt obliged after Master Jorah died... He looked away. No, Reath, not that. It was never that. It was about me, said Master Comac. Still is. Then you're not coming back. This really is just a one-off, said Reath. Master Comac shrugged. I don't know. That's the truth, Reath. I don't know. The very fact we're on this mission goes some way to helping me think things might change. But for now, he sighed, one step and one mission at a time. I need to see if I can find my way again. He looked up, meeting Reath's eye. Besides, you seem to be doing well. I do, said Reath. Sometimes it's hard to know. I'm not sure I was ready to be a knight. You were ready, said Master Comac emphatically. You're brilliant, Reath. The way you bring history to life. Where other people hear stories, you see people's lives. Your insight is what's gotten us here. Sure, I helped, and so did Emmerich, and even Azlin Rell. Master Comac's face darkened at the name, as if simply speaking it left a bad taste in his mouth. But you're the one who's put it all together. If anyone can find a way out of this, it's you. Reath leaned back in his seat. I hope you're right. I know I am. Master Comac looked at him again. And I'm sorry. For everything. For leaving you. For not being in touch. For the fact you're carrying this burden. I can see what it's doing to you, Reath. But right now, I'm here, and you can talk to me. You can share it with me. I'm here for you, and I will help you bear it. We are in this together. Together? That word again. Reath looked away. All right, he said. They lapsed into silence again, the tension heavy in the air between them. Reath was struggling to take in everything Master Comac had said. His admission of weakness, his need to spend time alone, his difficulty dealing with everything they'd faced. Maybe he was right. Maybe behind all the training, they were all just people, trying to navigate a way through the chaos of life. Perhaps that was the thing that really scared Reath. He'd seen Master Comac as strong, infallible, a Jedi Master who had all the answers. He'd seen them all like that. Stellan, Avar, Rai Kisaka, Yoda, and the rest. People to look up to. And he'd hoped that one day he'd be like that too. That all his doubts and fears and questions would be answered. That they'd bleed away until he was left with only certainty and conviction. Wasn't that what a Jedi was supposed to be? And then Master Jorah had died, and left so many unanswered questions. He'd thought Master Comac could help him fill that void, and he had for a while. But then he had left too, and Reath had seen how short-sighted his belief had been, how naive. They were all like him. They were all just as uncertain, all struggling with their own mistakes. They were all trying to do the best they could in a galaxy that had been turned on its head, clinging to one another to find strength in numbers. That was what Master Comac had shown him.
That was his final lesson as Reath's master. He'd revealed his own vulnerability. He'd shown Reath how the galaxy really worked. Maybe Master Comac had thought it would be reassuring, but to Reath, it was terrifying. Because if everyone felt just like Reath did, how were they ever going to get through this terrible mess? Reath watched as Master Comac got to his feet and crossed to a large metal trunk that had been placed against the rear bulkhead. He dropped to his knees, still wincing from the last vestiges of the injuries he'd sustained on Thal, and opened the lid with a creak of rusted hinges. He began to rifle noisily through the contents.
"What's that?"
said Reath, walking over to join him.
"Just a few things I had transferred to the vessel from the excavator," said Master Comac. "There's a lightsaber in here somewhere, one that I recovered from an old temple on Deneba. Figured it might come in handy."
He lifted a bundle of what looked like droid components from the chest and placed it on the ground, followed by a broken stone idol, a coil of rope, and a large disc-shaped object about 1/2 meter in diameter, wrapped in coarse brown fabric.
"It's in here somewhere," he muttered.
"Master Comac," said Reath.
"There's no need. Here."
Reath reached inside his robes and withdrew the hilt of Master Comac's old lightsaber from an inner pocket. Master Comac turned, looking up at Reath, and the lightsaber hilt in his hand.
"You kept it."
"Of course I did," said Reath,
"in case you needed it again."
Master Comac chewed his lower lip for a moment. He reached out, hesitant. His hand hovered over the hilt in Reath's grip.
"It's okay," said Reath. "It's yours. Whether you're a Jedi or not, and like you said, you might need it."
Master Comac nodded. His fingers curled around the lightsaber, and he hefted it in his palm.
"Thank you, Reath."
He looked at the weapon.
"Feels good to hold it again. I could have done with this on Thal."
Reath nodded, but said no more. Master Comac began stacking the contents back inside the crate. As he lifted the large disc-shaped object, the burlap wrap slipped, revealing a glimpse of a tarnished gold frame emblazoned with a central motif in the form of a flower or leaf.
"And this is for you," said Comac. "A gift."
"A shield?" said Reath quizzically. Master Comac slid the rest of the fabric wrap from the shield and passed it to Reath.
"I rescued it from a dealer on Batuu soon after I left the Order. I recognized immediately that it was something special, an antique well over 100 years old, with real history from the look of it. So I bought it. I never felt right carrying it, though. It's a rare, seldom-used tool of the Jedi."
Reath turned the shield over in his hands. It was made from a lightweight metal with a golden hue and shaped like a ring, with a large central bar that bore the grip on the reverse. Aside from the small ornamental insignia on the front, it was smooth and unadorned. Reath hefted it, impressed by its lightness.
"Here."
Master Comac reached over and depressed a hidden switch beside the grip, close to where Reath had positioned his thumb. The shield hummed, and 2 shimmering panels of plasma flared to life, filling the open spaces between the circular bars with flickering blue light. It hummed as he swung it back and forth on the back of his left arm, testing its weight.
"I didn't know the Jedi used shields," said Reath. "Very few did, but this is clearly of the Order," said Master Comac. "I put it aside for when I saw you again. I know you love a good story, and I thought you'd enjoy researching its history, figuring out where it came from and whose hands it passed through before now. Plus, it might come in useful."
"Thank you. I've never seen anything like it." Reath held out his arm, running through a series of defensive postures. It felt good, solid. He'd never even imagined a Jedi using a shield before. Typically, their lightsaber would serve the same purpose, deployed for defensive as much as offensive capabilities, but the idea carried a certain appeal.
I'm sure it's seen some things, said Master Comac.
He watched Reath appraisingly. Reath slid the shield off his arm, powering it down. He ran his fingers around the rim, over the tiny dents and scratches that marred its ancient surface. He wondered how many battles it had seen, how many times it had saved a life. Once they were back on Coruscant, he'd take a look in the archives, try to discover the full story of the shield and the history of its previous owners.
Thank you,
he said. He wanted to say more, but he couldn't find the words.
Thank you.
Comac simply nodded. He looked satisfied. They both turned toward the door as Affy appeared in the opening. If you two are finished bonding, I thought you'd want to know that we're almost there.
Already?
Said Reath. Affy laughed. Already. We're approaching Tolus's orbit now. Thought you might want to take a look. Reath and Comac exchanged glances.
We're on our way,
said Reath. 32. The lower Vernestra descended, the more the temperature dropped. She pulled her robes tighter around her shoulders as she walked through the passageways and corridors beneath the Jedi Temple. She told herself it was the cold causing her to shiver, nothing at all to do with the bleak atmosphere down in these untrodden levels, or the knowledge of what was festering in the ancient Sith shrine close by. The Blight. Here on Coruscant. Right in our midst. The Jedi Council had been quick to act after she'd reported the discovery. They'd decided to keep the information about the Blight's existence beneath the temple contained, in much the same way they hoped to contain the infection itself. For now, only the Council and a select few Jedi had been told. There was no sense yet of how the Blight had manifested on Coruscant, but they all knew that if news were to get out, it would create a panic of devastating proportions. The logistics involved in evacuating whole districts of the city were unimaginable. People would die. There'd be chaos in the streets. So the Jedi had decided to keep the news to themselves for now. Better that they find a way to deal with the Blight before it became a far bigger problem. At least, that was the theory. Whether it was actually achievable was another matter entirely, especially as the only other option was to turn to Marchion Ro for help. If Chancellor So or the Jedi Council was forced to resort to that, well, their standing on the galactic stage would be reduced forever. Which meant it was up to Reath, Comac, and Emmerich to figure out a solution while the rest of them did all they could to hold the infection at bay. Master Yoda had taken it upon himself to lead the fight against the Blight here on Coruscant. They'd learned from what Burryaga had tried to do back on Vixoseph 1 that, with a concerted effort and deep concentration, it was possible for a Jedi to effectively slow the progressive spread of a small patch of the Blight, but only for a short time, and only at great cost to the Jedi in question. Because of the size and risk of the infestation on Coruscant, some of the Jedi were taking it in shifts to do just that, to sit down in the Sith shrine, giving themselves over to a kind of meditative trance, during which they attempted to use the Force to arrest the spread of the infection. It was too early to tell if it was working, but the toll it was taking was clear. Those returning from spending time down here were weary, drained, and physically spent, almost as if they were giving up a part of themselves to try to keep the Blight at bay. Vernestra only hoped they could keep it up long enough for Reath and Comac to return, and even then, she knew they might not have all the answers. Still, she remained resolute. She would do whatever she could to help, whatever the cost. Vernestra hesitated as she reached the outer lobby that led to the shrine. The lingering sense of the dark side was palpable, and as discomforting now as it had been when she'd first ventured down here with Reath. She wondered how he was faring on his mission to Tolus, probably getting overexcited about the archaeological and academic importance of the ruins he was there to explore. She grinned and felt a little better because of it. She willed the mission to be a success, for all of them. Time was not on their side. She stepped into the shrine. Master Yoda sat just inside the open doorway, cross-legged, his staff laid across his lap, his hands folded neatly on top of it. He might almost have looked serene, as if lost in deep meditation, save for the deep furrows in his brow and the anxious expression he wore on his face. His head was tilted slightly to one side. Before him, the strange ashen waste of the blight looked much as it had before, bubbling up through the stone on the far wall, turning everything it touched to dust. Also in the room, 2 other Jedi sat in postures that mirrored Yoda's, one on the left of the circle of festering blight, one on the right. Vernestra recognized them both. Master Pellegrin, a small Nogri with gray skin and horns cresting their domed head, and Master Genelay, a human woman with tan skin and striped facial tattoos, her jet black hair scraped back in a tight ponytail. Both were concentrating deeply and didn't look up as she approached. Master Yoda, however, slowly opened his eyes and turned to regard her. Despite his evident weariness, he offered her a warm, if slight, smile. "Come to check on us, you have, Vernestra Rowe." Vernestra nodded, noting that the other 2 Jedi's frowns had deepened as they took on the extra strain of Master Yoda's distraction from the task. "Yes, Master Yoda. I came to see if you needed anything, or if I could offer my assistance with the vigil." The thought of sitting in these bleak surroundings for a prolonged period, helping ward off the infection, was not at all appealing. But Vernestra knew her duty. If she could help, she would. "Admirable, this is," said Yoda. He slowly stretched, taking up his staff and using it to pull himself to his feet. "But another purpose you must serve. Sense it in you, I do. This is the true reason for your visit to this place. Answers you seek." Vernestra sighed. Master Yoda had a habit of doing this, seeing through the layers of obfuscation a person threw in their own way, the little justifications they gave to themselves, the excuses they made for their own behavior. She nodded. "As ever, Master Yoda, you see the truth that I do not always share with myself. I suppose I am here looking for answers." Master Yoda nodded to himself, but there was no self-satisfaction in the gesture, merely acknowledgement. To find such answers, one must first understand the nature of the question. He beckoned toward the door, and Vernestra followed him, feeling guilty for distracting him from his task. The extra strain his absence was already causing the other meditating Jedi was abundantly clear. Even more so when a 3rd Jedi, a female Pantora named Inith Loera, hurried in past them to help shoulder the burden. "I cannot keep you from your task, Master Yoda," said Vernestra. "I really did come here to offer my help." Yoda smiled indulgently. "Please, tell me what troubles you, my young friend." He'd reached the center of the outer lobby of the shrine and was leaning heavily on his staff. Clearly, the effects of the vigil were potent, even to a master of Yoda's experience and power. "I don't know," said Vernestra. "I sense something is wrong. I thought after Reath and I found the infection down here, the feeling would go away, but it hasn't." "You are worried for your friend, said Yoda. Vernestra guessed he meant Reath. "Yes, I suppose I am. He's taken on such responsibility." "Trust him, do you?" "Of course," said Vernestra, surprised by the strength of her own conviction. "He's one of the most dedicated Jedi I know. He intends to solve this crisis, and he'll do it. I'm certain of it."
"Then why do you worry?" asked Yoda, with an infuriating chuckle that suggested he already knew the answer.
Vernestra turned her thoughts inward. What was this really about? Why had she felt so on edge since returning to Coruscant? There were dozens of reasons, but only one that seemed to be gnawing away at her like an itch she couldn't scratch. "Azlin," she said. "It's Azlin I don't trust."
"Ah," said Yoda. "Now we begin to approach the truth."
Vernestra shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "I'm concerned he's manipulating Reath somehow. Using him, just like... Vernestra trailed off, appalled at what she'd inadvertently implied.
"Just as he manipulated me," finished Yoda.
He nodded, his expression grave.
"I understand. Azlin Rell has put his faith in the dark side of the Force. Perspective he has lost."
Vernestra stumbled over her words. "I'm sorry, Master Yoda. I didn't mean..." Master Yoda waved his hand dismissively.
"The truth you speak, that is all. And none of us should ever be afraid of the truth." He sniffed. "Azlin is a dangerous ally. Important in this quest of ours, but dangerous, yes. Reath is under great pressure. Look out for him, we should."
"Then you believe that Azlin is up to something?" asked Vernestra, surprised. Master Yoda had been Azlin's most staunch defender, but she supposed that didn't mean the Jedi Master trusted his fallen ally, simply that he understood the man's worth in the coming trials. Master Yoda shrugged.
"I believe that Azlin Rell has his own agenda, yet trust Reath I do."
"Then what should I do?" asked Vernestra. Master Yoda smiled. He took his staff and tapped it gently against Vernestra's chest.
"Trust in yourself, you must."
He smiled, withdrawing his staff.
"Follow your instincts. You trusted them before when you followed Reath to find this place. Do the same again, Vernestra Rowe, and you will not go wrong."
"I understand," she said. "Thank you, Master Yoda."
Said the diminutive Jedi Master. "Answers you have received. Like them, you may not. Find the truth, you will."
He turned and started his shuffling walk back toward the Sith shrine. "Shouldn't you rest for a while?" said Vernestra. Master Yoda paused for a moment, and then started walking again.
"The time for rest will come, Vernestra Rowe. Now is the time for action."
Vernestra watched as he ambled back through the doorway and resumed his vigil before the patch of blight. Now is the time for action. Yes, she knew what she had to do. 33. The mood aboard the Invictus was somber, even among the squad of 10 RDC volunteers, who mostly seemed to be taking the opportunity presented by a few hours in hyperspace to catch up on sleep. 4 of them were playing a game using polished stones over a grid they'd marked out on the floor grills, but even they seemed reluctant to celebrate their victories, which was very much unlike the sort of raucous behavior Amadeo had come to expect after so many other missions with the RDC. Their journey had been underway for several hours, and a hush seemed to have settled on everyone through unspoken consensus. Amadeo couldn't tell if it was a response to the imminent threat of combat, due to the almost mythical status that some were attributing to the Nameless. He'd overheard a few of the soldiers discussing the creatures with a kind of reverence usually reserved for superstitions, or simply because no one aboard had much to say to one another. Whatever the case, no one seemed willing to break the silence. Even Master Lox had given himself over to a trance-like meditation. He sat across from Amadeo now, on the opposite side of the ship, his legs crossed, his hands on his knees, his eyes closed in deep concentration. He'd explained to Amadeo that he intended to try to find a way to focus through the psychological torment caused by the Nameless, to find a singular point of concentration that would allow him to ignore the terrifying hallucinations caused by the creature's proximity. A touchstone that might help him see through the fog of fear and illusion that usually afflicted the Jedi in the presence of a Nameless. He was searching for that touchstone now. Amadeo supposed that anything had to be worth a try. He was just pleased that the RDC were there to help them corral the creatures, if and when they managed to locate any of them. Their intelligence of the Nile base on Angoth was patchy at best. He peered around for any sign of Ashton Vol and L-77, but assumed they were up front with the pilot. Dorian was still fiddling with equipment at the medical station, but when he saw Amadeo looking, he set down the tools he'd been sterilizing and headed over. He nudged Amadeo's leg with his knee, urging Amadeo to shift over on the bench, and then sat down beside him. "You done running checks?" ventured Amadeo. "Oh, I was done hours ago," said Dorian. He too was keeping his voice low, either out of respect for the silence or so their conversation wasn't overheard above the slow churning of the hyperspace drive. "Then what were you doing?" "Keeping myself busy to take my mind off what might be waiting for us on Angoth," said Dorian. Amadeo furrowed his brow, confused. "But you're with the RDC. You must have gone on dozens of missions like this." Dorian shrugged. "Doesn't make any of them easier, though, does it? I never wanted to be a peacekeeper or a fighter. I wanted to be a medic, to help people in need. I never saw myself flying halfway across the galaxy as part of a raiding party to capture a semi-mythical monster from a band of marauders who've taken over half the Outer Rim." Amadeo grinned. "Well, when you put it like that, neither did I. But why are you here if you don't really want to be?" "Like I said, I want to help people. And right now, this is where I can be of the most help. None of us expected the Nile to win. So I'm just doing what needs to be done, playing my part, just like you are, helping wherever and whenever I can." "The Nile haven't won," said Amadeo. "Not yet. They may think they have, but while there are still Jedi standing, we won't give up." Dorian gave him a wan smile. "That's the spirit." He closed his eyes, then opened them again, letting out a long sigh. "We can do this," said Amadeo. "It's not just talk, you know. We will beat them. My friend Reath is so close to figuring out how to defeat the Nameless and stop the Blight. The end is in sight. We just need to hold on and keep fighting." Dorian smiled again, and it was brighter this time. "It's good to know you, Amadeo. I have a feeling your optimism is going to carry us through whatever comes next." "I'll try my best," said Amadeo, laughing. It felt so good to laugh, after everything that had happened lately. "Don't you ever worry?" said Dorian. Amadeo gave him a quizzical look. "About what?" Dorian raised a single eyebrow, as if to suggest that it should have been obvious. "About the fact we might be heading to our deaths. I mean, the Nile are dangerous enough on their own, but we've all seen what the Force Eaters can do to a Jedi. I'm not trying to scare you. You seem so together, more confident than anyone else on this ship." Amadeo considered this for a moment. He didn't feel that confident. But then he was a Jedi after all. Perhaps he just wasn't giving himself enough credit. "Every time I head out on a mission, I could be heading to my death. It's never safe. It's what Jedi do." Dorian chewed his lip. "Mm-hmm. And now for the real answer." Amadeo shrugged. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared," he said at last. "But as Jedi, we're taught to understand our fear, to recognize it, control it, and put it aside while we get on with what we have to do." "Wow," said Dorian. "Sounds a lot like ignoring the problem to me. Burying your head in the sand and hoping it goes away never really works, at least not in my experience. Aren't you just building up trauma for later?" Amadeo shook his head. "No, I know how it might sound like that. It's hard to explain. It's not about ignoring it. It's about processing it, knowing what it's doing to us, both mentally and physiologically, and then pushing past it."
But doesn't it ever come back to haunt you? Pressed Dorian. You've seen how much we meditate, right? Amadeo grinned. It's all about being the best we can be in the moment. When we're out there, protecting people, defending others from harm, we need to be sharp, alert, ready for whatever's going to happen next. Fear just gets in the way of that. We need to be able to act unimpeded, be the very best versions of ourselves. So we're trained to understand our bodies and our emotions, to process it as information, and to compartmentalize whatever isn't useful at the time. Sometimes even draw strength from it. Later, when the mission's over, that's when we work through everything we've experienced. Interesting, said Dorian. He got back to his feet. I'd better get back to work. Doing what? Asked Amadeo. Keeping myself busy doing nothing, said Dorian. Amadeo laughed. Perhaps it was time to do some meditating, after all. 34. Sycharis picked at the carcass of the roasted bird with his fingers, ignoring the slick, shiny grease that dripped onto his legs and boots or ran in rivulets down the backs of his hands. Drip, drip, drip. He chewed on the soft, pale meat, wishing he could taste it like he used to. Now it tasted like ash in his mouth. He hadn't enjoyed a meal in months. Worse, he hardly seemed to draw sustenance from his food anymore. Another failing of his meager body, more unwillingness to adapt to his new life, as if it still clung to the torpid remnants of his old existence, digging in its heels, refusing to adapt. Humans were so weak. And this need, this base craving for physical food, it made him feel somehow lesser. And now he couldn't even enjoy the taste of it. It was a side effect of the blood, the vibrant, singing blood that had turned his whole world around, the blood of the creatures. That blood craved something else. Yes, it did. It craved nourishment of a different sort. It wanted power. But Sycharis was not equipped to feed it that way. He cursed his frail human body. Flesh is flesh is flesh. And he was bound to it, in every possible way, confined by it. The blood had set him free, but it had also shown him how trapped he really was, how small his mind and his frail human shell had become. Hate it, he said, spitting half-chewed fragments of meat with every syllable. Hate it. He glowered at the ruined carcass with his good eye. The other was sleeping, and then tossed it across the room. It struck the wall with a wet thud and slid to the ground. Can't fly now, can you? He said, giggling. He wiped his mouth on the back of his sleeve. Can't fly like that little ship. No, flying away. He'd been thinking a lot about that ship lately, and thinking was dangerous, for other people, at least. He'd been imagining what it would be like to murder that Force user, the one who'd gotten away from him on Thal. In his mind's eye, he could see the man cowering against the wall as the creatures, Sycharis's creatures, closed in. The Force user would raise his arms and scream, thrashing at ghosts that weren't really there. His eyes would be wide in horror, so wide that they were white all the way around the edges, so unlike his own special eye. The creatures would wait, salivating, ready. And then he would give the command. The man would shrink back, trying desperately to get away, but frozen to the spot in fear. Sycharis giggled at the thought. How he longed to hear them whimper and beg as they died, as first their arms, then their torsos, then their heads were bleached of all animation, all life.
They would be bled dry of the living force, transforming into nothing but ashen dust. Just like the taste of the bird he was still prizing from between his teeth. Ashen dust. That was what should have happened on Thal. He'd let himself and Father down. But it wouldn't happen again. Oh, no. Next time. And besides, there was always the woman he'd been keeping alive on his ship, of course, throwing her tidbits to eat, taunting her with the Nameless until she screamed. He supposed he could kill her, too. She was meant to be a prize for Father, but she was growing weaker in her cage. Maybe. He'd give the matter some thought. He didn't want to disappoint Father, after all. Slowly, he got to his feet. It was comfortable here at the Nile base on Angoth. Too comfortable for one such as him. Too civilized for a man who was only half human. He wanted to be out hunting, making Father proud. But he'd failed on Thal. He'd been too slow. He'd wanted to toy with the Force user, to make him bleed fear. He'd tried to take his time over it, shocked the creatures with the device Father had made for him, firing electric shots into their brains, calling them off until he was ready. And he'd underestimated the man who'd gotten away, even when he'd almost died in the catacombs. And now the trail was cold. So he was here, waiting. He paced the room. His fingertips danced and fidgeted. Out there, beyond the door, he could hear the Nile making merry, laughing and drinking and eating, and probably enjoying it all too. He could kill them for that. The idea pleased him. Stop their laughing by stopping their hearts. He could do that if he tried, if he wanted. The thought made him feel powerful, and he raised his head, straightening his back. But what would Father Bulin say? Sycharis was no Nile. He never had been. His only loyalty was to Bulin. But Bulin liked to keep the Nile happy, didn't he? Bulin knew just where he wanted Marchion Row, and he wanted to keep the Evereni there. Father was clever, brilliant. He had it all worked out. Sycharis couldn't upset the balance. He couldn't take the Nile and chop them into little pieces. He had to use them. He had to smile and bow and pretend and use them to help him get the Jedi. That was why Father had sent him here, after all. After what happened on Thal. Father had sent him to get more help, more Nile, who could help him catch the Jedi, and more of the creatures, too, to help him kill them. But now all he was doing was waiting. The door to his chamber opened with a sliding hiss. He stopped walking. He had his back to the door. He could sense someone there. Sycharis closed his eyes, reached out with the Force. He could feel the shape of them standing in the doorway, not their physical shape, their mind, the shape of their emotions. They were scared. Good. They should be scared. Sycharis giggled. He turned to see a Thalothian woman regarding him with wariness. She was dressed in banded leather over a gray tunic, dark blue pants tucked into tall, worn boots. Her head was scaled like all her species, and she had an array of fleshy white tendrils growing from her scalp and tumbling around her shoulders like strands of hair. Her lower lip was puckered and purple where it had been torn and badly stitched after some recent disagreement. She was wearing an Eye of the Storm tattoo on the side of her neck. He seemed to remember her name was Thela or Thrika or something similar, but his memory wasn't as good as it used to be. Or he simply didn't care enough to remember. "Yes," he said. Yes. He rubbed his hands together. Maybe she was there to remove the bird carcass he tossed across the room. Thrika, he decided that name would do, cleared her throat. He's asking for you. Sycharis wrinkled his brow. Who is he? Baron Bullen, said Thela. No, he preferred Thrika. He'd stick with that. Thrika, he said, trying the word on for size. Yes, said the woman, evidently confused. So that was her name. Maybe he'd change it back, after all. He'd sleep on it. He met her eye, and she almost flinched. He's here. He's on a hollow in the other room. She gestured with her thumb over her shoulder. Sycharis nodded. I see. In the other room, right. Thrika half turned in the doorway. Are you coming or what? Her voice was tinted with scorn. Sycharis imagined wringing her neck. The thought made him smile. Oh, yes, I'm coming. He took a step forward, and she jerked back, her hand straying to the grip of the blaster holstered to her hip. Sycharis giggled again. Go on, then. Show me. Thrika blanched and then turned and walked out, glancing over her shoulder every few steps, as if she was afraid to turn her back on him for too long. He followed, his feet scuffing the metal-plated floor. Thrika led him down a short passageway. The base on Angoth was not big, and into another room, where an ancient holo display had been poorly rigged up, with masses of exposed cables still visible like writhing eels around his feet. He tried not to tread on any of them as he approached the central circular display. A flickering blue image of Father hovered above the terminal. His hammer-shaped head was half turned away, as if he was peering at something or someone else off camera. He was wearing his long, dark robes. He turned to look at Sycharis as he approached. One of his mouths puckered in what Sycharis chose to read as a smile. Thank you, Thrika, said Bullen, his vocoder rendering his voice thin, mechanical, and emotionless. Baron, said Thrika with a nod. She turned and left the room. Sycharis watched her go. There were no other Nile present. He was alone with Father. Sycharis felt a swell of pride. All this attention, just for him. Father, said Sycharis. He offered his best beatific smile. Is everything well? Bullen inclined his head. Yes, Sycharis. All is well. I have news. Sycharis leaned forward, eager. News of the Force user. Yes, indeed. The Force user that you allowed to go free on Thal is a Jedi. Sycharis felt the comment like a body blow, the sort that Father might have given him if he'd really been standing before him. He took a step back from the terminal, partially raising one arm as if to stave off further attack. I didn't mean to let him go, Father. The Jedi are wily, and he tricked me. But I will find him, I promise. I'll do what needs to be done. I know you will, Sycharis, said Bullen. His image flickered, as if the transmission had been momentarily interrupted. I know I can rely on you. Yes, said Sycharis. His eye blinked, his special one. For a moment, the world looked different, sharper, clearer. And then it passed. 2 of the Jedi, the older one and a youth, have left Coruscant on a ship bound for wild space, said Bullen. Wild space, echoed Sycharis. The outer regions, the uncharted places. What were they doing out there? Yes. My informant tells me they're bound for a planet named Tolis. It appears on no star charts or maps that I can find. But I have someone tracking their progress.
I'm sending you the coordinates." Bullen paused. "I want you to go after them."
Sycharis felt a surge of pride and glee and happiness.
"Yes, Father, of course. And you want them alive?" "I think not," said Bullen. "Circumstances have changed. These particular Jedi seem troubling. I think it better that they're eliminated now, before they become a further threat. They're investigating the origins of both the Levelers and the Blight, and we wouldn't want them finding anything, would we?"
Sycharis's heart was hammering. He felt sweat prickling his scalp.
"Yes, Father, we wouldn't want that. No."
He was going to get to kill the Jedi after all. They'd pay for what the man had done to him on Thal, showing him up, making him look a fool. He would watch them cower, just like he'd done in his head 100 times already, but this time it would be real.
"And this time, leave nothing to chance. I do not want to have to explain to Marchion Ro that you failed," said Bullen.
"I won't," said Sycharis. "I will not fail. The Jedi will be destroyed."
"Very good," said Bullen. "And then you can come home. You do want to come home, don't you, Sycharis?"
"I do, Father," replied Sycharis. "Very much."
"I thought so. Well then, do this for me, and you will be welcomed back with open arms."
"And more blood?" asked Sycharis hopefully. He'd begun to feel the itch starting beneath his skin again, the inside itch that he couldn't scratch. It was mild, but it was there, and he hated it. Hated it. Hated it. He'd have to use one of his spare canisters soon.
"Of course," said Bullen. "More blood."
He had already turned away, returning to whatever it was that had been distracting him when Sycharis first arrived. Sycharis grinned. "You've made me very happy today, Father," he said. "Very happy indeed." He picked a bit of meat from between his teeth. 35.
"Take us in close to that narrow landmass,"
said Master Comac, jabbing his finger at the large sliver of green floating in the swirling blue ocean that covered most of the small world of Tolis. They'd circumnavigated the planet from low orbit, looking for the best place to set down. But, as it had transpired, their options were somewhat limited. It seemed as if Tolis was now almost entirely subsumed by a single vast ocean that spanned the entirety of the globe. Presumably, this was all that remained following the epic floods. A drowned world. A catastrophe had fallen on these people. Twice. Reath's hopes were dwindling. The chances of finding the ancient repository had been narrow to begin with. Now the odds seemed impossibly stacked against them. He had no idea if this narrow strip of land represented the island on which the three ancients had retreated to start their new kingdom, or if it was all that was left of a bigger landmass. Although he supposed the Ptolemites might have chosen to build their new kingdom on higher ground, so there was still hope.
"Sure thing. Hold on tight."
Leox pulled back on the flight controls, and the vessel dipped, sending them plummeting through the upper atmosphere at an acute angle. Reath squeezed the back of the co-pilot's chair, where Affy was currently sitting, until his fingers went white. Beside Reath, Master Comac chuckled, shaking his head indulgently. Leox laughed gleefully as the ship corkscrewed in a lazy circle, buffeted by the drag of atmospheric entry, the nose shimmering red with the intense friction and heat. They drilled down like this for several minutes, as if churning a hole or circling a drain. Behind Leox, Geode watched impassively. but Reath could tell the Vintian was far from impressed with his friend's antics. Leox whooped and manipulated the controls as they dropped below the wispy cloud cover, revealing a churning blue-green ocean that seemed to stretch in all directions as far as the eye could see. The vessel leveled off, stirring the choppy waters as it plowed a long furrow across the surface. Reath heaved a sigh of relief. Affy peered up at him, laughing. "Felt that, did you?" Reath raised an eyebrow in reply.
"Too much time spent in that lab of yours, lad," said Leox. "The galaxy's a big place, and there's always time for a little fun."
"You call that fun?" said Reath, but there was laughter in his tone.
"Don't you?"
said Leox, shooting him a wink. He turned back to the controls.
Here we go.
The first hints of land had appeared through the forward viewport. Hulking islands of a red-hued rock, hunched in an uneven row like an archipelago. Each of them climbed to a jagged point, and Reath realized with shock that they must have once been the upper reaches of a mountain range that had lined the coast, before whatever cataclysm caused the ocean to rise and swallow them. The ship banked, dipping lower beyond the islands, following the edge of a sandy shore. Here, the remains of ancient structures still stood, eroded by time and waves, running into the water like cascading dunes. Occasionally, the spur of a broken tower jutted awkwardly from the water just off the coast. There were no signs of habitation. The only life appeared to be the undulating flocks of birds that dipped and soared over the lapping water, presumably prowling for food.
"Take us along the coast for a while, if you would, Leox," said Master Comac. "We can always double back if there's nothing else to see."
Leox nodded, slowing their speed and keeping the ship close to the coastline.
"What are we looking for?"
"We're not," said Master Comac. "We're feeling our way." He straightened, closing his eyes, steadying his breathing. Reath was about to do the same when Master Comac's eyes flickered open again. He turned to Reath, his expression filled with childlike wonder.
"Do you feel that?"
"Feel what?" said Reath. Master Comac waved a hand, urging him to focus. Reath did as he was bid. He closed his eyes, reaching out. Suddenly, his senses erupted in swirling patterns of color and light. He felt an overwhelming sense of peace. He breathed, and it was like taking in the first breath of a new day, rich with the sense of blossom and dew. He opened his eyes, gasping.
"What is this place?" he murmured. "There's something here. Something wonderful."
"But what?"
"I don't know, but I intend to find out," said Master Comac. "What the hell is that?" said Leox.
They were farther up the coast now, beyond the half-submerged settlement, and the rocky tundra had been reduced to nothing more than a pale wasteland of ash and dust. "It's awful," said Affy. "Is that—"
"The blight," said Reath. "It's here."
Leox gave a low whistle.
"So the stories are true."
Reath was nearly overcome by a terrible sense of awe as Leox turned the ship, heading farther inland across the blight-ridden wastes. The area was a desert of dead things, everything leached of life, of vibrancy, of color. Even the rocks had succumbed. No wonder Amadeo had spoken of it with such reverence.
"I thought the Ptolemites had found a way to stop the blight," said Master Comac.
"I guess it must be back," said Reath. "Perhaps it's re-emerging at the site of a previous infection. We don't really understand how it spreads."
"Destruction on a scale that's hard to believe," said Master Comac. "Even standing here looking at it, the hollows from the evacuated worlds don't do it justice. It's just so desolate."
"It's worse than I'd imagined," murmured Reath. Even Leox had lost his usual verbosity. He stared out the viewport, his expression blank, his face pale.
"I can't believe it."
"You're going to find a way to stop this, right?" said Affy, twisting in her seat to look from Master Comac to Reath. Right?
We're going to try, said Reath levelly. It's one of the reasons we're here. Hopefully it hasn't already destroyed what we're searching for. It hasn't, said Master Comac, with a conviction Reath didn't feel. I know it, but we're going to have to move quickly.
Where do you want us to land? Said Affy. We can't risk bringing the vessel any closer to that, whatever it is.
Do you think you could find us somewhere close to the ruined settlement we saw? Said Master Comac. Sure, said Leox. He'd already started to swing the vessel around, clearly anxious to put some distance between the ship and the billowing wastes of the Blight.
Hey, what's that shiny stuff? Said Affy as the ship came about. She pointed to a strange-looking structure rising out of the ruins of a half-consumed cliff. It was an almost skeletal structure, made from ribbons of something that glittered brightly in the light of Tullis's twin suns, and it was huge. Leox slowed the ship. Reath leaned forward, straining to see. Where the Blight had attacked the face of the cliff, the stone was gradually being gnawed back by the infection. But whatever this material was, it appeared to have so far resisted the husking effect altogether. It formed a series of twisted strands, jutting out from the site of the disintegration. Farther afield, Reath could make out more of the strange structures, still standing while everything around them had been utterly consumed.
Is it organic? Said Comac.
No, said Reath, as a thought began to consolidate in his mind. He felt a sudden surge of excitement.
Look again. It's some kind of mineral or ore. Those were the seams running through the rock. But whatever it is, it's resisting the Blight. Or at least, it's decaying at a much slower rate than the rock around it. Everything else is gone, but that material is still standing. Fascinating, said Master Comac.
Reath almost rolled his eyes.
Think about it. It's resisting the Blight.
Master Comac slowly turned to look at him, his eyes opening wide as the implication struck.
You mean? Yes, precisely. I haven't seen anything like it in all of my research. If it could be salvaged, started Reath. Then we might be able to use it as some sort of shield, finished Master Comac.
Reath shrugged.
Perhaps. We'll have to run tests. At the very least, we need to get a sample.
Leox shook his head.
It's too dangerous. We can't get close enough without risking the ship.
We don't need to, said Affy. She pointed at Reath. You think it's running through those rocks like a vein of precious metal? Reath nodded.
It's a guess, but that's what it looks like.
All right. Then we land in a safe area, away from the spread of the Blight. Blast some of those untouched rocks until we find a seam and take a sample, she said.
I don't like it, growled Leox.
Affy reached over and put a hand on his arm. We'll put a few kilometers between us and the Blight. Don't worry. Leox didn't look convinced, but he didn't argue. But Master Comac was shaking his head.
It'll take too long. We need to look for the Ptolemite repository. We don't know how long we've got. The sample is going to have to wait.
Reath kneaded his temples.
There has to be a way. We can't lose this chance.
There is a way, said Affy, pushing herself up out of her chair. You and Comac go. Find this temple or whatever it is you're looking for. We'll see to the sample. We don't need Jedi to blast a few rocks to smithereens, do we, Leox? The thought put a smile back on the grizzled pilot's face.
No, little bit. I don't suppose we do. Great, said Reath. Thank you, Affy. Saving the day once again.
Affy laughed. Save that thought. This isn't over yet.
No, agreed Reath. All right, you'd better get ready, said Leox. We'll drop you off by the coastal ruins. Once we're done collecting the samples, we'll retreat to low orbit, just to keep the vessel as far away from that damned Blight as we can. You can call us when you're ready for us to come pick you up. Thank you, Leox, said Master Comac. Thank you both.
Reath turned and patted Geo gently on the side.
And thanks to you too, big guy.
36.
I suggest we go in hot. Surprise them, hit them, take them down, get what we need, and get out.
This from Ashton Vall, who was sitting on the bench opposite Amadeo, leaning forward, watching Master Lox as if to gauge his reaction. They were currently in high orbit around the planet Angoth, sheltering amid a ring of scattered asteroids that encircled the small world like a necklace. Here, the ship was less likely to be picked up on any sensor sweeps or spotted by any Nile patrols. Not that there were any patrols in evidence. The outpost was small, and the Nile were arrogant. "What about the Jedi?" said L-77, who was standing in the doorway to the cockpit at the far end of the common area. Disconcertedly, he was cleaning a pair of long blades that had appeared from open hatches in his slender arms. Ashton looked confused.
"Well, I don't wish to speak on Master Lox's behalf, but I'd imagine you're both keen to participate in the first wave."
She looked from Master Lox to Amadeo and back.
"I think Sevens is referring to our particular vulnerability when it comes to the Nameless," offered Master Lox, who was sitting beside Amadeo on the low bench. "We need to account for the presence of the creatures."
"Ah," said Ashton. "Of course." She chewed her lip for a moment.
"Then perhaps it's safer if you cover our retreat. Guard the ship."
"Guard the ship," said L-77, with a tone that sounded distinctly like he was scoffing at the very idea. "They're Jedi." Ashton turned to the droid. "But, with respect, it's our job to protect them." L-77 sighted along the length of one gleaming arm blade, then turned his attention to its opposite number. "They're our best assets. You never ask Jedi to guard the retreat. They need to be out there, on the offensive, doing their thing with their lightsabers." Ashton seemed to consider this, then nodded, conceding the point.
"Master Lox, Amadeo, where should we factor you in?" "We can serve as an early warning signal," said Master Lox. "Breach the base, help overcome the Nile. Once we sense the Nameless are close, we'll retreat to the ship so you can do your thing."
"Very well," said Ashton. "Agreed." Amadeo glanced up and down the gathered faces in the room. As one, the RDC personnel looked implacable, resolved. They were drawn from all walks of Republic life. 3 humans whose nicknames he'd gathered were Ears, Grandpa, and Fires, a wide-faced Sullustan named Lort, a humanoid Kifar named Redano with bright facial tattoos, a green-skinned Ishitib with swiveling eye stalks named Blish, and 4 others, a Delphidian, Pantoran, Mon Calamari, and Arteodac, all of whom had kept to themselves on the journey. They were sitting ready, affecting boredom as they waited for their orders, but Amadeo could tell they were all listening to the conversation closely as it played out. None of them were soldiers. They were peacekeepers, volunteers, used to being deployed for support or relief efforts. That was why the recruited mercenary Ashton was running the military side of the RDC operation. The RDC team was there to corral the Nameless, and as Ashton had already pointed out, to help keep the Nameless from getting too close to the Jedi. The only other person in the common area was Dorian, who was loitering by the medical station, watching proceedings unfold with an uncomfortable expression on his face. Master Lox cleared his throat.
"I've been studying the plans and have a proposal."
Ashton nodded. Master Lox reached into the sleeve of his robes and withdrew a small metal disc, which he tossed onto the floor between them. Immediately, a hollow image of the Nile base bloomed to life, bright blue in the low light. It cast Ashton's face in a strange, cool hue as she hunched forward, examining it. Master Lox rose from his seat.
"We've all studied the intel. It's patchy at best, and we can't rely on it too much on the ground. We're going to have to think on our feet, but what we can discern is that the Nile are most likely holding the Nameless here," he said, indicating a small set of rooms on the far left of the complex.
"How can we be sure?" asked Ashton.
"We can't,"
said Master Lox.
But we know the outpost was formerly a small detention center for the processing of smugglers before the Nile moved in and slaughtered the civilian staff. Those are holding cells, ready-made for keeping a dangerous creature penned up until required.
Ashton nodded, impressed.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, what I'm proposing is that Amadeo and I go right.
He indicated the other rooms in the complex with a sweep of his arm.
While the rest of you head for those cells. We'll keep the Nile busy while you secure the target. Get it out of there and into the holding pen on the Orchid as quickly as you can. You're going to take on all the Nile,
piped up Grandpa among the seated volunteers. His voice was like churning gravel. He sounded older than his years, judging by his fresh-faced appearance and sandy hair.
By yourselves? We can handle the Nile, said Locks with a glance at Amadeo, who nodded his agreement. You just focus on getting that creature back to the Orchid alive, and keeping it as far away from us as possible.
Agreed, said Ashton. She looked more serious now than she had at any moment since Amadeo had met her.
Just promise me one thing. What's that? Asked Master Locks. If things don't go to plan in there, you get out on my word, she said.
Master Locks offered her a reassuring smile.
Understood, but I have faith. This is going to work. I'm sure of it.
A rumble of agreement passed through the team. Amadeo only hoped his master's legendary positivity would once again prove true. They moved under cover of darkness. If the Nile had spotted the Invictus and the Orchid coming in, they hadn't raised any alarms. Tribute, thought Amadeo, to the skill of the RDC pilots, who cut the engines as the two ships punctured the lower atmosphere, drifting them in toward their target on residual thrust alone. They'd set down outside a large rural settlement, whose people, Amadeo assumed, were most likely suffering from their proximity to the Nile base. No doubt the Nile were demanding tributes from the local population, and had probably burned down a few homesteads and murdered a few families just to underline their point and minimize the risk of resistance. It was the usual story, and Amadeo would be pleased if their actions that night were to drive the Nile away from this place completely. Amadeo and Master Locks had circled around to the right of the old detention complex, while Ashton, L-77, and the RDC team prepared to move in on the left. The plan was for Master Locks and Amadeo to go in first and draw the attention of the Nile occupiers, allowing the others to move in afterward and, hopefully, get straight to the target. So far, their approach had been unimpeded. The Nile's perimeter defense seemed meager at best. Amadeo wondered if it was the result of sheer laziness or the Nile's legendary arrogance. They couldn't comprehend that anyone would move against them on Angoth, and if they did, well, they had one of the Nameless locked up, ready to help them defend against even the Jedi. Perhaps their arrogance was more justified than Amadeo had initially allowed.
"What do you sense?"
whispered Master Locks. They were moving slowly and lightly through the undergrowth that surrounded the isolated base, using the shadows and the trunks of trees as cover. Their breath plumed in the cool air. Ahead of them, the lights of the outpost glowed stark in the gloom. Amadeo reached out gingerly with the Force. He probed the surrounding area, sensing the timid heartbeats of wild creatures, the slow exhalation of the trees, the chaotic but wonderful web of nature that surrounded him. He pushed his senses wider, into the Nile base. Yes, there were people inside, forming several groups that were scattered throughout the nearest sections of the small complex. Individuals lit up like pinpricks in his mind. His insinuations slid off their surface thoughts. Laughter, anger, desire. He counted them. 10, 12, 19. The base was bustling with Nile, and that was just the areas closest to them. He extended his hand, fingers splayed, feeling his way further and further into the irregular structure, and then withdrew sharply, sucking at the cold air. His eyes flickered open. He felt as if a hot spike had been driven right through the center of his head. He took a step forward, clutching his temples in both hands, wavering for a moment. And then the feeling passed, leaving nothing but an echo of the terrible lancing pain. He'd never felt that before, but he knew exactly what it was.
"Amadeo?"
said Master Lox, close at his side. "I'm all right," he said, catching his breath. I felt it."
"The creature?"
Amadeo nodded.
"It's here all right, and I think it knows we are too."
He turned to Master Lox, gritting his teeth.
"It's hungry." "Then we tread with caution. Did you get a sense of how many Nile we're facing?"
19 at first count, but there'll be more deeper inside the structure," said Amadeo, "plus any that are guarding the creature." Master Lox turned to him and grinned.
19? Is that all?
Amadeo smiled, but he couldn't mirror Master Lox's confidence, not with one of those creatures in there. They were walking into a rancor's den, and he felt ill-prepared for the battle to come. Amadeo was ill at ease as they continued to edge through the undergrowth, the echo of the Nameless's touch still ringing in his mind. His instincts told him to hold back, to call off the whole operation, but he knew that wasn't an option, and besides, it was probably just his nerves. He tried to focus, following Master Lox's lead as they slipped from shadow to shadow, drawing closer to the outpost with every step. Presently, they came upon the thick perimeter wall that separated the Nile compound from the surrounding woods. Access in and out of the outpost was through a well-guarded gatehouse around the far side, the point where Ashton Vall and her team would sneak in once the Nile were distracted. Amadeo and Master Lox were going over the wall. They made eye contact and nodded, and then Amadeo leapt, calling on the Force to help propel him higher. He wheeled his arms as he fell, almost getting his trajectory wrong and coming down on the far side. Instead, he braced himself, closed his eyes in concentration, and landed square on the top of the wall, both feet scuffing clouds of dust and gravel. He turned quickly to see Master Lox leaping up alongside him. Master Lox grunted as he landed, and then he reached for the hilt of his lightsaber. He turned to Amadeo.
"Just like Ashton said, we go in hot, capitalize on our advantage."
"Which is?"
"They don't know we're coming," said Master Lox.
"And we're only distracting them, right? We don't kill unless they come for us first," said Amadeo.
"Right," said Master Lox. "We try to drive them out. But be prepared. These are Nile we're talking about. There's no way they're going to give up fighting when they have their backs to the wall."
Amadeo sighed. He'd been dreading this moment. It wasn't the Jedi's role to carry out raids like this. They weren't soldiers. They were defenders. But without the Nameless, Reath and the others needed to complete their investigation. There was a very real risk there wouldn't be anyone left to defend before too long. Still, he could never relish the taking of a life, especially since the Nile would be on the defensive. Beside him, Master Lox's lightsaber blazed to life with a whoosh of blue light. His master cast him one last glance, and then leapt off the wall. Already, Amadeo could hear panicked voices calling from within as the Nile caught sight of Master Lox's lightsaber, blazing a trail through the night. Blaster fire erupted in the small compound. Unable to shake the feeling that something on Angoth wasn't quite right, Amadeo activated his own weapon and leapt into the fray. 37. The ruined settlement on Tolis was infested with swarms of strange creatures the size of astromech droids, with enormous swirled shells of enameled chitin the color of pink panshan blossom. Within these shells, the creatures themselves appeared to be formed of a clear, gelatinous flesh that rippled as they moved, leaving a trail of stinking slime in their wake. Eye stalks peered out timidly through circular holes in their shells, and they watched passively as Reath and Master Comac jogged through the decaying dwellings, reduced to little but the stumps of old stone walls. The creatures seemed docile, and Reath figured they must have crawled out of the sea to search for food, and would inevitably return to the churning waves before the tide fully receded. So far, they'd seen little that looked as if it might have once housed a repository or library. The structures were so old and eroded by the waves and salt water that there was little evidence anyone had ever lived here. Master Comac was clearly growing frustrated as he scanned the horizon, searching for something, anything, that would serve as a clue. Yet all Reath could think about was the odd structures they'd seen in the blighted wastes, shimmering silver and blue in the sun. An ore that resisted the blight. What was it about the substance that kept it from succumbing? Or was it eroding still, just at a much slower rate than everything else the blight had touched? There was more work to be done when they got back to Coruscant. Not just the analysis of the ore itself, but a relative comparison of the decay rates between different blighted samples. He already had a suspicion that the blight was affecting people differently. All the data pointed to the fact that the younger a person was, the more quickly they were overcome. But he didn't know why. Perhaps this would prove to be the key that unlocked the final pieces of the puzzle, helping him truly understand how the blight worked. If that was all they took from this mission to Tolis, it would still be something. A few meters away, Comac had come to a stop standing atop a fragment of stone wall, shading his eyes with his hands. Reath slowed to a walk, ambling over to join him while he caught his breath. He adjusted the straps at his shoulders, fiddling with the makeshift harness he'd fashioned for the shield so he could wear it on his back.
"Might take a bit of getting used to," said Comac, looking down at him from his vantage point. "It'll be worth it," said Reath. "When we get back to Coruscant, I'll figure out something better. For now, this'll do."
Comac turned on the spot, gesturing around them.
"But this won't. We're getting nowhere. There's nothing here but old stones."
"And snails," said Reath, dragging his boot out of a puddle of stringy goo.
"And snails," agreed Comac. "Big ones."
Reath laughed.
"It's good to see you laugh," said Comac.
"It feels good to laugh," said Reath. Comac hopped down from the wall.
"I've been worried about you, ever since I returned to Coruscant."
"Worried? Why?" Comac gave him a knowing look.
"You haven't been yourself, Reath. I think you know that."
"I've been busy," said Reath. "And maybe I've changed. You were away for a while." He regretted the stinging remark almost as soon as it left his mouth.
"It's true," said Comac. "But this isn't about me. You've been dragging a weight around with you like a manacle and chain."
Reath studied Comac for a moment, the concern in his eyes. It was a face he knew well, the face of the man who taught him so much in such a short space of time. He wanted to open up, to express the confusion and doubt he'd been feeling of late, but the words just wouldn't come. So much of his doubt was tied up in how Master Comac had left, how, despite what the other man had said back on the vessel, he still wondered if he'd been a factor in Comac's decision to leave.
"I'm fine,"
he said after a moment, and he could see the disappointment on Master Comac's face, the slight dip of his shoulders as he realized he'd failed once again to draw his former Padawan out.
"I'm told you've been talking to Azlin Rell,"
said Master Comac. It was a leading statement, and Reath didn't know quite how to respond. Was Master Comac jealous? Worried? Relieved?
"Sometimes,"
said Reath after a moment.
"He's one of the few of us who understands what it's like to carry this burden, and to try to make sense of everything we're learning. His insights can be useful." "And that's all you talk about?" asked Master Comac.
"Mostly," said Reath. He didn't want to have this conversation. He didn't want to justify himself to Master Comac. He didn't have to anymore. He was a Jedi Knight. He knew what he was doing. And yet, a part of him wanted to trust his old master again, to be fully open with him. He just wasn't ready yet. He supposed he was scared, afraid to trust him after what had happened. What if he opened up to Master Comac now, and then he simply up and left like before? Could he afford to take that risk when he had so much else to think about? Reath felt a churn of guilt deep in his guts. He thought of Azlin's words, reminding him that this was Master Comac's guilt to bear, that it shouldn't be about him, that he had to be strong. Reath closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. He was so confused. He'd always believed that talking openly about his feelings was the best way to resolve them. With Comac gone, he had opened up to Azlin. Perhaps more than he should have. Or, at least, he had allowed Azlin to get into his head. Now he didn't know what to think. But now wasn't the time for dwelling on things. They had work to do. "We should make for the coast," he said. "Perhaps we'll find something there." Master Comac inclined his head. "All right, but I want you to know that I'm here, okay?" He didn't wait for an answer, but set off at a jog once again, heading for the sound of crashing waves. The coast was like none Reath had ever seen before. There was no sandbar or pebble beach, no rocky inlet or sheer cliff demarcating the edge of a landmass. The ruined city just sloped away into the ocean, disappearing beneath the blue-green tide. A little farther out, the heaving waves crashed on the smooth stumps of homes built and inhabited by the long dead. And at Reath's feet, it lapped gently at the sloping flagstones of floors that hadn't been tread in millennia. Even farther out, the spine of mountains he'd seen from the ship during their flyover emerged from the water like the tips of immense icebergs, suggestive of awe-inspiring depths. He wondered what had happened to cause such a calamitous flood. Had it been the fault of the Ptolemies themselves, or a purely natural disaster? Could it have been related to the blight? He supposed he'd never know. Master Comac was standing with his chin raised, his dark hair ruffled by the breeze. Reath wasn't sure whether he was soaking up the atmosphere or had seen something noteworthy on the horizon. Overhead, birds wheeled in the clear sky, squawking in frustration at the two interlopers whose presence had driven them from their shore. Reath watched them for a moment, saddened by the thought that one day soon they would probably be gone too, if the blight continued to slowly spread across this doomed landmass. It was a morose thought, and Reath tried to put it out of mind. They had a job to do. No matter that the settlement was mostly gone, they couldn't give up searching for the Ptolemies' repository until they were certain it was no longer here. Reath sought out a dry spot on the ground just below a low wall, where the water lapped gently, rocking back and forth with the waves. He filled his lungs with the salty air, and then lowered himself into a meditative position, crossing his legs, straightening his back. He placed his hands into the folds of his sleeves, exhaled, and closed his eyes. "The Force is with me," he murmured, "and I am with the Force." He opened his mind. Color, light, life. Reath felt swept away in a tide not of the ocean, but of vibrant life, of power. Master Comac had been right. There was something here, something incredibly powerful. Reath felt closer to the living force than he ever had before. He could feel it flowing through him, felt every breath as if he were breathing light instead of air. He felt giddy, more alive than he had in years. There were others here, too. Comac, yes, but beyond him, out among the waves, living beings so rich in the Force that Reath sensed them like boulders in a stream, causing the light to bend and twist and spiral in new and unexpected ways. He reached out to one of them, But its mind was so complex and alien that he could hardly comprehend what he was sensing. He felt it reach back, a vast wash of warmth and contentment of a sort he had never experienced before. For the first time in a long time, Reath felt a moment of peace. The creature understood that he was no threat. How could he be? Its presence was so immense, so huge, that Reath felt dwarfed by it. It contained power on an immeasurable scale. What were these things? Ocean-going leviathans? It made sense that on a drowned world such as this, the main inhabitants would be bound to the water. But then, that didn't feel right. And then it came to him, and his eyes flickered open in wonder. These ancient creatures had always been here. They were old. They'd seen the rise and fall of the Ptolemite civilization. They were most likely why the Ptolemites had devised a religion based on worshipping the Force.
Master Comac.
Master Comac, who'd remained standing, his head raised, turned to regard Reath, catching sight of him sitting on the ground. Reath hadn't noticed, but the tide had risen ever so slightly, and the water had swirled in around him, soaking his legs and his robes. But it hardly mattered.
"What is it?"
said Master Comac. Reath pointed out to sea.
"Those mountain peaks, rising from the water?"
"Yes."
"They're not mountains at all," said Reath. "They're living creatures, hibernating offshore. They're massive living beasts."
He laughed, unable to contain his incredulity.
"And they're rich in the Force, more than anyone or anything I've ever felt."
Master Comac was grinning, staring out at the immense shapes that still looked, to Reath's eyes, like nothing more than a sloping range of jagged, rust-colored rocks.
"Well, I'll be..." "This place is remarkable," said Reath. "There's so much we could learn here, regardless of the Ptolemites."
He heaved a heartfelt sigh.
"And, left unchecked, it'll all be gone. We have to find a way to stop the Blight, before it can do this to any other worlds." "I might have some news on that front," said Master Comac.
Reath got slowly to his feet, ignoring the chill water that ran from his robes.
"Go on."
Master Comac turned back toward the waves.
"It's here, Reath. Close. Just out there, under the water."
Reath studied the glittering waves. Whatever Master Comac was seeing, it wasn't visible to Reath.
"What is? What's here?"
"The repository," said Master Comac, his voice tinged with reverence.
"I can feel it. Like it's reverberating through the Force, calling to us."
"It's beneath the waves," said Reath, walking over to stand beside his former master.
"It sank, like most of the city around it."
"Exactly," said Master Comac.
"But how are we going to reach it down there?"
asked Reath.
"If it's under the waves, what hope do we have of finding anything useful?"
Master Comac grinned.
"We're not going down there, Reath," he said, his voice gravelly.
He stood back, as if readying himself for something momentous.
"We're going to bring the repository back up to us."
38. Amadeo flung himself left, rebounded off a wall, kicked to smash the blaster out of the hand of an oncoming Nihil, and then twisted, slashing his lightsaber down in a wide arc. The fizzing green blade sliced off the end of another blaster, causing the metal to glow hot and red in its owner's hands. The green-skinned Twi'lek dropped the ruined weapon with a yelp, and Amadeo threw out his hand, shoving the Nihil back with the force so they slammed heavily into the wall behind them and slid to the ground unconscious. He punched out with his free hand, striking a brown-skinned human across the jaw, the Nihil whose blaster he'd kicked out of his grip, and the man dropped like a sack of stones, eyes rolling back in his skull. Amadeo flexed his fist. That one had smarted. He whirled, sensing another attempting to charge him from behind, and reversed the thrust of his lightsaber, pushing the blade up beneath his left arm so it caught the attacker in the chest, dropping them swiftly and unceremoniously to the ground. A dagger fell from the Quarren's hand, tinkling as it struck the floor. Their pink, tentacled face quivered one last time and went still. Amadeo grimaced, mouthed his apologies to the dead Nile, and turned to meet another volley of blaster fire coming from the far side of the room, swinging his lightsaber up and around to fend off the flurry of blasts. The deflected blasts pinged against the walls and ceiling of the large room, searing lines of soot in the old plaster. One struck the lumen strip overhead, causing it to flicker wildly so everything took on an erratic, strobing appearance as Amadeo tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Nearby, Master Lox was battling with 3 Nile, 2 of whom appeared to be human, the other a maskless female Weequay, who was hissing curses at the Jedi as she circled, a blaster clutched tightly in each fist. One of the masked humans was wielding what appeared to be a shuddering vibrosword and was trying to get in close behind Master Lox's defenses, while the other was standing farther back, swinging large metal hooks on the ends of a heavy chain, sending them soaring into the melee without any heed for their fellow combatants. As Amadeo watched, Master Lox neatly sidestepped one of the incoming hooks, only for the Weequay to inadvertently step into its path as she tried to press her advantage. It struck her in the upper thigh, piercing muscle and bone, and the Weequay fell to the ground screaming. The other Nile simply yanked the hook free with a vicious tug on the chain, and the Weequay grew suddenly silent, evidently passing out from the pain. Master Lox spun, his lightsaber whipping around. The vibro sword clattered to the ground in 2 useless pieces. Its wielder leapt back, trying to get clear of the Jedi's next swing, but the hooks were already in motion, and one of them struck them across the side of the head with its rounded edge, sending them spinning to the floor. They didn't get up. Master Lox moved, dancing around a flurry of new blaster shots coming from the doorway, and then lurched, thrusting his lightsaber out in a straight lunge that dropped the remaining Nile. Their swinging hooks flew wide, punching a hole in the wall with a resounding crash and lodging in the broken panel. Amadeo grunted, impressed by his master's combat abilities. Master Lox shot him a fleeting glance and then ran for the door, batting blaster shots back toward their attackers as he went. Amadeo charged after him, leaping over fallen Nile, many of them wounded in the arms and legs by their own returned shots, to follow his master into the adjacent room. Here, the sparse furnishing suggested some sort of common area where the Nile ate and drank. And judging by the plethora of empty bottles and old pockmarks in the walls, presumably from ad hoc target practice, it was where they partied, too. The lights seemed harsh and bright after the bizarre flickering in the previous room, and Amadeo's eyes took a moment to adjust, causing ghost-like images to stutter in his vision. But he wasn't relying on his eyes. His instincts were guiding his every movement, his senses alerting him to every threat. Every move was precise, every reaction deft and perfectly timed. He stepped left, out of the path of a thrown knife, and then leapt forward and rolled, springing back up to his feet to slice across the chest of a green-skinned masked assailant. They fell back gurgling, and once again Amadeo felt a stab of regret. He had no time to dwell on it, however, as more blaster fire raked the wall behind his head. He ran, pushing himself into a leap, twisting in the air, and coming back down behind 2 of the shooters, his elbows slamming hard into the backs of their necks. They pitched forward, unconscious before they struck the ground. The onslaught seemed relentless, and Amadeo realized he'd badly miscalculated. There were far more than 19 of the Nile within the confines of the outpost. Others were rushing in, blasters spitting, fanning out around the edges of the room as if trying to encircle the two Jedi. Amadeo heard the hiss of escaping gas and turned to see a dirty cloud streaming into the air from several dropped canisters. A Nile war cloud. His eyes stung as the Nile advanced, weapons raised, their spiked helmets daubed with the blue eye of their creed, casting sinister silhouettes amid the streaming green gas. Master Lox backed toward Amadeo, his lightsaber still flashing in time with the repeated blaster shots coming at them from seemingly every direction. "They've got us surrounded!" called Amadeo, backing up to meet him. Master and Padawan turned on the spot, sending every blaster shot skirling away. Nile dropped, crumpling where they stood, as still others stepped up to take their place.
"We have them exactly where we want them,"
replied Master Lox. He reached into his robe and pulled out his rebreather, placing it swiftly in his mouth. Amadeo did the same, sucking at the filtered air. The gas would remain an annoyance, but nothing more. As he watched, the Nile started to signal to one another, gesturing in some code or sign language that Amadeo didn't recognize. All the while, they kept up the pressure, a continuous barrage of blaster shots that pinned the two Jedi neatly in place. Then, as one, the shooters all took a single step forward, narrowing the perimeter of their circle. They were planning to close in, tightening like a noose around Master Lox and Amadeo. The Marauders took another synchronized step toward them. They were coordinating their attack. The barrage was almost more than Amadeo could take, coming thick and fast. As he turned, deflecting one shot back toward its point of origin, another scored a painful hit across his shoulder, burning a streak through his robes. He winced, but bit down on the pain and tried to step up his speed, wheeling faster and faster until his lightsaber blade was nothing but a smear of green light. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep it up. He was starting to feel dizzy as he and Master Lox twisted and turned on the spot, still back to back. The Nile were getting closer, moving more quickly, pressing their obvious advantage. And the gas was flooding the room as the canisters continued to empty. Master Lox turned, gesturing to him. Amadeo recognized the signal immediately. Master Lox was planning to use one of their maneuvers. He wanted Amadeo to grab his arm, spin him, and throw him using the Force, just like they'd practiced in the training room. More turning. More blaster shots. Master Lox threw out his arm. Amadeo reached back, grasping his master's wrist as they swung about. He allowed the momentum to carry him, calling on the Force for strength, dragging Master Lox in his wake as he turned and released. Master Lox was ready. He soared like a shuttle reaching escape velocity, bringing his lightsaber around in a broad arc as he sailed, head and shoulders first, toward the nearest Nile. Amadeo barely registered what happened as Master Lox slammed into them, his lightsaber arcing as he barreled through, breaking the tightening circle and dropping at least 5 of their attackers in one fell swoop. He tucked into a roll, immediately springing back to his feet on the other side of the fragmented circle. His lightsaber flickered in the slowly dispersing cloud of gas. The Nile scattered, their tactic ruined, and Amadeo took his cue, closing in on the nearest of them. His lightsaber sang as he batted away weapons, his boots shattering knees, his punches cracking jaws. The Nile dropped in droves. More and more of them were spilling into the room, and Amadeo realized he and his master were drawing the Nile off, just as they'd planned. The distraction is working. We're going to do this. He watched Master Lox drop 2 more Nile with a graceful turn and sweep, coming back up out of the move to batter away another 4 blaster shots, all in one smooth motion. We've got this. Elsewhere in the compound, something rumbled, causing the ground to tremble beneath Amadeo's feet. It was followed by a series of 3 enormous concussive bangs that sent him staggering 2 steps to the right, almost into the path of a wild Nile shot. His ears rang, tinny and shrill. And then his comlink crackled to life, spitting static. "We're in!" It was Ashton Vall. They'd blown the main gates and were spilling into the outpost from the other direction. While all the Nile were here, fighting the Jedi. Amadeo felt a surge of positivity. He could see a path to victory opening before them. The plan was solid. The gas had mostly cleared now, and he pulled his rebreather from his mouth, jamming it back into his belt as he turned, his lightsaber flickering. And then the Nile started to fall back, lowering their blasters. Were they giving up? Surrendering? Turning to investigate the explosion at the gate? Somehow, Amadeo didn't think so, which meant something else was coming. He turned toward the door, sensing danger. The air was split by a deep roar that seemed to hit Amadeo right in the gut, triggering his primal urge to run. He held his ground, catching Master Lox's eye, shocked to see his master actually grin. Successive thuds, another roar, and then a towering figure thundered through, battering Nile out of the way as it charged into the room. It was a hulking Doatan, the biggest Doatan Amadeo had ever seen. And that was saying something, as there was no such thing as a small one. They were dressed in shabby gray coveralls and towered over most of the other Nile, being at least half again as tall as Master Lox. They had a thick, scaly yellow-green hide, 2 massive horns protruding from their chin, and hands that ended in vicious-looking claws. They bellowed again, spittle flecking Amadeo's face even from across the room, and then charged. Amadeo dropped low, diving, sliding through the Doatan's legs before they had a chance to pivot their massive bulk. The other Nile were cheering, chanting what Amadeo took to be the Doatan's name. "Bulgur! Bulgur! Bulgur!" Amadeo rolled to his feet, spinning his lightsaber in his right hand. Sweat was running down the nape of his neck, and his shoulder was smarting from the blaster burn. He glanced at Master Lox, who was circling carefully, keeping his eye on the Doatan but also wary of the surrounding mob of Nile, who, Amadeo knew, would seize any opportunity to shoot them in the back if they took their attention off them for too long. He edged around in the opposite direction of Master Lox, steadying his breathing. The Doatan stooped low, sweeping up a prone human Nile by their heels. Amadeo couldn't tell if they were dead or merely unconscious, as their arms and head lulled like a rag doll's in the Doatan's grip. What were they doing? The Doatan half turned away from him, raising their arm. And then Amadeo was sprawled on the ground, his lightsaber rolling from his fingers, head ringing. He gasped for breath, flopping onto his back. He peered around to see Master Lox dancing around the Doatan's reach, trying to nip at their legs with his lightsaber, and the Doatan keeping him at bay with... Amadeo looked on, appalled. The Doatan was using the other Nile as a club. He scrambled to his feet. Close by, a long-faced Padawan Nile had crept forward and was reaching for Amadeo's dropped lightsaber hilt. Amadeo threw up his arm, tossing the Padawan backward onto his rump and then summoning the lightsaber into his palm. He reignited it with the push of his thumb. Master Lox threw him a look. "Remember the feathered lizard on Cephas?" Amadeo nodded once. Lox fell back, ducking another of the Doatan's wild swings. If the human the Doatan was using as a club wasn't dead before, there was little hope for them now. Amadeo drew a sharp breath and then ran. As he neared, Master Locks dropped, lowering his shoulder, and Amadeo leapt, using his master's body as a set of steps from which he propelled himself into the air, pirouetting as he soared over the confused Doatin's head so that as he fell, he was facing their back. His lightsaber struck true at the base of the Doatin's neck, tip pointing down, ending their life with a single stroke. Amadeo landed lightly on his feet as the Doatin's lifeless frame toppled forward, slamming hard on the flagstone floor. They gave a single sigh and went still. Around the edges of the room, the remaining Nile roared angrily, and Amadeo raised his lightsaber again, flexing his aching muscles as the barrage of blaster fire began anew. "There can't be many more of them," he called, climbing onto the prone Doatin's back to gain the high ground.
"So long as we're keeping them busy, that's all that counts,"
replied Master Locks, before charging into a small knot of Nile, causing them to splinter and flee, scrambling for the door. It had to be almost over. The sight of so many dead or wounded Nile tore at Amadeo's heart. Even though they were the enemy, even though all this was necessary, it seemed wrong. He roared as he pushed back another wave of blaster shots, driving them into the wall above his assailants' heads. They flinched at the narrow misses and began edging toward the door. The Nile were in full retreat. On his belt, Amadeo's comlink sputtered to life. It was Ashton Vull, and she sounded furious.
"Damn it! We're too late!"
Master Locks thumbed his own comlink, still batting away stray blaster shots with his lightsaber in his other hand as they allowed the last of the Nile to back through the door.
"What do you mean we're too late?"
Ashton's voice crackled, heavy with static.
"There are 2 of them, 2 Force-Eaters, and the Nile have set them loose from their cages."
Amadeo glanced at Master Locks, his eyes wide. 2 of them. Loose. Here. Ashton was bellowing through the tinny comlinks.
"Did you hear me? There are 2 Nameless loose in this outpost, and they're heading your way. Both of you, get out of there. Now!"
39. Reath and Comac stood on the shoreline, the cold waters of Tolis lapping at their feet. What they were about to attempt felt almost elemental, like something out of the old fables. He supposed it was, really. If they were successful, if they actually did manage to find what they'd come here for. It was a story that would tumble on through the centuries to come, retold in tap bars and nurseries, homesteads and cantinas. And the Jedi raised the temple out of the ocean, and venturing inside, they learned the long-forgotten truths of the great threat that promised to destroy them. Their names would be forgotten, of course, just as they should be. That wasn't why they were here. This wasn't a story forged from a desire for fame or remembrance, but out of desperation. It was a tale written from a need to survive, a desire to protect both the Jedi and those in the galaxy who could not protect themselves. Reath only hoped that their story would prove to have a happy ending. Or maybe he really had just spent too much time reading the old stories in the Jedi archives. He watched Master Comac. The man was centering himself, preparing for the trial to come. Reath was under no illusion. This was going to be hard, maybe even impossible. For a start, they weren't even sure what they were looking for.
"How do we know this is going to work?"
said Reath.
"We don't," said Master Comac. "We trust in the Force, and in the intentions of those who built this place. Remember, if the stories are true, they wanted this place to be found. They hoped it might serve as some sort of beacon to future generations, a way of transmitting their warnings down the centuries. The tale of what happened to them before they died. All right,
said Reath.
Then we just reach out?
Master Comac shrugged.
Yeah, we just reach out. And if we're right, if the Force is with us, we'll find what we're looking for. You always have had faith, said Reath, in the Force.
Master Comac sighed, glancing away.
I thought so too, until... I guess even the most faithful sometimes question their beliefs. Never my belief in you, though, Reath. Never.
Now, more than ever, Reath thought he might be able to understand that.
I suppose they do, he said.
Master Comac snickered, as if it's some shared joke.
We're quite a pair, you know, standing on the shore of a long-dead world, hoping we're going to be able to save the galaxy by dragging an ancient library out of the ocean. It's a stretch even for us.
Reath smiled.
I suppose we'd better get on with it then, he said, before we realize how unlikely it is this is going to work. Yeah, you're right.
Reath straightened, planting his feet. His wet mission robes clung to his legs. The weight of the shield on his back was a welcome comfort.
Are you ready? Said Master
Comac.
I think so, said Reath. Remember Master Yoda's old adage, said Comac with a wry smile. Do or do not. There is no try, they said in unison.
Master Comac cracked a grin.
He's been using that one for decades, but it holds true. Whatever happens, don't let go until that repository has risen from the waves.
He glanced across at Reath.
And for what it's worth, know that I'm proud of you, and it means a lot that you're here. Focus, old man, said Reath.
Master Comac smiled, but did as Reath said, turning back to the water. He raised both hands. His eyes fluttered shut. Reath did the same. He breathed. In and out. In and out. As before, his surroundings flowered into something so much richer, so much more vibrant. For a moment, he enjoyed the deep connection to the life of this world. He sensed the beasts out in the water, like beacons themselves, rich as they were in the living force. He turned his attention to the waves, allowing his senses to sink below the surface, down into the swirling depths, edging through the frigid gloom. The dark water was rich with glittering life, from the smallest plankton to enormous fish that seemed to sense his presence, darting silently away as if spooked by a predator. He could sense the lingering sadness, the ruin of so many lives, abandoned to these waters so long ago that their age was almost meaningless. The Ptolemaites had thought themselves safe here, but their miscalculation had been costly indeed. And then he sensed it. The brilliant, shimmering beacon of the repository. It had been built to be found, just as Master Comac had said. Reath reached out to grasp it, utterly awed. And he lifted. For a moment, nothing happened. He strained, drawing on whatever strength he could find. He felt something shift, just a little. Something huge. Beside him on the shoreline, Master Comac grunted. Reath didn't look. He had to hold his concentration. He staggered, sweat trickling down his face. The weight of the thing. He lifted, and he lifted, and he lifted. Beside him, Master Comac was roaring with the strain. Reath groaned. He took a single step forward. His hands were still jutted out before him, his eyes still closed. His heart was racing. His ears had popped from the pressure. His thigh muscles were trembling. And still he lifted. He could feel his jaw almost popping as he ground his teeth. He screamed, long and deep and raw, and still he lifted. There is no try. There is no try. There is... Something gave. Reath didn't know whether it was something within him or something out there. He could hardly differentiate anymore. He dropped, slumping to the ground, barely conscious. The kiss of the cold waves was the only thing that kept him from passing out. He raised his head, breathless, exhausted, peeling open eyes that had gummed themselves shut. Nearby, Master Comac was on his knees in the surf. His head was hung low, his breath coming in labored gasps. Master Comac? Reath pulled himself up to his knees. Master Comac! He stared at the other man with bleary eyes. Slowly, Master Comac turned his head. I'm okay. He peered at Reath. You? I think so, said Reath. His own voice sounded dry and hoarse. But I couldn't hold it any longer. I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. Master Comac raised his head, pointing a weary arm out to the ocean. Oh, but you were, Reath. We both were. Reath turned his head. There, directly ahead of them, a massive stone structure jutted from the water as if it had always been there. It was squat and circular, erected from giant blocks of stone, and rose to a tapered tip with a single entrance that led to what appeared to be a series of carved stone steps. Salt water ran in ribbons from the open entrance, from the cracks in the upper walls, and algae hung in slick banners from almost every visible surface. Where there had once been carved decorations, the stone was eroded to smooth, featureless nubs. Time had done its best to consume the once glorious building, dragging it back to the soil and the waves, but it was a testament to the ingenuity of the Ptolemites that it was intact, an echo from the past still ringing true in the here and now. A stone causeway, broken and uneven, led from the edge of the water all the way up to the ominous entrance. Oh, said Reath. I see. They sat for some time in the surf, recovering their strength and staring at the ancient structure they'd pulled from the ocean bed. It felt to Reath like a miracle. The Force had led them here, and the Ptolemites, all those years ago, had considered that one day someone might come looking. They'd constructed the building to survive, and more than that, they'd built it to serve as a beacon to those who might need to find it. The foresight involved in such an act was awe-inspiring, as was the generosity, the selflessness required to plan so far ahead for the benefit of those who came after. This was a gift, and whatever they found inside would be remarkable. The scholar in Reath was desperate to study it, to learn from it, but the man in him was deeply touched. Master Comac splashed to his feet, brushing off the loose droplets that clung to his robes. It was a pointless gesture that made Reath smile, when the rest of the man was sodden to the bone. Once he had finished, he held out a hand, offering to help Reath up. Reath took it gladly, and Master Comac hauled him to his feet. It's time. Reath nodded. He felt ready, recovered from the exertion of the past hour. Absently, he wondered how Affy and the others were doing. Presumably, they'd managed to harvest a sample of the strange ore by now and had retreated into orbit aboard the vessel as planned. Master Comac had already started out across the narrow stone causeway. Reath tottered after him, trying to keep himself upright as his boots slipped and skidded on the slick stones. In this way, they slowly approached the large entrance that, now he was closer to it, looked more like the mouth of an underwater cave or grotto, encrusted as it was with the shells of tiny sea creatures. Together, they stood in the shadow of the opening for a moment. The air was thick with the salty tang of the water and the rich, pungent stink of the clinging growths. Water still streamed from the opening, splashing across their boots.
"We're the first people to visit this place in millennia,"
said Master Comac. His voice, soft and reverential, seemed to carry, echoing off the walls inside.
"I don't even know where to begin."
Reath took a step over the threshold, breaking the spell.
"We do exactly what you said before. We let the Force guide us." "Yes,"
said Master Comac, stepping cautiously in to join Reath.
"That's exactly what we should do."
40. The temple guard was exactly where he'd been the last time Vernestra had visited the passageway that led to Azlin Rell's cell. Standing with his back to the wall, his masked head held high and to attention, his weapon holstered, his arms folded across his chest. Vernestra slipped quietly into the same alcove she'd inhabited before, pressing herself back into the shadows. She didn't really know what had led her here again. Last time she'd followed Reath, trying to get a measure of his interactions with the fallen Jedi. Now Reath was half a galaxy away, trekking through ruins, searching for the answers that could save them all. Vernestra guessed that no one else had come to visit Azlin in the intervening time, but she knew the temple guards would be keeping a log of all comings and goings. She would ask to inspect it later, at a more reasonable hour. In the meantime, something down here was awry. She could feel it. That same rumbling undertone of uncertainty through the force that had been plaguing her in recent days. That sense that something wasn't quite right. She supposed it could be her proximity to Azlin himself that was setting her on edge, but somehow she doubted it. As unpleasant as she knew his company would be, that in itself would surely not be enough to trigger such a pervasive sense of wrongness. Vernestra wished she could shake it. She still wasn't entirely convinced it wasn't just the lingering after effects of her encounter with Marchion Ro and her failure to take him down. A sense of guilt, perhaps, or at least a notion that, if she'd been stronger, she might have been able to end all this already. Regret for a missed opportunity. Or perhaps she was just overthinking it. Regardless, Master Yoda had encouraged her to trust her instincts, and so here she was doing just that, even if it was the middle of the night. Vernestra had woken about an hour earlier, restless and unable to return to sleep, and so she'd risen from her bunk to fetch herself a drink. Instead, she had found herself slowly making her way down here, to Azlin's cell. A few minutes passed, and then... Rap, rap, rap. 3 knocks on the wall, just as before. Vernestra's sense of disquiet was piqued. The temple guard stirred, lowering his arms. He glanced up and down the passageway. Vernestra held her breath, her heartbeat pounding loud in her ears as the temple guard's gaze seemed to linger in her direction. But then he looked away, moving over to the door to Azlin's cell. She could tell it was the same guard she'd observed before, the one with a tendency to favor his left leg, the same one she'd seen go into Azlin's cell after Reath's last visit. She waited to see if the temple guard would return to his post, half expecting the whole thing to be an anticlimax. Instead, he approached the door to the cell. It slid open, and he stepped inside. Vernestra exhaled slowly and calmly. Was he really at Azlin's beck and call? Cautiously, she edged out from the alcove and crept along the hallway until she was standing close to the cell door. She studied it, wondering what, if anything, was going on behind it. Vernestra strained to listen, but could make out no sounds coming from within the room. A minute passed, then another. What could Azlin possibly want at this hour? She decided she'd have to report it to the Jedi Council. It seemed irregular, to say the least. A temple guard being summoned into a prisoner's cell? Apparently at the will of the prisoner? What were they talking about? She was about to peel herself away from her hiding place when she noticed a glint of light in the passageway ahead. Just a small strip of soft illumination spilling out onto the stone floor, as if from under a door. Intrigued, Vernestra crept along the passageway toward it. She moved beyond the door to Azlin's cell, passing 3 more doors on the left-hand side of the passageway, all of them standing open. Glancing inside, she saw that they were empty and thick with dust, which made sense. This part of the temple was mostly disused, and it was only following Azlin's murderous attack on Travix Prime that he'd been moved down here to keep him safely out of the way of any Jedi who might fall prey to his manipulations. Temple guards had been placed at intervals, with one at the entrance to the area containing Azlin's cell, as well as the one with the injured leg, who maintained a station outside of the cell itself. It wasn't exactly a case of out of sight, out of mind, but it was certainly an effort to manage Azlin's influence and ensure there were no opportunities for him to enact any further atrocities. It made sense, then, that the rest of the rooms down here remained empty, which made it even more curious that a light should be on in another supposedly disused room at the far end of the passageway. Cautiously, Vernestra approached the door. She was 50 meters or more from the entrance to Azlin's cell, tucked away at the very end of the same passageway. She saw immediately that she'd been right. The light was definitely on in the room beyond the door. She ran her fingertips over the hilt of her lightsaber, but didn't draw it, and then she approached the door. It slid open. The room beyond was small and thick with dust. It hadn't been used, officially at least, for some years. It was devoid of furniture, save for a small table and a single chair in the far corner. And sitting on the surface of the table was a long-range comm unit. It was powered up. She could tell from the winking lights and the low hum of the speaker, tuned to a dead channel. Vernestra could see there were tracks in the dust on the floor leading to and from the table. Someone had been here, using this device. She crossed to it, examining the readout panels. Whatever connection had been made was now gone. There was no way to tell whom the user had been talking to. Vernestra could hardly believe it. She didn't know what she'd expected to find, but it certainly hadn't been this. She knew now why her instincts had led her down here. They had a traitor in their midst. Someone was using this room to make unauthorized transmissions. To whom? She wasn't sure. But she had an idea of who was responsible. The temple guards were the only ones with regular access to this place, aside from Reath and perhaps Master Yoda and the Council. And she'd seen one of them visiting Azlin's cell twice. It was the only thing that made sense. The temple guard was up to something. He was the only one with the opportunity to use the comm equipment, and maybe Azlin was the reason. Maybe he'd been up to his old games again, manipulating the people around him into doing his bidding. Maybe that was what was happening right now in that cell, why the temple guard was in there. Slowly, she backed toward the door. There was no one else to be seen. No one hiding, and nowhere for them to have gone. The temple guard was the only answer. She moved purposefully along the passageway until she was standing just a few meters from the door to Azlin's cell. Then she waited. It was only a moment or two before the door slid open again and the temple guard emerged. Vernestra's purple lightsaber ignited in her fist, casting the whole passageway in its fizzing, shimmering light. The temple guard looked at her, his expression hidden behind his smooth, featureless mask. Slowly, he raised his hands, making it clear he did not intend to fight. Vernestra jutted out her chin. "We need to talk," she said. 41.
Master, you heard her! We have to go!
Amadeo was struck by a dawning sense of dread. He didn't know if it was the effect of the Nameless drawing closer, or simply his own terror manifesting, but it mattered little. All he knew was that they needed to get out of there.
We can go out the way we came, he said. They won't be able to get to us over the compound wall. We'll have time to get away before they figure out a way to backtrack through the blown gates. Yes, said Master Lox.
He took a staggering step toward the door.
Yes.
He looked confused, uncertain, and yet his lightsaber was held high. Amadeo frowned, desperate.
Master?
Elsewhere in the complex, the sound of blaster fire erupted, followed by bellowed commands. Master Lox's head whipped around, and the look on his face, the vision of utter fear, felt like a body blow to Amadeo.
Amadeo, run! You have to!
Amadeo didn't hear the remaining words, as the world seemed to suddenly shift. He staggered, backing away, his mind reeling. He could feel them. He could feel the fear seizing control of his mind, spikes of lancing terror. His vision blurred. They were close. Too close. It was already too late. Amadeo bellowed, raging against the injustice, the terror, the horror. He fought for control, shaking his head, blinking. He stepped back again, and again, fighting. He tripped and went down, crashing to the floor. He'd bitten through his lower lip. Blood pooled in his mouth. His vision was swimming. He tried to drag himself up, but his body wasn't responding how it should. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Master Lox, raising his lightsaber, his hand wavering, trying to put himself between Amadeo and the door.
Amadeo, run!
But Amadeo couldn't breathe. He felt like something was compressing his chest. He gasped for breath, gulping at the air. He looked frantically left and then right, sensing movement. Oh, light. It was here. It was coming for him. Around him, the shadows were alive, dancing and shifting, painting black flames across his vision. He heard something bound through the door, heard Master Lox bellow in defiance. Amadeo tried to look, but couldn't focus on it, couldn't hold the images in his mind. But he knew what it was, a roiling knot of hunger and fear, a Nameless. Amadeo tore at his hair, as if trying to pull the searing pain and horror out of his head with his fists. Hot tears streamed down his face. He was frozen to the spot, rigid, terrified. A part of him wanted to rush to his master's side, lightsaber blazing, while the rest of him wanted to turn and run, to get as far away from this dreadful thing as he was able. But he could do neither. He felt as if the room were closing in on him. Somewhere close, something screeched, and the sound was like searing talons raking his very mind. His vision was so clouded, he couldn't think. He realized he was wailing, venting all his fear into a harsh, guttural cry. He was going to die, right here, right now. And there was nothing he could do about it. He clawed at his head, trying to make it all stop. His heart felt like it was squeezed so tight it might burst. Perhaps it would be better if he let it happen. Perhaps that was the only way to make it stop. If he just... Blaster fire erupted close by, loud and intrusive. A thud, a screech, a metallic clunk. He felt something grab hold of him. It had him. It was happening. He tried to squirm, to fight it off, but his body wouldn't listen, curling itself up in a tight ball. And then he was moving, his head thudding against the ground. Blackness engulfed him. Amadeo opened his eyes. He twisted, spitting a mouthful of blood. His heart was still hammering, and he was so scared. He flinched at movement on his left, pushing himself up against the wall, scrabbling at it.
No, 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 no. It's all right, Amadeo. You're okay.
The voice was unfamiliar, soft. Recoiling, Amadeo turned to look at the thing that had spoken. It was one of the RDC volunteers. The human, ears, with dark brown skin and a warm smile.
Amadeo? Amadeo!
Amadeo looked at him, but didn't really see him. The fear was abating, just a little. He could hear thudding sounds and blaster fire erupting on the far end of the corridor. He sucked at the air through clenched teeth. He looked wildly from side to side, trying to make some sense out of what he was hearing. More screeching. Blaster shots. A metallic thud. They were still fighting. Ashton and L-77 and the RDC had come to their aid. And Ears had dragged him to safety, down the corridor, away from the creatures. He could still feel them, like nails embedded in the back of his skull, tearing at his control, invoking fear that he'd never imagined possible. Master Locks, said Amadeo, finally regaining some measure of speech. He caught his breath and tried to pull himself upright. Ears stepped in and put a hand on his shoulder.
They've got it under control, okay? You stay there.
Amadeo shook his head. He felt for his lightsaber, but he must have dropped it when the Nameless got too close. Another screech, then more firing. Then silence. He wavered for a moment, and then rested his head back against the wall. He felt the pressure lifting. His thoughts quickened. He blinked up at Ears. It's done. A moment later, a call echoed down the hall, sounding the all clear.
Wait here,
said Ears, hurrying off toward the others. Shakily, Amadeo pulled himself to his feet, using the wall for support. He could taste blood and bile, and he was still woozy, although the fear and confusion seemed to have passed. Slowly, he made his way along the passage toward the sound of raised voices. After a moment, he reached the doorway and almost fell into the room. There were people everywhere. L-77 was standing over the body of a dead Nameless. Amadeo peered at it, transfixed. Even though it was dead, it still horrified him beyond all measure, beyond all sanity. He forced himself to turn away, averting his eyes. Master? He stammered. He reached out a hand. Ears grabbed for it, catching him by the elbow and supporting him.
Amadeo, just take it steady. Dorian is on his way.
Wavering, but standing, Amadeo gently pushed Ears away, peering blearily at a small huddle of people on the other side of the room. His head was still swimming. He felt nauseous. He could see Ashton Vall standing with her blaster pointed at something indistinct in the far corner of the room. Around her, more of the RDC personnel formed a half-circle, weapons raised. The second Nameless had been stunned and sedated and was slumped on the ground unconscious. And there, standing facing the creature with his back to Amadeo, was Master Locks. Had it worked? Had his plan to find a point of focus actually worked? Ashton edged forward, the bead of her weapon never leaving the creature. Her eyes flicked to Locks, and she almost recoiled in horror. She seemed to recover herself quickly, keeping the Nameless in her sights. Master Locks, she said, her voice low. Master Locks. Amadeo staggered woozily. What was the matter? What was happening? Was Master Locks wounded? Master, he called, blood from his wounded lip burbling as he spoke. Master? He took another step forward. Master! Master Locks hadn't moved, even while Ashton and the others had moved in. They were dragging the stunned creature out of the room, past the slumped bodies of the fallen Nile. The mission was a success. But Amadeo knew that something was wrong. "Master," he said, his voice trembling. Master Locke's shifted slightly. His head twitched. He turned, but something didn't look right. Amadeo knew it had to be the residual effects of the Nameless skewing his vision, because his master's body had never moved like that. And then Master Locke turned his head. And Amadeo wailed, a soul-deep cry that seemed to drown out everything around him. The barked commands of the RDC, the blaring alarms ringing out elsewhere in the Nile complex, even his own thoughts. Everything was swallowed by that scream. Master Locke's one remaining eye seemed to fix on him as the gray matter of his husked face began to fall away. First his jaw, then the side of his head. Then his entire torso sloughing away like grains of sand. Miro Locke collapsed to the ground, a broken, ashen shell of the man he had once been. A heap of dust. Amadeo tried to run to him, screaming, but his feet betrayed him and he tumbled to the ground. And once again, everything went black. Amadeo came to with a start. Someone was screaming. He sat up, looked around frantically, realized it was him. He shut his mouth, tried to swallow. He was on the Invictus, apparently alone. What was he doing here? The mission, the outpost. He swung his legs off the side of the gurney. Where was Master Locke? For a single, blissful moment, he looked around, searching for his master, expecting him to walk in at any moment, to make sense of all this. And then he remembered. The look in that soul-remaining eye, the sadness and resignation. How the man he had known and cared for almost his entire life had just crumbled before his eyes. Husked as he tried to protect his Padawan. He'd given his life to save Amadeo, and now he was one with the Force. Amadeo fought back stinging tears. He just wished he could talk to him one more time, to embrace him, to tell him. He wiped his eyes. He was a Jedi. He had to be strong. There were still things to be done. Reath would need his help making sense of their findings once the Republic team had managed to run tests on the creature. Other settlements would need evacuating out on the frontier. He would be busy. They were all so very busy. And yet Amadeo couldn't see past the end of his nose for the brimming tears, let alone see into the future. He felt hollow, like the void left by Master Locke's passing could never be filled. He didn't know what to do. Sitting on the edge of the gurney, he checked himself over. His head was still ringing, but the pain had subsided. His bottom lip had been stitched. His lightsaber was back in its holster at his hip, and he'd been lying on a medical gurney in the main hold of the ship. It occurred to him then that there was a possible explanation for everything he'd seen. He'd been near two Nameless. His brain had been scrambled. The Nameless forced you to see things, didn't they? Horrible hallucinations manifesting your worst fears. What if that was all it had been? What if seeing Master Locke die like that had just been a sick, twisted vision conjured by his own mind under the terrible pressure of the creatures? That could be it. That had to be it. And then Dorian walked in, and Amadeo saw his face and knew it wasn't a dream. "You're awake," said Dorian. He approached tentatively, as if unsure how Amadeo was going to react. He stood at the end of the gurney, his arms folded across his chest. The look of utter sympathy on his face almost caused Amadeo to burst into tears again, and he looked away, unable to hold the other man's gaze. "I'm sorry," said Dorian. His voice was soft and low. "So am I," said Amadeo. I can't believe he's gone. Just like that. One minute he was there, the next." Dorian reached over and took his hand, squeezing gently. "It's always like that," he said. "Even when you're expecting it, you feel like the galaxy should just stop, that everything should pause for a while, like the world shouldn't keep turning for something this momentous. But then the clock keeps running. Time keeps flowing. People get on with their lives. Things need to be done. And it all feels wrong because you're still standing in place, trying to figure out what happened, trying to make sense of a galaxy with that person no longer in it. And it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And maybe it will never make sense again." Amadeo swallowed. "You've lost someone too." "My father," said Dorian. "He was the only one who ever truly understood me, who supported me through everything. He was a good man, and I miss him every day. But that's a story for another time. Today, we're focusing on you." "I'm a mess," said Amadeo. "Who isn't? Now, let's take a look at that lip." Dorian reached up, gently probing the area around the bite wound. "Does it hurt?" "Would you be impressed if I said no?" said Amadeo. "I'd think you were very good at lying," said Dorian. "It doesn't hurt," said Amadeo, wincing. "Yeah, I can see," said Dorian. He stood back, a hand on his hip, looking Amadeo up and down. "How do you feel? Beyond the obvious, I mean." "Like I've lost a fight with sevens," he said. "But, okay. I guess the effects of the Nameless are temporary." Murmured Dorian dubiously. Amadeo thought again of Master Locke's, of that last, sad look, of his crumbling face. He knew it was an image that would haunt him for the rest of his days. He wished that were a physical effect that could be mended with Bacta and stitches and a kind word. "It's going to take time," said Dorian, evidently sensing Amadeo's thoughts. "I don't have time," said Amadeo. "None of us do. They have to be stopped, Dorian. The Nile have to answer for what they've done." He realized he was gripping the edge of the gurney. "I thought you might say that." Dorian cocked his head in resignation. "Personally, I think we'd be better off taking you straight back to Coruscant. You need rest and support." "What do you mean? Of course we're going back to Coruscant," said Amadeo. "That was the mission. I need to tell them all what happened here." He started to get down off the gurney. "Whoa there," said Dorian, stepping forward and planting a hand against his chest. The medic pushed him back with surprising strength. "You're not going anywhere just yet." "Tell me what you meant," said Amadeo. Dorian glanced toward the door. "Ashton, I know you're skulking out there," he called. Boots sounded on the boarding ramp, and a moment later, Ashton Vall stood framed in the hatchway. She gave Amadeo a regretful look. "I'm so sorry, Amadeo." She lifted her chin. "It wasn't meant to go that way. We were meant to protect you. Both of you." Amadeo gave a weak smile. "It wasn't your fault. You warned us as soon as you knew. There just wasn't time." "I know. But all the same." He could hear the sorrow in her voice. A thought occurred to him. "Hold on. Weren't you supposed to be on the Orchid? We have to get that thing back to Coruscant," he said urgently. "Otherwise, all of this has been for nothing." Ashton held up a hand. "Slight change of plan. The Orchid's gone. Don't worry, we shipped that creature out of here the moment it was in the containment tank. The RDC team went with it. They have express instructions to get it straight back to the facility on Coruscant. They'll see to it. Then why are you still here? Said Amadeo, confused. We've got something to show you, she replied. Sevens? More thunderous footsteps, this time from the direction of the cockpit. L-77 stalked into the room. Have you been there all along? Said Amadeo. Yes, it seemed a little awkward to interrupt your conversation. Anyone else hiding around here that you want to let me know about? Said Amadeo. No, said Ashton. This is it. Amadeo's headache was returning. He rubbed the back of his neck. He needed a shower. He needed time to think. What was going on? He figured they were worried about him, and he appreciated the gesture, but surely the best thing was to get back to Coruscant as quickly as possible. Listen, I appreciate what you're doing here, but I really think... Show him, Sevens, cut in Ashton. You might have let him finish his sentence first, retorted the droid. Ashton rolled her eyes. Just get on with it. L-77 shook his head in an exaggerated, downtrodden gesture. He reached up and pressed a panel on his chest, which popped open to reveal a small cavity containing a holo projector. Hazy blue light flickered as an image began to resolve in the space between them. This is a recording we recovered from the Nile databanks in the outpost, while you were unconscious. It was the last message received by their system, said Ashton. Obviously, we only have one half of the conversation, but I think you'll find it interesting. The holo resolved into the form of a tall Ithorian dressed in dark, flowing robes, with a mechanical cradle affixed to his hammer-shaped head, bearing an array of tools and instruments. A small lens over one black eye caused it to appear large and ominous. Baron Bulin, muttered Amadeo, recognizing the figure from recordings taken from within Marchion Ro's camp. He'd been there in the background of Grand Master Protri Veter's execution, and the Jedi knew him to be one of the senior members of the Nile operation, dubbed their Minister of Advancement by the disgraced Senator Girastaros. When Bulin spoke, his voice had the dry, emotionless rasp of a vocoder. 2 of the Jedi, the older one and a youth, have left Coruscant on a ship bound for wild space. A pause while the other person spoke, and then, yes. My informant tells me they're bound for a planet named Tolis. It appears on no star charts or maps that I can find. But I have someone tracking their progress. I'm sending you the coordinates. I want you to go after them. Amadeo clenched his fists unconsciously by his sides. They were talking about Reath and Comac. I think not, continued Bulin. Circumstances have changed. These particular Jedi seem troubling. I think it better that they're eliminated now, before they become a further threat. They're investigating the origins of both the Levelers and the Blight, and we wouldn't want them finding anything, would we? Another pause. And this time, leave nothing to chance. I do not want to have to explain to Marchion Ro that you failed. The recording stuttered and then stopped. Amadeo's head was spinning. The Nile were onto them. They'd sent the Nameless after Reath and Comac, led by one of their grotesque Jedi hunters. Everything was at risk. If Reath and Comac failed on Tolis, then all that had happened on Angoth would be for nothing. Master Lox's death would be for nothing. On top of that, his friend was facing insurmountable danger. Amadeo didn't know how he'd be able to cope if something happened to Reath, too. Plus, there was an informant, somewhere on Coruscant, a traitor revealing their plans to the Nile, which meant he didn't know whom he could trust. The thought of it was like a knife through his heart. He knew what he should do. He should go straight back to Coruscant. He was in no fit state for anything else. He was battered, both physically and psychologically, and he was grieving. And yet, any delay could be critical. He'd already wasted too much time unconscious on the gurney. Now was the time for action, and damn the consequences. Reath and Comac needed him, and maybe, if he could get there in time, if Ashton and L-77 and Dorian were prepared to help, he could still make a difference. He glanced at Dorian, a question in his eyes, but the other man shrugged.
Your choice, Amadeo. We're with you, whatever you decide.
He felt his resolve harden.
All of you? You're willing to face more of those things? To divert from your orders and go after them?
We're ready to do what's right, said Ashton. And remember, said L-77, she does like punching things. Amadeo looked at each of them in turn. How could it be that these people were prepared to put their lives on the line for others they barely knew? They weren't Jedi. They didn't need to do this. And yet, here they were, offering to risk everything to help him protect his friends.
Then we make for Tolis, he said. We stop those disgusting things before they can do any more harm. And we save our own.
Ashton Vol grinned. Then she turned to L-77.
See, Sevens? I told you he'd want to go to Tolis, she said.
L-77 was already heading for the cockpit.
All right, he said, his tone resigned. You get to fly. But I swear, if you screw up another landing, it'll be the last time.
Amadeo turned to Dorian.
Can you get me a comlink? I need to contact the Jedi Council immediately. If there's an informant in our midst, they need to be found, and fast. You need rest, said Dorian.
Amadeo shook his head.
Afterward. I'll rest afterward. I need to speak to them now.
All right, said Dorian.
Give me a minute and I'll get you set up.
Amadeo rubbed the back of his throbbing head. He could do this. He couldn't bring Master Locks back, but he could still save his friends. Or, at the very least, he could try. 42. The atmosphere inside the Ptolemite structure was thick and dank, and the stench of the glistening green slime that covered almost every surface was enough to turn Reath's stomach. It felt as if he'd entered some otherworldly grotto. It seemed more organic than intelligently fashioned. So long had it rested beneath the waves, given over to the myriad life forms that made their home in the deep. After crossing the threshold, they'd found themselves in a large circular lobby or hall with a domed ceiling rising high above their heads. The floor was formed from slabs of metamorphic rock that had once been highly polished, but was now encrusted with the limpet-like shells of small sea creatures and thick with a carpet of spongy moss and weeds. A single passage led deeper into the structure, sloping down. There were strange echoes resonating from that open archway, reverberating around the large room so that every drop of water, every groan of the stones as they settled, seemed deeply ominous.
"Someplace," said Master Comac,
and even his voice sounded wrong, as if the structure were throwing it back at him, rejecting their presence, urging them to leave. Reath nodded, but didn't answer. Several alcoves had been cut into the upper walls of the chamber, each of them containing the fragmentary remains of a statue. Together, Reath and Comac paced around the outer edges, peering up at them. There was little to be learned. The figures were humanoid, but many had lost arms or heads, some being eroded down to mere stumps of legs or broken torsos. Others were covered with so much algae that their features weren't discernible. All Reath could gather was that the people were depicted in a heavily stylized fashion, with large, deep-cut eyes, long tapering noses, and prominent chins. They wore simple robes, in many ways similar to those Reath himself wore, and they seemed to be adopting peaceful poses, hands open and welcoming.
I was expecting some sort of writing or pictographic language, said Reath, his voice barely a whisper. But there's nothing to tell us who these people were. And yet you can feel the weight of history here, said Master Comac. The magnitude of this place. It's a rare privilege to walk in the footsteps of these ancient ones, to look upon their faces. Just think, we're the first people to see these statues in thousands of years.
Reath nodded. He could understand Comac's reverence, his fascination. But to him, this place felt more like a warning, a dark echo of the past. These people were extinct, lost to eternity. The Nameless and the Blight had come for them, and even though this small colony had survived for a time, they had never recovered. When adversity came, they were too few to survive it. He hoped that whatever lesson this place was intended to convey would make itself clear, because without it, there was every chance the Jedi and the Republic would end up just like them.
Let's move on, said Master Comac, heading for the door. Best we stick together.
Reath wasn't about to argue with that. He followed the other man beneath the towering archway, his boots sliding on the slick stones. As he dipped his head beneath a hanging strand of seaweed, he reached for his lightsaber hilt, thinking to use it to shed light, but Master Comac reached out, catching his wrist.
No, just give your eyes a moment to adjust.
Reath did as he said, peering steadily into the gloom. It took only a moment before a pale, pinkish light found his eyes, and he began to make sense of where they were standing. They were on a stone walkway in the center of a broad tunnel. As he'd sensed from the chamber above, the walkway sloped down into thinning darkness, leading to what he assumed to be another large chamber ahead. To either side of the walkway were large trenches filled with water, in which schools of dark shapes swam in concentric circles, occasionally bubbling to the surface to mouth at the air. The light source was coming from the walls themselves, which were completely covered in a strange, phosphorescent sea moss that seemed to shimmer in shades of red and pink as they passed, as if reacting to the warmth of their bodies, or perhaps the presence of oxygen in the air. It was utterly beautiful. Reath wondered whether it was a purely natural phenomenon, or whether the Ptolemites had somehow engineered it to ensure safe passage into the depths. Nothing would surprise him anymore, not after this. Cautiously, they slipped and slid their way down the incline toward the chamber at its base. Here, Reath estimated, they had to be close to the level of the water outside, although there were only traces of it on the ground, forming shallow puddles and pools. The walls were still wet and dripping, and the air was thick and difficult to breathe. They walked beneath another towering archway into another circular chamber, which this time appeared to be a dead end. It was utterly empty. Like the passageway outside, the walls were coated in large patches of glistening moss, and the floor was completely blanketed by a few centimeters of water that hadn't yet drained away. Once again, there was no sign of any datachron store. No friezes, pictograms, or writing. Nothing. If this had once been a repository, whatever was stored here was long gone. The only decoration in the entire chamber was a motif of 3 interlocking circles carved into the stone wall opposite the entrance, themselves set into another, larger circle. Just like the puzzle box Azlin had been toying with back on Coruscant.
It's empty, said Reath redundantly. There's nothing here. Either we're in the wrong place, or we're much too late.
Master Comac was staring up at the circles on the wall.
No, wait. Think about it. The Ptolemites were a culture steeped in the Force. The answer has to lie in that.
But I don't see how, said Reath. I mean, there's no instructions. Nothing to do. It's just an empty room.
Nothing is as simple as it first seems. You of all people know that, Reath.
Master Comac raised his right hand, palm splayed. He was still looking up at the carved motif on the wall. Had he seen something Reath hadn't? Master Comac closed his eyes. Reath held his breath. Time seemed to stop. Only the constant drip, drip of water served to punctuate the moment. Nothing happened. Comac shuddered, drawing breath. His brow creased. Still nothing. Reath was about to tell him to give it up when one of the stone circles turned. Reath's eyes widened in surprise. The stone disc was revolving in its socket, emitting a deep, gritty grinding sound. Was it some kind of lock? A puzzle? As he watched, the stone circle slowly reversed, returning to its original position. Master Comac expelled a hoarse breath. He put his hands on his knees, looking at Reath.
It's not as simple as I thought. I was hoping maybe one of those discs was a lock of some sort.
Reath studied the symbols from below. He frowned. The pattern reminded him of something.
I think you're right, he said. But there's something more to it. A code. Those discs, the way they're positioned, they almost look like planets, said Master Comac, cutting him off. It's a star map.
Reath nodded.
Of this sector. Look, it's like the map you brought back from Thal.
Yes! Master Comac sounded genuinely excited by the concept.
If the discs represent planets and they turn in their sockets, perhaps they have to rotate in the same direction as the planetary bodies they're modeled on.
Let's try, said Reath. Seeing Comac's enthusiasm was like seeing a glimpse of his old master again, his old friend. He planted his feet, raising his hand.
On your count.
Master Comac straightened, thumping his chest with his fist.
I'm getting old.
Don't be ridiculous, said Reath. Compared to Master Yoda, you're practically a youngling. Master Comac laughed.
Yeah, there is that.
He turned, raising his right hand again.
Okay, I'm ready.
Reath focused on the 3 stone discs on the left. He felt their shape, their structure, the indelible impression they made on the universe, like all things. And he turned. Beside him, Comac did the same, and as they watched, all 6 of the stone circles turned, 2 of them clockwise, the other 4 moving in the opposite direction. Reath felt the ground beneath him lurch. For a moment, he thought the whole structure was sinking again, bubbling back beneath the ocean. But as he watched, the walls themselves seemed to be shifting around him. Somewhere beneath him, a mechanism was grinding, stone wheels running noisily along carved grooves, and he realized it wasn't the walls that were turning, but the floor. He steadied himself, astonished, as the entire circular floor wound like a corkscrew, driven down until the chill water rose to his calves, to his knees, to his waist. But at the same time, something was rising out of the floor. No, not something. Some things. 3 tall pedestals of what looked like dirty, age-stained crystal rose out of the depths like the tips of a leviathan's fingers, reaching for air. Reath shot Master Comac a look. The older man was laughing gleefully, as innocent as a child with a new toy, trying to keep his balance as the mechanism continued to grind. For a horrible moment, Reath wondered if perhaps they'd activated some sort of trap, and the water was going to keep on rising until they were both completely submerged, with little hope of reaching air before they drowned. But after a moment, the mechanism shuddered to a stop, and the water, which had been lapping about his chest, threatening to steal his breath with its icy chill, began to recede. He edged over to Master Comac, and the pair of them locked arms, clinging to each other as the water slowly drained away. When it was done, they stood there, sodden and dripping, staring in wonder at the 3 crystal pillars that stood around 2 meters tall, arranged in a triangle at the center of the room.
"Well, I wasn't expecting that,"
said Master Comac. Reath wiped droplets of water from his face. His robes felt heavy around his shoulders. He had no idea what he was looking at.
"Some sort of data storage?"
he ventured. He knew certain crystalline structures could be encoded with information like the memory banks of droids, but if so, these would contain so much data that it would be almost impossible to process.
"Perhaps," said Master Comac dubiously. "Let's take a closer look."
He crossed to the nearest pillar. Reath approached another. The surface was pitted and scarred and caked in filth from the silt and years of submersion. But leaning closer, Reath could just make out something inside the crystal, like a shadow at its heart. He'd seen ancient insects encased in nuggets of fossilized tree sap on Batuu, and wondered if this was something similar. He raised his arm and used his wet sleeve to wipe away a patch of grime on the crystal surface, and he nearly fell back with a start. There, peering out at him from inside the crystal pillar, was a stark, golden face.
"Master Comac,"
he said, studying what he now realized was a beaten metal mask.
"I think these may be coffins."
The other man was running his hands over the surface of one of the pillars.
"Coffins made of pure Kuiper,"
he said, his voice soft. Reath looked again at the coffin in front of him. It couldn't possibly be. But Master Comac was right. The entire coffin, essentially an upright chamber, was carved from a single sheet of one of the most valuable substances in the galaxy. Cautiously, Reath wiped away more of the grime, trying to get a better look at the occupant within. He couldn't discern the long-dead Ptolemite's gender, but the face on the beaten mask resembled those of the statues they'd seen earlier, only smaller. The mask was adorned with a bright golden disc that enshrined the head like a halo, engraved with a fan of deeply etched lines like the rays of a star. Beneath, the body of the occupant was withered and mummified, barely more than a leathery-looking sheath of ebon skin attached to dry bones. The figure was standing upright, supported by a brace of some dark, metallic substance that was reminiscent of the ore they'd seen in the blight-ridden wastes on the other side of the landmass.
"It's incredible," said Reath. "To think they've been here so long. I wonder who they were. They must have been important to deserve such a burial."
Master Comac had moved to the last remaining coffin, and was in the process of wiping it clean with a cloth he'd torn from the bottom of his robes. Reath stood back to regard them. Each chamber contained a similarly adorned figure, 3 in total.
"Not just important," said Master Comac. "Do you remember the story? The 3 ancients of the Ptolemites who built their repository to protect future generations from suffering the same fate."
3 ancients.
"It's them," said Reath. "The story was real." "Yes," said Master Comac. "It was real, but it seems as though it's become corrupted over time. What we thought was a repository of information is really just a tomb."
He looked utterly crestfallen.
"It's a remarkable discovery, but it's not going to tell us anything about how to defeat the Nameless or the Blight."
Reath studied the nearest of the mummified figures. He felt a prickle of intuition.
"No," he said. "You were right earlier, when you reminded me they were a culture steeped in the Force. Think about it. That's why there's no written records, no wall paintings or friezes. They didn't need them. They were counting on the fact their descendants would be just like them. These 3 dead people are the repository.
He walked closer until he was standing just before one of the 3 ancients.
I think we're in the right place after all. I think they want to tell us their story.
He raised his hand.
Reath, we can't be certain, started Master Comac. Are you sure this is a...
Reath brushed his fingers against the Kyber coffin, opening his mind to the Force. The bolt was like a shot of electricity, jolting him back, sending him falling, tumbling through infinite darkness, flailing and crying out. And then he was somewhere else. He looked around, surprised, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He was standing in a meadow, but it was unlike any meadow he'd ever seen before. Vibrant colors abounded all around him. Huge ferns flanked the edges of a vast expanse of wildflowers. Hazy lights flickered in the sky like glittering auroras. And there were creatures here, too. Saurian beasts with ridged spines and flourishes of vibrant feathers and blues and golds. Squat, shaggy quadrupeds with dazzling antennae and furry torsos. Lizards with towering, spindly bodies and massive taloned feet. Slender, hump-backed bipeds with gray shells riding their shoulders. Creatures the size of banthas with eyes on stalks like the Grands. And large mammalian creatures with 4 legs and upright heads, their flesh tinged vibrant shades of purple and blue. They frolicked among the flowers and the long grass, chasing one another, playing with their young. They were peaceful, proud, and beautiful. Just watching them made Reath smile. Close by, a spacecraft of unfamiliar design, a kind of shining bronze cylinder with sleek fins, rested on 3 legs, close to a stand of immense pale trees. And there were Ptolemites here, too, living ones, thin and willowy, with ebon skin and elongated arms, jointed twice so they had 2 elbows on each limb. They were carrying electrified nets, creeping forward in a line, heading for the herd of creatures. Reath wanted to cry out, to tell them no, but he had no voice here. No control over his own movements. He looked down at his hands and saw that he, too, was holding a net. It fizzed and crackled in his hands. He was creeping forward, too, and he understood that he meant to use the net to capture one of these beautiful living things. Reath realized he was inhabiting a memory, an ancient memory, a projection through the Force. Understanding slowly seeped into his mind, almost as if the memory was learning to adapt, to speak to him in ways he might be able to comprehend. This wasn't the Ptolemites' home. They'd found this paradise by chance while looking for new worlds to explore. And they meant to take a piece of it home, in the form of several of the creatures. He watched, appalled, as the nets were thrown. And then he was elsewhere. It was dark, and he was cowering in the woods outside the settlement, drenched to the bone from the terrible storm. He was shivering, and not just from the cold. All around him, creatures were howling, and somewhere among them, lurking in the trees, something was hunting him. Reath could feel its presence clouding his mind, his judgment. Worse, he could feel how it closed him off from the Force, which he knew simply as the peace. He felt isolated, alone, lost. He could sense it drawing closer. He pulled himself up, using the low branches for leverage. He twisted his ankle running. He considered trying to climb the tree, but knew it wouldn't save him. All he wanted was his matriarch. She would know what to do. If he could just make it home. He turned and ran, stumbling blindly through the bushes, which shredded his black flesh, raising bleeding welts along the lengths of his arms, his legs, snagging his clothes, scratching his chest, his face. He could hear the creature crashing after him, screeching as it came. It was so hungry, So hungry. But still he ran, until his lungs burned and darkness limned his vision. His entire body hurt as he stumbled into the settlement. Not once had he looked behind him, but he knew it hadn't given up. They never gave up. Never. He staggered across the square, slammed his shoulder into the door to his family home, barged in, out of breath but still calling for his matriarch in a strange, clicking, guttural language he couldn't decipher but nevertheless understood. Only to see nothing was left of his people, but pale, ashen husks heaped on the floor. All 12 of them, gone. And in their midst, a hulking, wild, tentacled beast that stood on 4 legs and had translucent skin. It was emaciated and malformed, sickly and driven to desperation by its insatiable hunger. Reath knew this was one of the same creatures he'd seen the Ptolemites rip so wantonly from their home. It was a Nameless, a Force-Eater, a Shriekarray. But it was twisted, corrupted, transformed by its hunger into something far worse. It had once been a peaceful creature, back in the grassy fields of its home. But now it was a predator, and nothing could stand in its way. And the Ptolemites had willingly brought the things to their home. Reath wanted to run, to get as far away from the terrible creature as he could, but his legs wouldn't move. He screamed, fighting against the horror, the injustice. But his host simply fell to his knees, weeping as the creature set upon him, and all became dust. Reath was standing on a mountainside in the dawnlight. He peered out at the view, shading his eyes with a cupped hand. It was peaceful here, but somber. He stood with a small group of his people, a ragtag band of survivors who had fled both the savagery of the transmuted creatures and the spreading tide of destruction that was slowly consuming the planet. He could see it now, out on the horizon, a plague upon their world, a blight. It was a rolling tide, a wave of utter destruction, consuming everything and everyone in its path, turning their once beautiful home to dust, just like the creatures had turned their people to husks. It was a judgment, a curse. His people had upset the balance of the force, and this was the consequence. A wave of horror spreading out through the galaxy. Cause and effect. He could see it so clearly, one event leading to another, the reason for everything that was happening. A dying culture on a dying planet. Sorrow was all that was left. Sorrow and the need to make amends. His people would not survive this, and neither would the creatures. They were too far removed from their home. They'd fed on the only thing they could, on the people, and now even they were a scarce resource. The Ptolemites had died because they'd brought the creatures where they didn't belong, and now the creatures were going to die, too. But perhaps the few people who were left could find a way to stop the spreading wave from destroying other worlds, to curtail its inexorable spread. Perhaps. The last enclave of the Ptolemites was a sight to behold, a gathering of clans and survivors in the shell of a once great city, not so much a haven from the oncoming tide of death, as a place to congregate so they might share in their fate, a mass tomb fashioned from the remnants of their old lives. Tears streamed down Reath's cheeks, hot and wet, as he stood on the stone balcony, looking down on the last few hundred of his people. It had come to this. Some had already fled on whatever ships they could find, and he hoped they would pepper the stars, spreading word of what had happened here. They were too few to flourish, to make new lives, to raise new families on other worlds. This was the last gasp of his species, the final inhalation before their inevitable demise. And yet, even here, at the end, there was a glimmer of hope. He turned, walking back into the bustling workshop where 6 artisans labored over 3 wooden workbenches. They were crafting the solace of his dying people, the last hope that they could save others from the same fate that had befallen them. 3 rods, one to be wielded by each of the 3 ancients of the Ptolemite people. Each would be inlaid with the precious gem, a stone that, they had learned, was imbued with the power to steer and guide the creatures, a tool to be used to shepherd them home. They would return the creatures to the world from which they had been taken. They could not make recompense for what they had done, but they could do this, and they could hope that it would be enough. Reath was back where he'd started. That bright, beautiful paradise, so colorful and steeped in lush flora. The 3 ancients had used their rods to guide the creatures here, beckoning them and steering them aboard a single ship, taking them home from Ptolis to this amazing world from which they originated. The Ptolemites had paid the price for their folly, with their lives, but also with their legacy. Once, they'd been a proud people who had looked only to a bright, endless future of progress and happiness and a life among the stars. But greed and hubris had led them to this, and now their legacy would be nothing but ruination and blame. The dust of husked worlds would drift among the stars for eternity. The 3 ancients knew they had to find a way to enshrine their story for the future, to send a warning through the millennia to come, an echo that would spread through generations, across different worlds and beings. They had found an unblemished island amid the oceans of Ptolis. Here, they would build a beacon, a repository, a place from which to tell their story. Here, they would finally rest, safe in the knowledge that they had done all they could. Here, they would make amends.
Good idea.
Reath turned to look at Master Comac. His eyes were unfocused. He was back inside the room with the coffins, and it was spinning. Had the mechanism started up again? How long had he been elsewhere?
I understand now, he said,
but his words sounded distant, slurred. He took a step, tottered unsteadily, and then keeled over, falling again, tumbling. Only this time he knew it was no dream. The last thing he felt before darkness swept in was Master Comac's firm embrace as his old friend and master rushed forward to lower him gently to the ground. 43. Sycharis cranked a lever, and his shuttle dropped out of hyperspace with a sudden punch. The black night of space filled the viewport. "Born again," he said, sucking his teeth. His eye winked, but as usual, the eyelid didn't move. He rolled his neck, flexing his shoulder muscles. They felt tight, tense, expectant, ready for everything that was to come. He scanned the horizon, black and black and black and black. Reality closed in around him. The darkness of the galaxy and its oppressive plague of worlds and people and creatures, like the massive blue planet that was swimming up beneath his ship. "Not like the safe space," he said. No, not like that at all." He hugged himself, squeezing tight. He always found the passage through hyperspace a soothing experience, as if by transitioning from real space into that glowing, shimmering, blue-hued dimension beyond reality, this was how he imagined it, he had somehow ascended, becoming more than just a dull sack of flesh and bones and blood. becoming something greater. It was like the rush he felt whenever Father pressed the plunger on the syringe, flooding his veins with the promise of greatness, of unbridled power. "Born thrice is Sycoris, made anew," he giggled. He was ready to make Father proud. His blood was singing, fizzing and popping in his veins. He was hungry, and his prey was waiting for him on the planet below. "Grind them to ashes," he murmured to himself. "Show them what it means to be weak and scared." Yes, yes, yes. He knew how that felt, and it was awful. Now it was time to share that pain, to revel in his power, to prove to everyone that he was as special as Father said he was. Sycoris dipped the controls and started the descent toward Tolis. Almost immediately, an alarm trilled, sharp and obscene. Sycoris winced and punched a button on the control terminal. The blaring ceased, but the proximity display continued to flash bright red. Another ship. He backed off the controls, allowing the ship to drift for a moment while he examined the readings. It wasn't a Jedi ship. It was a merchant vessel, a guild ship. Clever Jedi. They obviously thought they were less conspicuous traveling under the guise of guild representatives. They'd probably left a droid pilot aboard to keep the ship in orbit while they carried out their sneaky business down below. It might have worked, too, if it hadn't been for Father's spies, wheedling out all the Republic's plans. Sycoris knew the other ship had probably already registered his arrival, but all the same, he powered down all but the basic life support systems and allowed the ship to drift closer to the planet on its existing trajectory. Then, as the drifting shuttle skimmed the outer skin of the planet's atmosphere, he fired the engines for a few seconds, propelling it down at speed, punching through the resistance until the nose of the ship glowed bright red and the entire vessel trembled with the turbulence. He allowed the ship to drop deep beneath the cloud cover, then reined in the controls, dragging the nose of the ship back up until it was on a level plane, churning a foaming path across the surface of the planet's ocean as he traced a line for the single remaining landmass. All the while, he giggled nervously, his hands jittery on the ship's controls. "Almost there, Sycoris. Almost time." He hoped they didn't make it too easy for him. The ship approached land, and he peered down at the sea of white ash that covered the undulating landscape as far as he could see. The blight had come to Tolis, eroding, consuming, husking. Sycoris liked the blight. He willed it on. He hoped that Father and his friends would allow it to swallow half the galaxy before they stopped it. "Make the place a little quieter for Sycoris," he said. But he knew there had to be more here than just the blight. The Jedi were down there, somewhere, lurking. He kept his course, sweeping up the length of the coast. Soon enough, the ashen wastes gave way to dark bedrock and forest, and that turned to overgrown scrub and the vague traceries of ancient ruins. What was it about these Jedi that they loved poking around in the detritus of the long dead? First Thal, now here. Sycoris would never understand them. He spotted an appropriate place to land and brought the ship around, circling for a moment before slowly easing it down in a clearing on the edge of what he took to be an ancient city. Now it was just the stumps of walls that had toppled years ago. One day, soon, he hoped, all the Jedi would suffer the same fate. Not that he was sure why, exactly, he hated the Jedi so much. He'd have to ask Father about that when he returned home. Probably something to do with how smug they were, and how they wouldn't stop interfering in Father's plans. Yes, that was it. He was sure of it.
"Interfering Jedi," he spat, wiping spittle from his chin.
He flicked a series of switches, activating the automated ship defenses, arming the laser cannons that were mounted on a swivel housing on the roof of the ship. The system was operated by the processor of an old droid Bulin had repurposed and enslaved to the targeting controls. Sicarus often wondered if the droid could still think, up there in its permanent prison. By now, it was probably insane. The notion appealed to him. It was another measure of his power. All he had to do was flick a switch, and the droid, or what was left of it, had its orders. Blast any other ship out of the sky if it came within range. That would deal with the merchant ship if the remaining crew got any ideas about attempting a rescue. Sicarus eased himself out of the pilot's seat and walked back into the shuttle's small hold. First, he collected his electrostaff from where he'd left it propped in an alcove. He hefted the weapon, enjoying its balance in his hands. Old friend. He'd been trained to use the electrostaff when he'd been with the Brotherhood. As a youth, he'd practiced for hours every day, enacting martial forms, improving his control, learning how to defend himself, discovering how to use the Force to assist his efforts. Now the thought of those days made him twitch until his left ear pressed against his shoulder and he had to bite his own tongue to regain his focus. Blood filled his mouth, bitter and metallic, but the release felt good. No more bad memories. No more. Time to look to the future. The weapon would be useful, though. In the event that the Jedi proved more wily than usual, he could use it to defend against their lightsabers. And if the creatures decided to misbehave, well, he could help them understand their place in the order of things. He slung the staff into the harness on his back, settling it between his shoulders. Then he walked to the very rear of the ship, where the Jedi woman was still curled up inside her cage, wrapped in a ball as if she was trying to blot out everything around her. She was still alive, though. He could see she was trembling. The proximity of the creatures on the ship had kept her in a constant state of confusion and fear. She hadn't even tried to escape. Sicarus smiled. He had no concerns about leaving her here while he and his Nameless went about their hunt. He'd taken her lightsaber from her. There was no way she was getting out. "No escape," he whispered, relishing the sound of the words on his lips. "No escape." He left her and returned to the main hatch, where he lowered the ramp, allowing the cool, salty air of Tolis to rush into the ship. He drew it deep into his lungs, appreciative after the stale, recycled air of his journey. It was going to be a good day. He was certain of it. Close by, the three levelers hissed and spat in their own cages, clamoring to get out. They could already sense the other Jedi, and they were famished. Good, good. That was how it should be. He would set them free. Let them hunt their quarry amid the ruins. Let them roam. They'd each been fitted with Father's ingenious gadgetry that probed the gray matter of their brains, controlling some of their more wayward instincts, forcing them to obey their master. And today, Sicarus was their master. He was the leader of their pack, and his own blood sang in time with the rhythm of their hearts. He unlatched their crates, one at a time, standing back to allow them room. The creatures burst forth, scrabbling for purchase on the metal floor plates. Sicarus watched them with interest. The older one's mutation appeared to have developed even further since their time on Thal. Its flesh was almost translucent, revealing the pulsing heart, the red lungs, the map of veins and arteries threading its entire body. It looked almost withered, emaciated, its shoulders hunched. Saliva dribbled down the length of its mop of proboscises. Like the others, it wore the crown of its captivity, but its eyes were black and fierce, and Sycharis could feel the utter hatred radiating from it. The three creatures bolted from the hatchway, pounding down the ramp toward the ruins. He hurried after them to watch. But then something unexpected happened. The sickly, translucent Nameless took a running leap at one of its kin. It crashed into the side of the blue-white one with a snarl, bowling it over into the dirt. The two creatures rolled and snarled at each other, tearing with their claws, scrabbling in the dirt. What was this? Some sort of fight for dominance? For control of the pack? The third one, the one with the grafted human arms, backed away from the other two, keeping its muzzle close to the ground, emitting a low snarl. The blue-white one roared and rose up on its rear legs, trying to push the translucent one away, but its opponent was simply too ferocious, too desperate, and it battered the blue-white one down. Then, something surprising happened. The translucent one began to feed on its kin. One of them howled. It was a mournful, sorrowful lament. A sound that stirred even Sycharis's heart and soul. The wretched thing was actually crying. He watched with mounting awe as the translucent one continued to feed. Cannibalism. This strange, mutated, ferocious creature was draining the living force from its own kind. Would the wonder of these beasts never stop? He was tempted to watch it until the end, to allow the creature its meal, just to see what would happen next, what the husk of a Force Eater would look like. But he needed them alive for now, to kill the Jedi. Regretfully, Sycharis thumbed the button on the mechanical control stick in his pocket, and the creature fell back, twitching as an electrical charge was fired deep into its brain via Father's implant. It spasmed as it rolled on the ground, shuddering. But then, as Sycharis watched, it snarled, forcing itself back onto its feet. Oh, aren't you determined? Aren't you beautiful? He pressed the button again, then again, and the creature howled, screeching in pain, but held its ground, pawing at the dirt even as its muscles trembled. It turned to glower at him knowingly. "Oh, yes," he said, his eyes wide in delight. "You're a special one. Father would want to know about this." He held the control stick in the air, releasing the button. Two of the creatures turned and ran, darting off into the ruins, already catching the scent of their prey, one of them trailing behind, slower and sickly after its brief ordeal. The third, the translucent one, raised its head, sniffed, and then shot Sycharis one final menacing look before following the others. He watched them go with pride. "That's it, my pretty things, my bloodkin. Roam free and search them out. Find the Jedi and feast." 44. Amadeo knew he was still in shock. The truth of what had happened on Angoth hadn't hit him yet. He wondered if it ever would. How could he even begin to process such a thing? The fact that Master Lox was gone, one with the Force, dead. Amadeo would never see him again. On an intellectual level, he understood all this, and yet everything seemed so normal. Just like Dorian had said, the stars kept on burning, Amadeo kept on drawing breath, and the Invictus kept on sailing through the arcane warrens of hyperspace bound for Tolis. And yet, deep down inside, a part of him was still in that room, facing those creatures, screaming and crying and unable to move. The thought made his heart thrum faster. He realized he was wringing his hands in his lap. Perhaps if he'd been stronger, things might have been different. He'd been so overcome by the presence of the Nameless that he'd been unable to think, let alone act. But what if he'd been able to push through it, like Master Locke had? What if he'd been able to stand at his master's side as he faced the beast? Would it have been enough to save Master Locke? Would he be sitting here now, alongside his Padawan, gently chiding Amadeo for overthinking everything? It was certainly possible. And the pain that caused was close to unbearable. Yet Amadeo couldn't stop himself from prodding it, because the alternative was to not feel anything at all, and that somehow seemed like an even worse betrayal. He tried to focus on his Jedi training. He knew that death was not the end, that Master Locke's time here had ended, but his spirit would live on in the cosmic force, intertwined with all that had gone before and all that would come after. In time, he hoped to find peace in that. But right now, everything was too raw. He just wished he could talk to Master Locke about it. He'd always looked to his master for guidance. He caught his breath, tried to focus on his breathing. He closed his eyes, resting his head against the seat webbing. He heard footsteps, and then the weight of someone sitting down on the bench beside him. Dorian. He opened his eyes but didn't look, didn't say anything. He didn't want to look at the other man and see pity in his eyes. "Hi," said Dorian simply. "Hi," said Amadeo. "You look like you could use some company." Amadeo swallowed. "I'm not sure I'd be very good company at the moment, Dorian." The medic nudged him with an elbow. "Exactly why you need to talk." "What is there to say?" said Amadeo. "Master Locke is dead, and I made the decision to go chasing halfway across the galaxy to put us all in terrible danger again, in the vain hope that we're going to be able to get to Tolis in time to make a difference." Dorian exhaled loudly. "I see." Amadeo turned his head a fraction. "Told you I wasn't much fun to be around." Dorian snorted. "Yeah, well, we all have our moments." He turned in his seat so he was facing Amadeo. "It's okay to be scared, you know. I know you Jedi are all about compartmentalizing everything, pretending you don't really feel emotions." "That's not strictly true," interrupted Amadeo, but Dorian waved him quiet. "I know, I'm generalizing, but the point stands. You're sitting here beating yourself up because you couldn't help Master Locke, aren't you?" Amadeo studied Dorian's face. He found only kindly eyes and concern looking back. "I suppose I am. It's just—" He faltered, trying to find the right words. "I keep on thinking, if I'd just been stronger, perhaps I could have pushed through the fear and helped him." "Have you considered that's not what he would have wanted?" asked Dorian. "What do you mean?" said Amadeo. "I mean, he was trying to protect you. Maybe he didn't want you risking yourself for his sake. If you tried, there was every chance you'd have ended up the same way." Dorian smiled. "He cared about you, Amadeo. That was plain for anyone to see. He'd be happy that you made it." "But—" "Stop now," said Dorian. "You aren't to blame. The effect those creatures have on you Jedi, it's not something you can fight. I mean, you were in pretty bad shape when I found you. Those things are practically designed to take you out. The fact you survived it all is a miracle." "And now we're going to Tolis to face even more of them," said Amadeo. "And at the risk of repeating myself, it's okay to be scared, to be terrified," said Dorian. "But stop for a moment to think about what you're doing. You're going through with it anyway, to help your friends, to save the mission. You're scared, but you're not letting it stop you from doing the right thing." Amadeo nodded.
It's times like these that we find out who we really are, said Dorian. When we have to face our fear and carry on regardless. When it seems like the whole world is against us, and we still pick ourselves up and carry on. So, you've had to face fear in your life? Said Amadeo. Dorian laughed. Every single day. You see, I didn't start out like this. He gestured vaguely at his own face. I had to figure out who I was, and then I had to make it happen. But you're so confident, said Amadeo. It might look that way, said Dorian. But it took me a long time to find my way. You see, I wasn't... He hesitated for a moment. I wasn't born this way. I was somebody else. What do you mean? Said Amadeo. Dorian gave a wistful smile. My body didn't match the person I was inside. And for a long time, I didn't know what that meant or what to do. I just felt wrong and scared. It took me years to understand that I could put it right and be the person I needed to be. That I could stop hiding and show the world how I felt. Oh, okay, said Amadeo as realization dawned. Dorian hadn't always presented as a man, and now he was opening up to Amadeo, explaining what he'd been through, all to help Amadeo better understand his own emotions. It was a privilege, and one that Amadeo would not take lightly. I told you about my father, said Dorian. How he was always on my side. How he helped me and understood and supported me. But at first, I had no idea how to explain it all to him. I was still so confused myself that I didn't know how to share how I really felt. What if he didn't understand? How did you decide what to do? Amadeo asked. I decided that I had to be true to myself. I had to face my fear and push through it. I had to tell him because it was the only fair thing to do for me. So when I was ready, I did. And everything was okay? Asked Amadeo gently. Well, it was bumpy at first, but we found our way. You're very brave, said Amadeo. Thank you for sharing that with me. Dorian nodded. The point is, we're all scared, Amadeo. We all have huge challenges to face, and things don't always work out as we want them to. But it's how we face those fears that counts. You nearly died back there. You lost someone you cared for. That's crushing, devastating, and you still made the decision to go after Reath and Comac, to make a stand against the creatures that did that to you. I'd be worried if you weren't scared. But what you can't do is feel guilty. You can't blame yourself for the behavior of others. All you can do is be true to yourself. And for what it's worth, I think you're doing okay. Amadeo fought back brimming tears. He turned and pulled Dorian into a tight hug. Thank you, he said. The words weren't enough, but they would have to suffice. Dorian squeezed him back, and all Amadeo wanted to do was cling to that anchor, that still point in the storm. But then Dorian was gently prizing him loose. Okay, time to get ready. Seven says we're approaching Tolas. Things are about to get even more complicated. Amadeo nodded. You can do this, Amadeo. But no heroics, okay? I want you back in one piece. Otherwise, all that effort patching you up was for nothing. Dorian gave another wonky smile and then got to his feet. I'm going to pack a field kit, just in case. Amadeo watched Dorian cross to the medical station, where he busied himself packing a small shoulder bag with supplies. Amadeo unhitched his lightsaber from its holster. Then, reconsidering, he placed it carefully on the bench and crossed to the small bundle of robes that were heaped on the opposite bench and withdrew Master Lox's recovered lightsaber instead. He weighed it in his palm for a moment, nodded, and slipped it into his holster. Now he was ready. 45.
"Do you think they're going to find what they're looking for down there?" said Affy, easing herself back in her co-pilot's chair. They'd finished collecting mineral samples from the surface, a process that had been easier than Affy had imagined, given that they were able to blast away at the rock face with impunity until they exposed a vein. Leox had seemed to enjoy it more than was reasonably decent, and she'd found herself laughing at his hooting joy as the large boulders had detonated under his brisk assault with the blasters. Geode had watched it all in sullen silence, and had subsequently chosen to stay behind on the vessel, while Affy and Leox collected the hunks of exposed ore from the surface. Affy figured he was sulking a little at just how much fun the two of them had had blowing up rocks. Regardless, it was done now, and they'd loaded a heap of the samples into the hold to take back to Coruscant. She hoped they'd prove useful in the Jedi's efforts to stave off the blight. Reath and Comac had certainly seemed excited by the prospect, and she could already imagine Reath hunkering down over a proton scope the moment they got back, losing himself in his studies as he searched for another breakthrough. The thought brought a smile to her lips. Now the vessel had retreated into the upper atmosphere of Tolis, maintaining a secure orbital position while they awaited word from the two Jedi below. Beside her, Leox shrugged.
Who knows? It didn't look like there was much left down there to find. But if anyone can work it all out, it's those two. Smartest people I know.
Affy thumped his arm. "Hey!" Leox laughed.
Thought you'd say that, he said, teasing her. But you know what I mean. Reath and Comac know about all that ancient stuff.
"Yeah, keep on digging," said Affy, chuckling. "And yeah, I do know what you mean. It's just seeing this place, what the blight has done to it. It puts it all into perspective, doesn't it?"
How do you mean?
I mean, all this fighting with the Nile, people murdering each other. What's it all for, really? When the galaxy has problems like this. Affy shrugged. "I know that's simplistic. Naive, too. But really, haven't we all got bigger things to worry about than territorial disputes and trying to kill each other?"
I really wish that people worked the way you want them to, Affy, said Leox. It would make the galaxy a better place. But there's always someone who isn't happy with their lot, who wants more, who gets their kicks out of making other people feel small and unwelcome. That's what I see when I look at Marchion Row. A bully who just happens to punch that little bit harder than everyone else.
Affy nodded. "A boy who didn't get enough love," she said, "and now craves attention at any cost, who has to feel he's the center of the galaxy. It's an old story."
And it always ends the same way, said Leox.
"Which is?" prompted Affy.
"With tears,"
said Leox. As if on cue, a light began to flash on the control panel, accompanied by a shrill alarm.
Sounds like our two Jedi boys are ready for their extraction, said Leox. He reached over to silence the trilling alert, but Affy had already seen the readout on her screen and caught his wrist. "No, hold on. That's not Reath and Comac," she said. Leox withdrew his hand, his brow creased in a frown. "It's not?"
Affy shook her head. "No, think about it. They have their own comlinks. They'll call with a location when they're ready for a pickup. This is from someone else." She leaned over the control console, scanning the data readout for more information. "It's one of Geode's recall devices. It's been triggered." Leox met her eye.
"You left one of those with Eve and Zaf on Oysen, didn't you?"
Affy was still studying the screen. "Although they should have called too. But it has to be them. No one else has an active device. It looks as though they've triggered the homing signal. I hope they're not in trouble."
"There's nothing we can do," said Leox. "We can swing by to collect them once we've dropped Reath and Comac back on Coruscant. Or we can notify the Bind Guild, see if any other ships are closer and willing to run the pickup for us."
"Maybe," said Affy, distracted. She was trying to figure out the origin of the homing signal. She tapped some keys, telling the flight computer to triangulate their position.
"What is it?"
asked Leox.
"What's wrong?"
"I've just got a feeling," said Affy, her voice trailing off. She could see that the signal identifier was definitely the one she'd given to Eve Byer back on Oisin, but it didn't make sense.
"You're worrying me now a little bit," said Leox.
"It's Eve's beacon, all right," said Affy. "But it doesn't add up. It's saying she's not on Oisin anymore." Leox shrugged.
"Maybe they hitched a ride part of the way home," he said. "Or maybe they had Jedi business elsewhere. Who knows?"
"No, you don't understand," said Affy. "The signal. It's coming from Tolis." Leox sat forward in his chair. He got up, leaning on the console as he studied the screen.
"Something must be wrong with Geode's coding," he said. "Or there's some interference giving us a false reading. It says she's down on the beach right where we dropped the others."
"But how?" said Affy.
"Like I said, it must be a mistake," said Leox.
Affy shook her head. "I'm not so sure." She set the scanners to do a sweep of the area. Moments later, she got a ping. Her heart almost skipped a beat. "There's another ship down there, Leox." Leox was shaking his head.
"There can't be. We would have seen it."
But the results on the scanner were undeniable. And what was more, the site of the ship precisely matched the location of the homing beacon. "The signal is coming from inside the ship," said Affy.
"I don't like this," said Leox. "Not one bit. What if it's some sort of trap?"
Affy rocked back in her seat again. "But what if it's not? What if it really is Eve and Zaf, and they need our help? We can't ignore it, Leox."
"Look, before we do anything drastic, try raising them on the comms," said Leox.
But Affy could already tell he was preparing himself for something. "What if they can't reply?" said Affy. "That could be why they triggered the homing beacon in the first place."
"It can't hurt to try," countered Leox.
He reached for the comlink.
"Hello? Master Eve Byer? Padawan Zaf Mora? This is Leox Jossi of the Bind Guild ship The Vessel. Do you read me?"
Silence. The moment stretched. And then the static broke, and for a moment there was just the sound of a single, plaintive animal moan. "Eve? Eve, is that you?" said Affy, urgency welling inside her. "Can you hear me? It's Affy." The only reply was harsh, ragged breathing before the line went dead and the pipping of the homing signal started up again. Affy stared at Leox. "Okay, we're going down there. Now." Leox nodded.
"Agreed."
He grabbed the controls. The vessel swung around slowly and then juddered violently, the engine squealing. Alarms blared. Red warning symbols flashed on all the readout screens. "What the hell?" bellowed Affy, raising her voice over the screeching alarms. Leox was shaking his head, punching buttons and flicking switches. He cursed loudly.
"Something's wrong with the fuel regulator."
"What? Now?" Affy could hardly believe their luck. What was going on?
"It looks like Geode was right. There's a problem somewhere in the system," said Leox.
He looked hassled, frantically trying to make sense of the data he was seeing. "Great," said Affy. "Perfect timing." All around her, readouts were turning red. "Can we still fly?"
"I don't know," said Leox. "Geode?"
If Geode was even considering telling them both, "I told you so," he was showing remarkable restraint. Instead, he remained in the rear compartment making hurried adjustments to the flight systems. Affy watched as several dials retreated slowly back out of the red.
"He's bringing her under control," said Leox. "Just."
"Well done, Geode," called Affy.
"We're not out of trouble yet," said Leox. "Once we're stable, we're going to have to run a full diagnostic. Pull the systems apart until we've identified the fault. It's going to take some time."
"We haven't got time," said Affy, frustration bubbling. You heard Eve. Something's wrong.
I don't know what I heard, said Leox, but we need to fix the ship a little bit.
Just get us down there, said Affy. We can fix her on the ground. Once we know Eve and Zaf are okay. Leox gave a heavy sigh. He studied his screen.
I can do it, but our maneuverability is compromised. If something comes for us...
We'll have to risk it, said Affy. So far as we know, there are no Nile or any other hostiles down there.
So far as we knew, countered Leox. There were no other Jedi either.
I know, Leox. I know it's a risk. But there are people down there who need us. All we have to do is get close. Then we can land and we'll have all the time we need to make the repairs. But you know as well as I do that we'll never be able to live with ourselves if we don't act and something happens. Leox looked pained. He slid back into his seat and took hold of the controls.
Why do you always have to be right, little bit?
It's a burden I'm learning to live with, said Affy, grinning. She dropped back into her own chair. Brace yourself, Geode, she called. We're going in. Geode's silence told her everything she needed to know. 46.
So, the key to all of this lies in the Echo Stones, said Comac.
He was pacing the round chamber as he processed everything Reath had told him, about the visions, the rods, and the paradise world that seemed to be at the center of everything.
Barnabas Vim was on the right track, all those years ago. He was the first of us to identify the Echo Stones. A Jedi explorer who became fascinated with the stones' origins almost 2 centuries ago.
Reath sat against the wall, his knees drawn up before him, his hands resting in his lap. He was feeling more like himself with every passing moment. A part of him wanted to stay on Tolis and keep exploring the fascinating ruins, but he knew they needed to get back to the vessel so they could transmit a message to the Jedi Council to let them know what they discovered. But he was still trying to make sense of it himself, and talking it through with Master Comac was helping. Reath watched as Comac continued to pace the edges of the room, hands folded behind his back, his brow furrowed in thought. He was wearing a familiar, pensive expression. It was just like old times.
The stones seem to have an effect on the Shriekaré, said Master Comac, looking at Reath. And that's what the Ptolemites placed into those rods. That's right, yes?
Yes, said Reath.
In the vision, it seemed to provide the Ptolemites with a measure of control. The Nameless had stopped trying to husk them, for a start. Well, that's a bonus, said Master Comac. So, logically, if we could find more of the stones, we'd have a way to control the creatures. That must be what Markion Ro is using.
He rubbed the back of his neck thoughtfully.
That rod we saw him use in the Hollow recordings. Do you think it's one of the originals you saw in your vision?
Reath considered this for a moment.
It has to be. How else would he have known what to do? I don't believe for a minute that the Nile discovered a bunch of Echo Stones and decided to fashion them into rods. There's no evidence they've been here, to Tolis, and learned what we have from the 3 ancients. It would be too much of a coincidence that they somehow happened upon the exact same idea. He must have found it somewhere. Maybe on the same planet where he found the Nameless.
Master Comac was nodding.
Yes, you're right. Which makes me wonder, what happened to the other 2 rods?
He stopped pacing for a moment.
It's clear what we need to do. We need to find one of them. But where do we even start? You'd think they would have been entombed with the ancients if they'd intended for them to be found, and I've already checked. There's nothing in those Kyber coffins. They probably didn't want to give anyone else the tools they'd need to remove the creatures from their home planet again, said Master Comac. It seems they were pretty set on making sure their warning was heard and understood. The rods would be too much of a temptation for anyone unscrupulous or hungry for power.
Right, said Reath.
So what would they have done with them? Scatter them among the stars? Bury them somewhere no one would ever think to look? They obviously didn't destroy them. Maybe they were worried they might be needed again. Perhaps there's more in the archives. Barnabas Vim spent decades looking into the stones. And your friend Azlin might know more too, said Comac. Reath bristled at the casual accusation in that statement. It's like searching for a single droplet in the Irem Ocean. We have no idea how Marchion Ro laid his hands on one, where it came from, or what happened to the others. They're lost to time. It's been thousands of years. Remember, said Master Comac, no one had been here for thousands of years either until we found it. We did that. You and me. We're so close, Reath. We might not yet have the means to bring this nightmare to an end, but at least now we know what we have to do. So close, and yet still so far, said Reath. He was practically fizzing with the magnitude of their discoveries, the importance of what they'd found, the lessons they'd learned about a civilization that had existed over 10 millennia in the past. But he was trying to be realistic, too. As exciting as all of this new knowledge is, think about what you're saying. We don't even know if we're right. All we have are questions. He ticked them off on his fingers. Will taking the Nameless back to their home planet stop the spread of the Blight? Where, in the whole of the big, wide galaxy, do we find that world? Where are the rods or the echo stones that might help us? And where did they originate? Reath sighed. There's still so much to do. So much to figure out. Master Comac had finally ceased his pacing to stand before Reath. He was utterly disheveled, his robes still soaked through, his hair mussed. But his eyes were wild with the same excitement Reath was feeling. Yes, but we're so much closer. The answers are out there. The Nile must have taken the Nameless from their home in order to start all of this again. And, said Reath, that vision really must have muddled your head, said Master Comac, laughing. Think about it. It means the Nile know where that planet is. Reath nodded, following his train of thought. Okay, right. But we still have to find a way to get that information out of them. And don't forget, they still have the Nameless at their beck and call, and we have no way to defend ourselves. Aye, said Master Comac. I'll give you that. But it's a start. And here's something else. If we can find one of those rods, then we won't have to worry about the Nameless either. We can walk right into Marchion Ro's fortress and take them from him. Without the Nameless, we can even the odds against the Nile. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, said Reath. There's a lot to do before we reach that point, and I think Marchion Ro would have something to say about your dismissiveness. You're forgetting the attack on Valo, Starlight Beacon. I'm not forgetting, said Master Comac. I'm reminding you there's hope, that's all. Even after everything that's happened. Even for someone like me. He held out his hand, and Reath took it, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Time we were leaving, I think. I'll tell the others to come get us. Reath reached for his comlink. He depressed the button. Affy? Leox? There was nothing but the hiss and pop of static. Reath tapped the thing against the palm of his hand, then tried again. Hello? Vessel, are you there? Still nothing. Probably this place shielding the transmission, said Master Comac. Let's head back out and try again. He started toward the door and then stopped, his hand going out to find the wall for support. Master Comac? Instinctively, Reath pulled the shield from his back, igniting the plasma panels. They suffused the room with a bright blue tinge. Is everything all right? He took a step forward, and he felt a wave of frantic, mortal terror wash over him. He fell back, moaning. He tried to form a word, but it came out as a shrill, guttural scream. He was fighting a tide of blind panic. Every cell in his body told him to flee. He couldn't think, couldn't concentrate. His head felt heavy, like it was full of wet sand. Thoughts oozed like molten lava. He tried to focus on Comac,
realized his former master was ushering him back from the doorway.
"They're here," slurred Master Comac. "They found us."
Recognition took a moment to penetrate Reath's fraught, panicked mind. The Nameless. No, not this. Not now.
"Master, what do we do?"
Reath fought against the tide of fear. He raised his head, squinting, looking up into the adjoining chamber. A dark shape hovered at the top of the slope, barring the exit. It was indistinct, twisting and reshaping itself like some terrible demonic entity sent to torment him. One moment it wore Azlin's face, but misshapen, malformed, twisted in a wicked grin. The next it bore Amadeo's, its eyes accusing and hard. Reath screamed again, trying to tear his eyes away. The shape shifted, stirring. Desperately, frantically, Reath tore the shield off his arm. He tossed it into the air before him, digging deep, calling on the Force. He pushed with both hands, throwing everything he had into the effort, and the shield shot forward, spinning through the air, just as the creature leapt. The shield struck the beast full in the head as it jumped, with velocity that should have broken its neck. The shield rebounded, clanging against the walkway and tumbling over the side into the trench of water. The strange, flickering, horrifying shape fell in the opposite direction, splashing into the other trench. It screeched in frustration, and the sound was like a lightsaber being pushed through the back of Reath's head. He lurched, bending double, a burning stream of vomit bursting from his lips. Master Comac's hand was on his shoulder, dragging him back into the circular room. Reath tried to wave him off.
"No, we have to go. We have to run."
He knew he was mumbling, unable to think properly. He thrashed, desperate to get away. All he could think about was running. He had to run. Why couldn't Master Comac see that? Why?
"No time,"
said Master Comac through gritted teeth. He was holding his lightsaber, and the bright, searing light seemed to burn Reath's eyes.
Back! Back!
Reath could hardly breathe. The creature was getting closer, and with every step it took, he was losing control, unable to focus, barely able to remember who he was. It was as if he were already being eroded, like just being near the creature was enough to begin pulling him apart. Terror gripped him again. His throat was raw from screaming. Lights danced before his eyes. He fell back, scrabbling blindly at the ground, pushing himself pathetically away from the thing with the heels of his hands. It was over. After all this. After everything. Tears streamed from his eyes. "Master!" He lifted his head in time to see Master Comac slashing out with his lightsaber. Was he trying to fight it? There was no way. No way. But then the front of one of the Kyber coffins fell open, crashing to the floor. Master Comac's saber went out. Close by, the Nameless roared. Reath threw his arm up. He knew what was coming. It would be over in a moment. He'd be just like all those husks he'd examined in his laboratory. And when they find you, all you'll be is dust. But the pain never came. He looked around, confused, unable to process what was happening around him. Warped images danced before his eyes.
"Reath! Reath! Run, now!"
The voice seemed almost disembodied, as if calling to him in a dream. He cowered, pressing himself against the wall. He was so scared. And then a hand grabbed his wrist. A face hovered near his own, distorted, evil. Reath tried to push himself back, but the wall was hard and cold against the back of his skull.
"Reath, now! Run!"
The voice seemed familiar. He shook his head, trying to clear it. So familiar. Comac. Master Comac was here, telling him to run. He moved. Unsteadily, he circled the wavering coffins, following his fellow Jedi. The creature was still there, but it was bearing down on the open coffin, hungrily consuming the mummified remains inside.
Reath, run!
Reath ran. Under the archway, up the slope, past the water. The farther he ran, the more clarity seemed to return. Blood was streaming from his nostrils, clogging his breath. He could see Master Comac now, ahead of him, stumbling for the exit. They were in the Ptolemite structure. There was another chamber at the top, and then they'd be out. He coughed, stumbled, reached the top of the slope, paused for a moment.
Reath, come on!
He turned, raising his hand, reaching. The shield shot from the water, thudding into his grip. He slung it onto his arm and hurried after Master Comac, never looking back at the feasting horror in their wake. They burst into daylight, spluttering, near broken, but alive. But Reath knew they didn't have long until it was back on their trail.
How,
he said, hacking on the thick phlegm and bile that still stung his throat.
How did you know? A lucky guess, said Comac.
He looked as bad as Reath felt. His hands were trembling.
I figured they were so steeped in the Force that, even dead, one of the three ancients might present a more attractive target than either of us.
Reath nodded.
We should head into the ruins, find more cover.
Master Comac nodded.
And try calling the vessel again, quickly.
They hurried into the ruins, both perfectly aware that whatever cover the low walls could provide would be as nothing to the Nameless when it came for them.
Affy?
He huffed into his comlink as he ran.
Affy? Leox?
Leox's genial voice erupted from the comm.
Go ahead, Reath. We've got you loud and clear. We need to get out of here now. The Nile are here, and they've brought Nameless.
Reath heard the sudden shift in Leox's tone from casual interest to urgent concern.
Sit tight. We're already on our way down from orbit.
Ahead of him, Master Comac had stumbled to a stop behind a heap of rubble that might once have been a wall. He was gasping for breath.
There are more of them,
he said as Reath lurched over.
They've played us. They're hunting us like a pack. They're closing in from all directions.
Reath looked wildly about. He knew instantly that Master Comac was right. He could feel them drawing closer. Feel that now familiar spike of fear, the cold terror spreading through his limbs, the hyper-awareness of danger overloading his mind, his thoughts. He turned, scanning the horizon. There was no sign of the creatures, not yet. But a lone figure was standing on one of the low walls, watching them with strange, hypnotic eyes, a horrible, vacant grin on his face. He was dressed in a hooded black cloak, and he had pale skin and a webwork of fine scars across his thin, hairless face. He was carrying an electro staff that flickered and spat purple light. Just like Master Comac had described the Jedi hunter who had gone after him on Thal. Reath raised the shield. Master Comac's lightsaber ignited in his fist. Overhead, the roar of engines tore open the sky. Reath glanced up to see the vessel, diving straight for them like a falling stone. Despite the fear, despite the danger, despite everything, he felt hope blossom in his breast. There was still a chance. Just. His comlink crackled to life. It was Affy. We're coming in hot. We'll swing around and open the rear doors. Do you think you can make the jump? Reath thumbed the comlink. His hands were shaking.
We'll try,
he said with as much conviction as he could muster. He didn't know if he had it in him, but it was the only chance they had. The vessel swept in closer. The rear hatch began to open. Laser fire erupted from somewhere amid the ruins. Light bloomed. The vessel shuddered as the shots struck the ship's engines in quick succession, causing it to slew out of control.
No!
Reath's bellow was raw, unchecked pain. The barrage continued, and he realized the Nile must have brought ground-to-air munitions for just such an occasion. They were learning what the Jedi were capable of, and countering any such escape. They'd won. Again. The vessel spiraled wildly and then dropped, trailing smoke. It slammed into the ground somewhere out of view. The noise was a sickening, echoing crunch. The laser barrage ceased. Reath turned on the spot. 2 Nameless were drawing closer. The Jedi hunter had drawn his weapon. Reath was losing control, his entire body shaking, sweating, his mind unable to comprehend the sheer terror it was attempting to process. The end was near. 47. The door to Azlin's cell slid open before her. Vernestra hadn't bothered to knock. She'd come directly from the interview with the temple guard, who'd turned out to be a human male named Borthus Mitto. Following his apprehension, she'd escorted him back to the upper levels, where he'd been taken into custody by his fellow temple guards while they decided on the next steps. She'd roused several members of the Jedi Council and informed them immediately of what she discovered, and then, finally, retired for some rest. This morning, she'd been awoken by a message from Keaton Murag, asking her to join him in questioning the temple guard. Mitto had proved completely cooperative, but had denied everything. He claimed to have no notion of why the comms equipment had been set up in the small chamber at the end of the passageway near Azlin's cell, or how it had been powered on or used. He explained that he only ever entered Azlin's cell when Azlin knocked, which was a standing order he'd received from the temple guards to ensure the well-being of their elderly charge. He claimed that Azlin would ask for fresh food or drink, and while occasionally he did seem anxious for company, Mitto would not engage the man in any conversations that went beyond the superficial or his day-to-day needs. He assured them that he had in no way engaged in any subterfuge, and that if he had received any unusual requests from Azlin, which he had not, he would have escalated them directly to the Jedi Council, or, at the very least, to the extended Temple Guard network. He seemed frustratingly sincere. And yet, they had received word from Amadeo about the mission to Angoth and Master Lox's death, and the holo-transmission in which Baron Bulin claimed to have an informant in the Jedi Temple, and used information provided by them to potentially compromise Reath and Comac's mission to Tolis. To Vernestra, it seemed obvious. The Temple Guard had been manipulated by Azlin into making these transmissions, and he'd used the equipment she'd found to do it. She had no clear understanding of why, but she felt certain Azlin had to be behind it. The problem was, there was no evidence. And that meant she had no way of proving anything. In fact, Master Murag had even taken her aside after the interview with the Temple Guard had concluded. He'd reminded her she'd been through a lot recently, and that she was accusing a Temple Guard, of all people, on circumstantial evidence alone. While he understood that Azlin couldn't be trusted, and she was worried about the man's influence on Reath and others, they could hardly censure Borthus Mitto for doing his job. They'd removed the comm equipment for testing, and would double the guards on Azlin's door as a precautionary measure. And, in the meantime, they would continue to look for evidence of this potential informant. It was all they could do. But it wasn't all Vernestra could do. She was going to speak to Azlin, to confront him about the matter. She stalked into the room, searching for the man who she believed had engineered all this chaos and disruption. She had never met him before, and the sheer sight of him caused her to come to a halt, appalled. He looked broken, like no being should ever look. He'd aged far beyond the natural lifespan of a normal human, sustained now only by his bleak obsession and the power of the dark side. Vernestra could sense its oppressive aura, radiating from this shell of a man. He was sitting cross-legged on his bunk, his tattered robes draped around his shoulders, his gnarled fingers skittering over the surface of a small, wooden puzzle box as he turned it over in his hands. His goggles were raised, sitting on his forehead beneath the thin strands of his hair, the empty, staring sockets of his eyes fixed unseeing on the puzzle in his grip. He didn't turn in Vernestra's direction as she stopped in the middle of the small room, peering down at him.
"And you are,"
he said, his voice dry like old reeds. "Vernestra Rowe," she ground out. "A friend of Reath's."
"Ah,"
said Azlin.
"Yes,"
he sighed, as if reluctantly accepting the need to placate her.
"And what can I do for you, Vernestra?"
He turned his face toward her, a sickly smile on his thin lips. Vernestra fought the urge to recoil. "I know what you've been doing," she said, her voice level. Azlin grinned.
"How nice for you."
Vernestra made a fist behind her back. "You could have gotten them both killed. You still might." Azlin shrugged.
"I'm afraid I have no notion of what you're referring to, young lady."
"You sent the Nile after Reath. You sent them to Tolis," said Vernestra.
"I did,"
said Azlin, surprised.
"How remarkable. All from the confines of my cell, too."
"I know it was you," said Vernestra.
Said Azlin. "You suspect it was me, but that's very different from knowing something for certain, isn't it? Mights and maybes, haves and have-nots. Who's to say?"
"So you don't deny it?" said Vernestra.
"Why should I deny the impossible?" said Azlin. "How could I have sent the Nile after Reath? And more to the point, why? I have no reason to put the boy at risk. Can't you see? I've invested a lot of time in his growth. He's our greatest hope of defeating the Nameless. Why would I do anything to put him at risk?"
Vernestra faltered. "But why would the Temple Guard do it, unless you'd somehow manipulated him?"
"Why, indeed," said Azlin with a vile smirk.
"I know you're holding something back, Azlin. I can tell." Azlin fixed his gaping eye sockets on her.
"How astute of you, Vernestra. And yet we all have our own path, don't we?"
Vernestra almost took a step back in shock. That word, the emphasis he'd put on it. Did he know? Did he know about the path that Mari Santeca had placed inside her head? The one she'd been keeping to herself all this time? How could he?
"Now, perhaps we should start again," said Azlin. "Can I offer you some tea?"
Vernestra glowered at him. This was how he did it. This was how he worked on people, breaking down their defenses, insinuating that he knew their hidden truths. But it wouldn't happen here, not to her. "Despite everything, Reath has chosen to listen to you, Azlin. And all you've done is repay him with lies and manipulation." She shook her head. "He'll never listen to you again." Azlin slowly placed the puzzle box on the bunk before him.
"You underestimate your friend," he said, folding his hands in his lap. "He is stronger than he knows. He has it in him to see this through, perhaps more than any of us. But first, he must recognize that strength in himself." He waved his hand. "All is as it should be."
"Who are you to decide such things?" said Vernestra. Azlin laughed.
"It seems I am the only one who is there for the boy."
"He's no boy," countered Vernestra.
And yet, still he questions himself, abandoned by his master, tasked with the impossible by those who proclaim to care for him.
Azlin sniffed, raising his chin.
To whom is he supposed to turn? He cannot show weakness to those who have charged him with becoming their savior. He is alone, and so it falls upon me to guide him toward his goal.
Vernestra shook her head. No, you're wrong. Reath knows he has friends, people to turn to. He comes here out of pity, because he sees what you have made of yourself and feels sorry for you. By way of reply, Azlin turned his back on her and returned to his puzzle box.
I think that we are done here, he said.
Vernestra backed toward the door. We're not done, Azlin. Not for a minute. When Reath is back, I'm going to tell him everything. I'm going to make sure he knows the truth.
And you believe it will make a difference? Said Azlin.
I know it will, said Vernestra. Because I have faith in Reath. Because he's my friend, and not just a tool to be manipulated. Azlin smirked.
Ah, I see. Then you are a greater fool than even I imagined, Vernestra Rowe.
Vernestra shook her head. She backed out of the cell. The door slid shut after her. No, I'm not the fool here, Azlin. And neither is Reath. She thought of her friend then, of the weight he carried on his shoulders, of the dangers he faced out there on Tolis. And she knew he was going to be okay. He had to be. Because there was no way this fallen Jedi could be right. 48. We're too late. Amadeo was sitting in the cockpit of the Invictus as they plummeted through the lower atmosphere of Tolis, watching the flare of surface-to-air laser fire as it struck the other ship. They hadn't had a chance to identify it before the explosions began, but Amadeo was pretty sure it wasn't a Nile ship. Which meant there was every chance it was the vessel. His heart was in his mouth.
It's never too late,
called Ashton, trying to steady the bucking controls.
It's all about making the right entrance.
The only entrance we're going to be making, if you continue the way you are, is as a fireball that was once a Republic transport ship, said L-77. For someone without an expressive face, he gave a very strong impression of disdain. Dorian was in the rear of the ship, evidently trying not to think about the speeds involved in their barely controlled descent. Ashton took one hand off the controls to wave dismissively at L-77.
Don't be such a spoil sport. You never want me to fly.
Can you blame me? Said L-77. He looked at Amadeo as if pleading. Won't you do something to stop her?
Just get us down alive, said Amadeo, and quickly.
On it, said Ashton. Oh, perfect, said L-77. Now you're encouraging her. We're all going to die.
Have I ever killed you before?
Said Ashton, shooting him a look out of the corner of her eye. Evidently not, retorted L-77. But it's not from want of trying. Ashton laughed, wrenching back on the controls.
Hold on, we have incoming!
Laser cannon fire raked their hull as Ashton swung the Invictus about. Warnings blared. The ship shuddered, but held.
Well,
called Ashton over the clanging alarms.
Well, what?
Said L-77.
Aren't you going to return fire?
Said L-77. I thought you'd never ask. His metallic hands danced over the weapons controls, buttons clicking and clacking. Bring us about, said Ashton.
Just fire the damn cannons.
Stop being difficult, said L-77. Ashton wrung her hands. Just bring us about, she muttered under her breath. She yanked on the flight controls and the ship juddered. Amadeo caught hold of the back of L-77's chair to stop himself being thrown forward.
"We need to get down there."
"I know," said Ashton. Another barrage of cannon fire battered the lower hull. Amadeo heard Dorian shouting something from the hold, but he didn't have time to go back to check. The Invictus groaned as it swung about.
"It's not built for maneuvers like this,"
said Ashton, a panicked edge to her voice.
"We're going to break the whole thing in two."
"Which would be better than your last 3 landings," said L-77. His finger was hovering over a red button on the instrument panel. All Amadeo could see outside was a blurred impression of vast ruins flanked by a blue-green ocean, spinning past the viewport as if their descent was utterly out of control. Ashton opened her mouth to scream her reply, but was drowned out by the sudden roar of launching missiles as L-77 punched the red button. The ship continued to come about, nose dipping. Amadeo watched, eyes wide, as 4, 5, 6 missiles converged on a hulking gray ship parked in a small clearing close to the edge of the ruins. They struck in unison. The Nile ship flared as its shields took the brunt of the attack. The missiles detonated. The resulting explosion ripped through the air like a crack of thunder, a massive, roiling ball of flame and pressure boiling up from the site of the impact, just as the Invictus's nose completed its swing around. The blast caught the RDC ship from below, forcing it up and onto its side. Amadeo was thrown from his seat, skidding across the floor, slamming hard against the wall. He rolled, head smarting, calling on the Force to slow his momentum as he tumbled through the hatchway into the main hold. Dorian, he was relieved to see, had taken the precaution of webbing himself into one of the safety harnesses and was braced in a sitting position, chanting quietly to himself, his eyes squeezed shut as the ship rolled. Amadeo caught hold of the edge of a bench to steady himself as the momentum tried to tear him free again. His fingers were white with the effort of holding on. The ship's superstructure wailed with the sound of straining metal. And then they were over. The engines were firing, and they were falling. They smashed into the ground, churning soil and rubble, then rebounded, lifting again before coming down heavily to settle into a long slide. Amadeo winced, both from the pain of bashing his hip against the metal floor plates and the screeching of the hull as it slewed across the ground, bending and breaking and rending as it went. After a moment, they shuddered to a halt. Amadeo was up immediately, rushing to Dorian's side. "Are you okay? Dorian?" Dorian raised his head, sighed, and offered Amadeo his now familiar crooked smile.
"I'm still breathing, if that's what you mean."
Amadeo nodded before hurrying toward the cockpit, only to find L-77 cutting Ashton loose from her safety harness, which had evidently jammed in the crash. "Perfect landing, I'd say," muttered the droid as he worked, slicing through the straps with his arm blade. "Don't give me that," countered Ashton. "We're still in one piece, aren't we? And so's the ship." "Yes, and I'll be watching from the ground as you try to get it airborne again," said L-77. He severed the last strap and lifted Ashton gently out of her seat. "Are you hurt?" he said, his voice gentle now. "No. Are you?" Her reply was equally concerned. "No," said L-77. They nodded to each other, and then L-77 set Ashton down on her feet. She looked at Amadeo. "Right then. Ready?" Amadeo pulled Master Lox's lightsaber from his holster. "Ready." The main hatch was twisted and buckled shut from the crash, and it took L-77 a few moments to manually crack the dented airlock. As soon as Amadeo had dragged himself through and dropped to the ground, he felt the presence of the Nameless like a foul stench in the air. The sensation brought with it a sudden flood of emotion and spiking fear. Not this. Not again. Not yet. Amadeo recoiled against the battered hull of the ship, raising his arm to cover his face, gasping to find his breath. His vision swam. His emotions churned. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still he saw Master Lox swimming out of the nightmare black, his face contorted as it crumbled to dust before him, accusing Amadeo of betrayal, of abandoning his master to die. Amadeo cried out, trying to push the awful vision out of his mind. He felt a hand on his arm and flinched away.
"It's okay, Amadeo. I'm here."
The voice was gentle, kind.
"It's Dorian."
Amadeo fought the rising tide of panic, forcing himself to breathe. The creatures weren't even targeting him yet, but the trauma of the past day seemed to be having an amplifying effect, making everything feel so much worse. Or perhaps it was the other way around. He couldn't be certain. Regardless, the guilt and shame and loss he was feeling seemed to come in waves that threatened to overwhelm him. Slowly, he steadied himself, seeking his center. His vision sharpened, as if a heavy fog were clearing from before his eyes, although he could still feel the horrible, oppressive weight of the creature's presence pressing down on him. They were near. Just over the next rise, toward the water.
"You don't have to do this," said Dorian beside him. "You've already done enough. Ashton and Sevens are here. They'll help your friends."
Amadeo pushed himself away from the downed ship. He kneaded his temples.
"No, I do have to do this. There could be Nile here too. I can fight them. I can help." "All right," said Dorian, his tone uncertain. "But I'm sticking with you."
Amadeo nodded.
"I'll protect you."
He ignited Master Lox's lightsaber. The blue blade flickered to life. The familiar hum was somehow both tragic and comforting in equal measure.
"That's not exactly what I meant," said Dorian, "but thanks all the same."
Ashton was scanning the landscape from atop the remains of an old wall. "We saw a ship go down over there," she said, pointing. "We should head in that direction." Amadeo shook his head. "No, head for the coast. That's where they are." "You can tell?" said Ashton, shooting him a quizzical look. "Jedi stuff," replied L-77, before Amadeo had a chance to answer. He was standing a few meters away, and he turned to look at Ashton, his single eye flashing. "Well, you heard the kid." He set off at a run. Ashton leapt down from her perch, charging after him at full pelt, shouting something indiscernible.
"You sure about this?" asked Dorian one last time. "No," said Amadeo, "but I'm going to do it anyway." Dorian laughed. "I walked right into that one, didn't I?" They set off after the others. Reath could hardly think, hardly function. His body was frozen with fear, ice cold, overwhelming, drowning out almost every other thought. His breathing was ragged, his heart was palpitating, and sweat ran down his brow. He knew Master Comac was somewhere close by, but Reath had lost track of him. He'd lost track of everything. He didn't even have the capacity to scream. There was nothing but the creatures, slowly, inexorably circling closer. Their outlines shimmered and morphed as Reath's vision blurred. How could he fight something he couldn't even see? How could he push through such crippling, overwhelming fear? He was close to full-on panic. His ears were filled with a ringing sound that drowned out everything around him. He clutched his shield, but he knew it would never be enough to save them. He heard laughing and turned his head, shaking it to try to clear his warping vision. It was the creature's handler. The man's silhouette was wavering too, as if seen through a distant heat haze. One moment he looked human, striding forward on both legs, a wicked, satisfied grin on his awful face. The next he was one of the creatures,
a hulking, slavering, tentacled beast, hungry to feed. Reath moaned, fighting for a clarity that would not come. Close by, Master Comac whimpered. His lightsaber rolled from his fingers. They were about to die. Everything they'd done, everything they'd hoped for was going to end on this beach. He dropped to one knee, crying out in terror. But still he hefted the shield. Still he gripped it for all he was worth. He would stand his ground to the last. He would... Something changed. A sudden release. A moment of respite. Reath staggered, blinking groggy. Something had distracted the creatures. Something, or someone, was drawing them off. He squinted into the light, trying to make sense of what his eyes were telling him. A tall, silver figure was charging through the coastal spume, kicking up spray as it thundered into the side of what could only be one of the Nameless, sending them both tumbling into a mass of writhing limbs and flashing blades. Blood fountained as the droid, that was the only thing it could be, slashed ribbons from the creature's chest and forelegs. And yet, the Nameless fought on, slamming the droid hard across the side of the head, tearing a rent in the paneling of its chest. Reath's understanding of what was happening was hazy, piecemeal. The proximity of the Nameless was affecting his perception, and he couldn't be certain that any of what he was seeing wasn't a figment of his terrified imagination. Was this just his dying brain, reaching out for a last moment of hope? He turned, trying to figure out what had happened to the other creature. Another figure, a woman, he thought, was circling the other Nameless, twin blasters barking as she fired again and again and again into its flank. The creature reared up on its hind legs, screeching, lashing out with its claws as the woman danced away, bellowing obscenities. And two more figures were cresting the rise, one tall and thin, the other... Oh no. Amadeo? What was he doing here? Didn't he realize the danger? Didn't he understand? Why wasn't Master Locke stopping him? Or was it just the proximity of the Nameless conjuring figments from his mind? He couldn't be certain either way. Reath tried to call out to him, to send the Padawan away, but his voice was nothing more than a hoarse croak, dying on his lips. As he watched, the Jedi Hunter drew his electrostaff and turned to meet Amadeo and the other man. Reath took a step toward them, but Master Comac caught his robes, pulling him back. Reath spun, about to yank himself free, but the look of outright terror on Comac's face stopped him short. He frowned, unsure what was happening. And then it struck him. He'd forgotten about the third Nameless, the one they'd left in the repository. The hairs on the nape of his neck prickled. Something stole his breath. He couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't see. The world was spinning. Desperate thoughts circled his mind. He imagined his hands, his arms, his face turning to dust. Fear locked him rigid. He whimpered and fell to the ground. Amadeo watched in horror as Reath emitted a shrill scream of terror and dropped to his knees. Amadeo shuddered. He wanted to run to Reath, to help his friend, but there was no time. The strange, hooded Nile with the pale face was closing on him and Dorian, whirling his electrostaff before him like a wheel. A Nile Jedi Hunter. It had to be. Amadeo backed away. The Nameless were far enough away from him that their presence wasn't yet debilitating. But if he had any hope of holding his own in the fight to come, he needed to draw the man away. He was so scared his hands were trembling. What if the Jedi Hunter was too strong? What if Amadeo had come here just to die like his master? He ground his teeth. He knew it was the fear talking. He kept on backing away. Beside him, Dorian pulled a blaster from a holster on his hip and then turned and ran. directly toward Reath and Master Comac. Good. Still, the Jedi Hunter advanced, whirling his electrostaff, cackling with amusement. It doesn't matter, little Jedi. You can try to run, but I'll find you. I always do. He was thin and pale, with dark veins bulging at his neck and temples. One of his eyes was almost entirely red, shot through with traces of black, and he wore an expression that was equal parts snide and frenzied. Gritting his teeth, Amadeo raised Master Lox's lightsaber as the Jedi Hunter rushed him. The blade clashed with the swinging staff, once, twice, a third time, humming and fizzing as they tested each other's defenses, pacing slowly. "Little Jedi," spat the Jedi Hunter in a thin, asinine voice. "Ready to die?" Amadeo didn't answer, refusing to rise to the bait. He breathed, allowing his muscles to remember his forms, twisting, turning, thrusting on instinct. Every attack was met by the whirling electrostaff, every parry by a counterattack. He staggered, parrying again, trying to shake the latent fear that continued to worry at the back of his mind, unbalancing him, causing him to misjudge and misstep. With the three Nameless otherwise engaged on the far side of the beach, the effect of their presence had become a constant background distraction. But as he clashed again with the Jedi Hunter, he felt the same disquieting sensation radiating from the man, only weaker and somehow different. What was he? The corruption was more than just the influence of the dark side. Amadeo was certain of it. It was as if, having spent so much time with the Nameless, the man had been tainted by them somehow, adopting some of their unique flavor. It was enough to cause Amadeo's mind to race, to shake his concentration and disrupt the timing of his defensive maneuvers. The electrostaff slammed into his left hip, causing him to stagger and grunt in pain. He flung the lightsaber up in time to block the follow-up attack that would have caught him across the side of the head. But then the Jedi Hunter kicked out, his boot catching Amadeo in the gut and sending him staggering back, off balance. Close by, he heard Ashton scream, a shrill, piercing shriek of abject pain. He twisted, finding his footing, glancing over to see that she'd gone down clutching her belly as the blurry form she'd been fighting seemed to hunker over her, its mouth tendrils reaching for her face. Nearby, he saw L-77 look around, take in what was happening, and throw himself forward, burying the blade of his left arm through his own combatant so hard that it pierced the hide of its chest, spearing it to the rocky ground. He twisted, withdrew the blade, and ran to Ashton's aid. Amadeo caught only a glimpse, but he could see that the droid's blade had been shattered in the process, and several of its inner workings had been ripped loose, hanging like spilled entrails around its knees. Elsewhere, Dorian was standing close to Reath, firing a constant stream of shots at what he knew to be the third creature. He had only seconds to take all this in before the Jedi Hunter was on him again, pressing his advantage. Amadeo fended off a battering succession of attacks, lightsaber juddering in his grip under the sheer ferocity of the assault. His muscles ached, his head swam, and he knew he was badly outmatched. And yet the Jedi Hunter was repeating the same pattern of attack, trying to wear him down. Amadeo could make use of that. He played along, falling back, blocking each strike as it came, watching, until he saw an opening. And then he lunged. The Jedi Hunter was ready for him and swung his electrostaff up and around, bringing the end of it slamming down hard on Amadeo's back. It had been a feint, and Amadeo had overextended his attack. He went down hard, face first in the dirt, the air forced from his lungs. Master Lox's lightsaber winked out as it tumbled from his fingers. The shadow of the Jedi Hunter loomed over him. 49. Affy was trying desperately not to panic. Sparks were showering from the ceiling of the vessel. Alarms were blaring incessantly, in rhythm with the pounding in her head. Leox was frantically hammering at the controls, trying to get a diagnostic report, and in the next compartment, Geode was surrounded by a webwork of cables that had spilled out of a panel in the wall. The Nile and their Nameless were loose on Tolis. Reath and Comac needed to get out of there urgently, and Eve's homing beacon was still pinging loudly, originating from somewhere inside the Nile ship. The ship that had just been blasted by the RDC vessel that had seemed to arrive from out of nowhere. Everything was a mess. Leox had managed to get the vessel down among the dunes, but the ship had taken a lot of impacts from the Nile's defenses, and with their maneuverability compromised by the fault in the flight systems, they hadn't been able to get clear quickly enough to avoid serious damage. The RDC ship had come down heavily too, and Affy had no idea if the crew or passengers were still alive. She had to hope they were. It sounded as if Reath and Comac needed their help. She stumbled to the console and shut off the alarms. The lighting continued to flash bright red, but at least she could hear herself think. She checked the comms. They were down too. "Are you okay?" she asked Leox. "You're not hurt?" He shook his head.
"Two different questions, little bit. I'm not hurt."
"But you're not okay," finished Affy. "I know, I'm sorry." She brushed loose strands of hair out of her face. "You think we can get her airborne again?"
"I think it's going to take some work, but yeah, hull integrity is holding. If Geode can figure out how to get the flight systems operational, I can get us out of here," he said.
Affy wanted to grab hold of him and bundle him into a hug, but she knew now wasn't the time. "Thanks, you're the best."
He muttered by way of response.
Affy started for the door to the main cabin.
"Where are you going?" called Leox.
She paused in the opening, looking back. "We left orbit for a reason," she said.
"Affy, you're not seriously thinking of going out there?" "Not now," said Leox.
It was rare that he used her real name like that. He was worried. About her, about the ship, about himself and Geode. Affy frowned. "I have to. I made a promise to Eve. If she's trapped on that Nile ship..."
"It's too dangerous,"
said Leox. He took a step toward her, his expression pleading for her to understand.
"It could be a trap. Leave the rescue missions to Reath and Comac."
"Reath and Comac have enough to deal with," countered Affy. Leox straightened.
"All right, little bit. Then I'm coming with you."
Affy shook her head. "No. We need to get the vessel airworthy again. You stay here with Geode. I'll be back before you know it. We need to be ready to evacuate when the others figure out where to find us."
"I don't like it,"
said Leox. "Neither do I," said Affy. "But it's the only choice." Leox issued a heavy sigh.
"Just be careful, okay?"
"Okay. You too." She turned and hurried into the rear of the ship, pausing to open a locker and retrieve a small blaster. Then she punched the controls to open the boarding ramp, wincing at the spears of bright sunlight that streamed through as it slowly lowered toward the sandy landscape below. At the top of the ramp, she turned to shoot Geode a smile. "See you soon, big guy." She hurtled down the ramp, not waiting for his reply. Down among the dunes, her vision of the surrounding area was limited. She clutched the blaster, hoping she wouldn't have cause to use it. She couldn't hear anything over the ticking and groaning of the damaged vessel, but she could just make out a plume of gray smoke spiraling lazily in the distance. It had to be coming from either the Nile ship, which had taken a heavy bombardment from the RDC vessel, or the RDC vessel itself. Either way, it meant that was the right direction. Affy hurried up the side of a dune, her boots sinking into the sand with every step. She crested the top of it, skidding on the straw-like grasses. She stopped, shielding her eyes, then set off at a run, careening down the long slope of the dune in the direction of the rising column of smoke. A few moments later, it came into view. Affie couldn't see the RDC vessel, but the Nile ship sat in a depression in the sand about 100 meters away. She dropped to a crouch, taking a moment to survey the scene. There was only open ground between her and the ship, and no sign of any movement, be it people, animals, or droids, which didn't mean they weren't lurking somewhere behind cover, of course, but it was a good start. The ship itself was small and squat, a hodgepodge of dilapidated components all mashed into one craft, like almost every other Nile ship she'd ever encountered. She couldn't even tell what the underlying structure had once been, because it had been patched and modified so many times, with clusters of weapon turrets affixed to its outer hull. It was emblazoned with an eye symbol on its flank, hastily rendered in swirling blue paint, and it was covered in scorch marks from the recent aerial barrage. Several of its weapon turrets were now blackened stumps, the origin of the curling smoke she'd seen from afar, and the roof and tapered nose had been severely dented and scorched. The ramp was still raised, but the outer airlock hatch was buckled and partially open. Affie rose, scanning the nearby dunes with a sweep of the blaster. Still nothing. She edged closer, the blaster still tight in her grip. If there were any Nile in the vicinity, they didn't seem to be paying her any attention. She guessed they were off trying to deal with the Jedi. She approached the ship, her nostrils filled with the rich, oily tang of the smoke. She stood for a moment in its shadow, looking up, trying to judge whether she'd be able to pull herself into the airlock. She supposed she didn't have much choice. With one final glance around, she tucked the blaster into her coveralls and jumped, catching hold of the lip of the exposed airlock and slowly pulling herself up. Her arms burned with the exertion, and her fingertips were cramped with pain, but with a loud groan, she managed to haul herself up, slipping under the buckled metal door and pulling herself through to the interior. She paused for a moment to catch her breath, then withdrew the blaster again and crossed to the internal airlock controls. They were still intact. She initiated the sequencing process, and after a moment, the inner door opened with a hiss of compressed air. Affie stepped inside, rolling her neck to try to banish the tension in her shoulders. The lighting was dim, and a thick, musty aroma, like the scent of captive livestock, was hanging in the air. She shuddered. She knew what that had to mean. The Nameless. Affie steeled herself. She had no idea what horrors she might find on this ship, and she had to work to contain her imagination. She'd heard stories about the Nile Jedi hunters, and she'd seen Marchion Ro's broadcast of his murder of Grandmaster Pratri Veeder at the hands of a Nameless. She knew what they could do to a Jedi. She only hoped that wasn't what she was going to face now. Something had obviously gone very wrong on Oisin, however. There was no other explanation. The Nile must have retaliated after the attack on their raiders and come for Eve and Zaf, using the creatures to subdue them. She couldn't think of any other reason why they'd be broadcasting the homing signal from inside this horrible ship. Unless, of course, Leox was right, and she was walking straight into a trap. Which remained a possibility. It didn't feel like a trap, though. The ship was silent and seemed to be empty. Or perhaps that was just her own optimism talking. She realized she was doing the mental equivalent of babbling to herself, trying to quell her fear. Focus, Affie. She walked cautiously into the small common area of the ship. It was stripped back and functional. Bare walls that were only partially covered in paneling, exposed circuitry, a small medical station filled with vials and injectors. No seats, no tables, nowhere to prepare meals. the very definition of function over aesthetics. She edged her way into the rear compartment, ducking through a low hatchway, keeping the nose of the blaster raised. Here the ship had been divided into two distinct areas, a forward section that had been given over to a series of heavy metal holding pens, the type designed for wild animals, and a rear section accessed through another hatch. There were 4 of the large metal enclosures, all of them empty. The stink of animals was even stronger here. Affie realized this must be how the Nile transported their captive Nameless. She felt a momentary pang of sorrow for the creatures. Not that long ago, she'd asserted to Leox that the Nameless were likely victims of the Nile too, and seeing the conditions in which they had been held, she thought she had to be right. Regardless of whether they were mindless beasts or something more intelligent, the Nile had enslaved them and weaponized them against the Jedi. The creatures were just as much in need of liberation as the other Nile captives being held behind the storm wall. But that was a matter for another day. Right now, there were more pressing things to worry about. "Eve? Zaf? Are you there?" she called. Her voice echoed throughout the empty ship. She heard a low groan from somewhere toward the rear. Affie hurried to the remaining hatch and edged through. It was darker back here, the only illumination coming from a single emergency light mounted high on the far wall. "Eve? Zaf?" she repeated as she moved farther into the space. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the gloom. The area was much like the adjoining space, but narrower, with only 2 smaller metal cages. One was empty. The other contained a humanoid figure, slumped on the ground. Affie hurried over. She dropped to her knees, peering through the bars. For a moment, she thought she didn't recognize the person lying there before her. So caked were they in filth and grime, and wearing such a startling expression. Affie almost recoiled. Eve Byer was curled into a ball, her knees drawn up to her chest. Her robes were filthy, and her hair had come loose and was tangled and matted on one side of her head. Her palms were encrusted with dried blood where it appeared she dug her own nails deep into her flesh as she balled her fists too tight. Her eyes were open and wide with apparent shock, although she wasn't looking at Affie. She was seeing something else, something that wasn't really there, or if it had once been, was no longer. On the ground, just a few centimeters from her left hand, was the comlink Affie had given her on Oisin. Affie could only begin to imagine the horrors Eve must have been through, trapped on this ship so close to the Nameless. She'd heard stories about what they could do to a Jedi's mind, how they could drive a person into the very depths of despair and fear and confusion. And now here was someone she knew, someone she'd transported, talked to as a friend, almost catatonic from prolonged exposure to the creatures. The Nile had a great deal to answer for. "It's okay, Eve. It's Affie Hollow. I'm going to get you out of here." Affie got to her feet to double-check the other cell, just in case she'd missed something, but she'd been right the first time. It was empty. There was no trace of Zaf. Affie tried not to take that as an ominous sign. She returned to Eve's cage. The Jedi hadn't moved. She barely showed any indication that she even realized Affie was there. Affie reached down and tried the front of the cage. It was locked. It required a passcode to open. Or a blaster. "Stay back for me, Eve," she said as she pointed the blaster at the lock mechanism and squeezed the trigger. "This might—" The rest of her words were lost in a flash of light and a noise that, in the small space, sounded like an explosion going off. Affie buried her face in the crook of her arm. When she looked again a moment later, the cage door was hanging open, the lock mechanism melted and emitting sparks and a foul odor. Carefully, she got down on her knees again, reaching through to touch Eve on the arm. The Jedi flinched away from her touch. "Eve, it's Affy," she said again, trying to keep her tone level. "We need to get out of here. You're on a Nile ship. I've come to take you home, back to Coruscant and the temple. There'll be people there who can help you." This time, the Jedi seemed to hear her words. She turned to look at Affy, her eyes wild. "The creatures! We've got to stop the creatures!" "It's all right," said Affy. "They're gone. You're safe now, but we need to get you out of this ship." She reached inside the cage and took Eve's hand. "This way." Slowly, as if unsure of both herself and her surroundings, Eve allowed herself to be led out of the cage. They sat for a moment on the ground, Affy holding the other woman gently in her arms. Then she got to her feet, offering both hands. "Where's Zav?" she said, carefully helping Eve to her feet. The woman could barely stand and needed Affy's support to stay upright. Eve gave a single sharp shake of her head. "No." The inference was clear. Affy could tell by the grim expression on Eve's face. Her heart sank. Oh no. Not Zav. That sweet, calm, peaceful young man who'd wanted to save her every moment of his short life. Gone. Killed by the Nile and their deadly pets. Affy fought back brimming tears. Now wasn't the time. She had to get Eve out of there and back to the vessel quickly. The Jedi needed urgent medical attention. Together, they hobbled back into the main compartment. Eve was mumbling something under her breath, but Affy didn't have time to stop and try to interpret it. She just needed to get them both as far away from that dreadful ship as possible. She found the control panel and lowered the ramp, helping Eve stumble down into the bright suns of Tolis. "Come on, it's not far," she said, half walking, half dragging Eve along beside her through the soft sand, one arm wrapped around the Jedi's waist, the other still holding on to the blaster as their only defense. She could only hope that Reef and Comac were faring much, much better against the Nameless, somewhere out there, over the dunes. 50. The young man, Reath had no idea who he was driving the creature back toward the water with a relentless stream of blaster fire, back across the beach toward the repository. He shook his muddled head and looked around. His vision was clearing. For how long, he had no idea. He wanted to cower there on the ground and hide. His entire body shook with fear. And yet, the farther the creature was driven back, the more he seemed to be able to cling to the fleeting moments of clarity between the bouts of terrible, clenching fear. In the distance, he saw Amadeo go down heavily on his front, saw the Nile standing over him, raising his staff for the killing blow. No, Reath murmured, staggering to his feet, willing himself to rise, to stand, to raise the shield that was still clutched firmly in his grip. With a roar, he flung the shield, throwing out both hands, expelling everything he had left inside of him, every modicum of strength. The shield whipped through the air, striking the Nile hard in the chest and sweeping him off his feet like a rag doll. There was no time for him to even register his shock. The electro staff flew from his grip, and he tumbled back, wordlessly into the ruins, several meters from Amadeo. Reath heard him land with a wet thud. Then, buzzing silence, like the world was suddenly empty. Reath collapsed back onto his knees, sucking at the air through clenched teeth. He surveyed the scene. One of the Nameless lay dead on the shoreline, its hulking corpse buffeted by the lapping waves. Another, the one the young man had blasted with repeated fire, had fled, but Reath knew it would be back. He'd felt its hunger, its need. The droid was locked in a vicious one-on-one duel with the remaining Nameless some distance away in the dunes, having drawn it away either by luck or foresight. The tall man who'd saved him was tending the wounds of the injured woman. Amadeo was picking himself up off the ground, warily glancing over at Reath. And behind him, the Jedi Hunter was rising from the ruins. His hood had fallen back to reveal his pale face, smooth head, and strange, mismatched eyes. The Nile held something in his hand, a small disc-shaped device that he depressed several times and then tossed away in disgust. Evidently, whatever it was, had been damaged in the fall.
"Amadeo,"
said Reath, struggling back to his feet. He set off at an uneven run, head still thick and painful. He sensed Master Comac staggering along in his wake. Ahead, the Jedi Hunter held his hand out to the side, and his electro staff leapt from where it lay on the ground, thudding into his grip. The tips ignited with crackling fingers of dancing electric current. The Force. The Nile was using the Force. A Nile. How could that be when the Nameless were so close? Amadeo was turning to meet him, but his own lightsaber was still on the ground, and he was staggering woozily, evidently unable to call on the Force to retrieve it. Reath ran harder, almost tripping on the rough terrain, his lungs burning. Reath watched, helpless, as the Jedi Hunter swung his staff, clipping the side of Amadeo's head, sending him sprawling back to the ground with a groan. And then Reath was there, slamming hard into the Nile to push him back while Master Comac moved in to flank him, his lightsaber singing. The Jedi Hunter giggled maniacally, his eyes wide. Blood trickled down the side of his face, and Reath could see he was carrying his weight on his right leg. "Shriek hooray, hooray," the Jedi Hunter said in a sing-song voice. "They're coming for you, Jedi. They're coming." Reath ignited his lightsaber, raising it to block a sudden attack, pushing the electrostaff left while Master Comac cut in, pressing the advantage with his lightsaber. But the Jedi Hunter was too fast, and he parried the blow, spinning his staff like a wheel and catching Comac hard in the shoulder on the counterattack. Master Comac winced, falling back, flexing his fingers to try to restore feeling in that arm. Amadeo was rising again, his lightsaber in his fist. He looked terrible, with the stain of dark bruises down the left side of his face, dried blood down the front of his robes, and a swollen lip that had clearly been stitched. Worse was the look in his eyes. He seemed haunted, lost. Reath felt his heart breaking. He bashed away another attack with the lightsaber, edging closer to try to protect his young friend. They were all so broken, so tired and scared and hollow. Reath wondered if they even had it in them to see the fight through. The Jedi Hunter laughed. Yes, a broken Jedi is just what Father needs. The freshest blood." He giggled again, spinning to jab at Comac, pushing him back as he tried to parry. Reath could make no sense of what the man was saying, but the words seemed to excite the Nile, and he came at them again, jabbing and spinning, wheeling about, bashing their weapons aside. Reath was groggy. He knew the droid was still locked in battle with one of the creatures, but the effect seemed to be growing stronger. Fear was spiking. His visions seemed to leave trails as he turned his head, and still the Jedi Hunter pressed on, thrusting and swiping. The electrostaff struck Reath in the chest and he buckled, falling to the ground, his lightsaber rolling from his fingers. Master Comac and Amadeo were groaning too, clutching their heads. Reath coughed blood and let it dribble from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. The horror, the revulsion. He just wanted it to end. The pale man lowered his staff, eyeing them with satisfaction. Time to die, Jedi. No. Reath's entire body was shaking. His vision swam. He tried to focus on the Jedi Hunter, but all he could see was a warping, shimmering shape rising up behind the man, its face a mangled nest of tentacles, its flesh translucent and sickly. The Nameless, the one that had fled. It was back, and it was hungry. Reath screamed. His throat burned in agony. The world seemed to be on fire all around him. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing, what he was thinking. It was coming. It was going to feed. He heard a thud, followed by a shrill laugh that quickly transformed into a horrified, anguished wail. Gasping, Reath raised his head, and he screamed again. The world was a shifting kaleidoscope of colors and twisted, morphing images. He could see the Jedi Hunter lying in the dirt, scrabbling, screaming. And sitting atop him, the demonic form of the creature hungrily consuming the living force from its own handler. No, you don't understand. Not me. I'm like you. I'm special. The voice of the dying Jedi Hunter turned Reath's stomach, but the man's legs were already turning to pale dust. Reath tried to move, but there was nothing. He was crying and moaning and thrashing. It was coming for him next. He knew it with terrified certainty. Reath felt hands under his arms, pulling him away across the sand. He went limp, allowing himself to be slowly dragged. What did it matter now? It was too late. Too late. He flashed in and out of consciousness. A woman's voice was bellowing for them to hurry, but he couldn't hurry. He couldn't. He realized his thoughts were growing sharper, clearer. Blearily, he looked up. The silver droid was dragging him by the back of his robes, taking him as far away as possible from the deadly terror that still stalked the coastline, and the rapidly disintegrating husk of the dead Jedi Hunter it was feasting on. 51. Ashton and Dorian had led them back to the downed shell of the Invictus. They'd taken shelter inside, sealing the airlock behind them, conscious of the remaining Nameless that still stalked them in the ruins. They could hear it, howling mournfully as it circled the wreckage at a distance, teasing them, letting them know it was still out there and still coming for them. And there was nowhere else for them to go. It was only a matter of time. Every time Amadeo heard it, his fear spiked, causing him to grip the hilt of Master Lox's lightsaber and shudder. He could see it was having a similar effect on the other two Jedi, who were at least as traumatized as he was. He wondered if any of them would ever be the same again. He doubted it. Amadeo had made the necessary introductions after helping Dorian get Ashton onto the medical gurney, where he himself had lain only a few short hours ago. She was badly wounded, nearly disemboweled by a swipe from a Nameless's claws. Dorian had managed to patch her up on the shoreline and, after they'd all gotten back to the ship, had rendered her unconscious with medication while he tended her wounds. She was now wrapped in a thick layer of Bacta bandages and sleeping. Dorian had assured him she was going to make it. L-77 was in a bad way, too. One of his blade arms had shattered, and his torso had been torn open in at least 3 places, exposing swaths of his inner workings. The Nameless had caused extensive damage, and despite the droid's best efforts to keep himself operational, he kept blacking out with brief episodes of power shortage before suddenly springing back to life again, as if nothing had happened. Whatever the case, they were both out of commission for the time being, leaving it up to the Jedi to decide what to do. Amadeo didn't know how to feel about any of it. He'd done what he came here to do. Reath and Comac were alive. But now they were trapped, with nowhere to go and no way to get off this blight-ridden planet. He felt numb, like there was no emotion left inside him. Like he'd felt enough for an entire lifetime in the past 24 hours, and he might never feel another thing again. He wanted to talk to Reath about it all, but Reath seemed to be suffering as much as he was. Amadeo wasn't surprised. They'd all been through so much. He hadn't told them yet about Master Lox. He wasn't sure why. Perhaps he was trying to protect them. The last thing they needed was more bad news. Or perhaps, if he didn't mention it, he might be able to pretend for a while longer that it wasn't true, that it was all just a horrible dream. He glanced at the others. They all sat in silence. Dorian was hovering close to the medical station. L-77 was out again, suffering another intermittent power drain. Reath sat with his knees drawn up to his chest, his eyes closed. He wasn't asleep, but he didn't look like he wanted to be interrupted. Master Comac was fiddling with a small comlink, his brow furrowed. He jumped when it suddenly crackled to life in his palm, hissing static.
Affy?
He said, sitting forward.
Are you there?
More static.
Affy? Leox? Geode? Can you hear me?
A woman's distorted voice burst out of the comlink, loud and intrusive in the confined space of the Invictus's hold. Comac! Thank the light. Are you okay? Is Reath with you? Amadeo saw Master Comac's shoulders drop as he let out a long, deep sigh of relief. Reath opened his eyes.
We're both here, Affy, and we found some friends.
He glanced at Amadeo, offering him a weak smile.
Are you okay? And the others?
We're fine, said Affy. Well, Geode is furious, but thanks to Leox, we managed to make a landing, even if it was a little rough around the edges. Amadeo heard someone making a sarcastic comment in the background. And I found a friend too. She could do with some medical attention. Master Eve Byer was on the Nile ship, being held captive. We have her with us now.
By the light, said Master Comac. Thank you, Affy.
He pinched the bridge of his nose.
I don't suppose you have any idea how we're going to get off this island?
We've been trying to get the vessel airborne again, said Affy.
And?
Prompted Master Comac. Affy sounded forlorn. Our power relay inverter is busted. We're grounded without it.
Then we're trapped,
said Master Comac. He looked weary beyond measure. They all did. Not necessarily, said Amadeo, jumping to his feet. He looked at Dorian. We could take the one off the Invictus. We're not going to be needing it again. Dorian nodded.
Would that work?
Said Master Comac into the comlink. I don't know, said Affy. Hang on. A new voice came on the channel, presumably Leox, whom Amadeo had heard grumbling in the background earlier.
Hey, Comac, you say you have a replacement inverter? Sounds like we do. Then there's a chance we can get this thing off the ground again. Can you get it to us? We'll find a way. Stand by.
Master Comac clicked the comlink off. He looked at Reath.
We can do this. We can find our way off this planet and back to Coruscant.
Reath turned to Amadeo.
We can. We can make it back. To Master Locke's and the others.
Amadeo's heart lurched. He felt sick. He turned away, tears brimming, all sense of composure suddenly lost.
Amadeo?
Said Reath.
What did I say? Master Locke's is gone,
said Dorian gently.
It happened on Angoth, the Four-Seater.
Master Comac and Reath were both on their feet.
I forgot,
said Master Comac, his expression pained.
With everything going on here, I forgot about your mission.
He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands. He folded them behind his back.
Oh, Amadeo, I'm so sorry. Amadeo?
Said Reath. He stepped forward, reaching out a hand. He allowed it to hover for a moment and then clasped Amadeo on the shoulder. He seemed lost for words. And then,
you still came for us. Even after that, you still came to help.
Amadeo turned to Reath, saw the tears brimming in his eyes too.
We found out the Jedi Hunter was on your trail. I couldn't let him...
He gestured to Dorian.
We couldn't let him...
His voice trailed off.
Thank you,
said Reath.
Thank you, Amadeo.
Amadeo nodded. He dusted the front of his filthy robe self-consciously.
We'd better start stripping out that inverter. I'll give you a hand, said Dorian. I think my patient is going to be out for a while.
Amadeo saw Reath hesitate, as if he needed to say something but didn't know how to bring it up.
What is it?
Reath looked pained.
It's not that simple. We still have to get to the vessel. Don't forget, there's a Nameless out there, just waiting for us to show our faces. Ashton and Sevens have already taken every bit of punishment they can handle. We're trapped.
Comac nodded.
You're right. The minute we open that hatch, it'll be waiting. Even if we could get the vessel closer, we'd still have to risk going out in the open. We have to assume it knows exactly where we are.
As if on cue, the creature emitted another terrifying howl, and Amadeo shuddered. He tried to breathe, fighting the panic that was threatening to overtake him again.
We've got to get out of here. We're trapped, and it'll come for us. We don't have the means to fight it.
Amadeo could hear the mounting fear in his own voice.
Hey, Amadeo, said Master Comac. We understand. It's okay.
It's not okay, said Amadeo. His hands were trembling.
It's not okay.
No, admitted Master Comac.
It isn't.
They lapsed into a somber silence for a moment.
There is one option,
said Reath after a moment.
Go on, prompted Master Comac. You saw what happened back there in the tomb when you split the coffin. You gave the Nameless a bigger target,
said Reath.
A target richer in the Force, corrected Master Comac. The point is, said Reath, the Nameless chose to feed on that rather than us when it had the chance. Same as it chose to feed on the Jedi Hunter. They must be drawn to the richest source of Force energy around them, the fattest available prey.
On the other side of the room, L-77 suddenly shuddered to life, powering up and resuming the repair work in his chest cavity as if he'd never been out. Amadeo returned his attention to Reath.
So you're saying we need to give it a bigger target?
Reath clicked his fingers, pointing at Amadeo.
Exactly. We need to make ourselves less interesting. But how do we do that? Said Master Comac. We can't get back to the tomb either. He shrugged. Maybe one of us can draw them off while the others make a break for the vessel.
No, said Amadeo, surprising even himself with the strength of his rebuttal.
No one else dies.
Master Comac gave a nod of agreement.
Remember the mountains?
Said Reath, talking directly to Comac now.
That turned out not to be mountains at all. You can't be serious, said Comac.
I don't understand, said Amadeo.
There's a range of mountains just offshore, explained Reath. Or what we thought were mountains when we first arrived. But they're not mountains at all. They're massive, hibernating creatures, and they're richer in the Force than anything I've ever felt before.
Amadeo looked at him, wide-eyed.
Creatures the size of mountains?
He felt dizzy at the very idea. Reath nodded.
What if we wake one of them? Ask it for help. A single Nameless couldn't pose too much of a risk to a creature that size. Maybe, if it was willing to come ashore, it could keep the Nameless busy long enough for us to get away.
Master Comac whistled.
It could be very dangerous, Reath. The sort of power you're talking about.
His voice trailed off, his point made.
And besides, we're talking about endangering the life of another creature. We're talking about asking it for help, said Reath. There's a difference. It might refuse, but we need to get off this planet. Not just because of the Nameless or the Blight, but the ore, too, and everything else we've discovered here. We need to get back to Coruscant. This could be our only chance.
Master Comac looked at Amadeo.
What do you think, Amadeo?
Amadeo studied Reath. There was no doubt about it. His friend had been through a lot in the past few hours. But then, so had he. And they'd both come through it. Or at least, they were still standing, still trying to do the right thing, despite everything. Maybe they could get through all this together.
I say we do it, he said.
Master Comac nodded his consent.
Then we're all agreed.
Amadeo looked over to Dorian, who was already restocking his medical kit from the stash of ship's supplies.
Dorian, do you think you could manage to remove the inverter without me?
Dorian grinned.
I'm a surgeon, he said with a shrug. What's a few wires?
Amadeo smiled.
Thank you, he said.
He turned back to the others.
Okay, what do we do?
52. Reath reached tentatively for the Force. He was still scared, terrified even. But he had to do this. Not for his own survival, but for the others. Comac, Amadeo, Dorian, Affy, all the rest of them, trapped on this dying world. He'd left a message with Affy in case he didn't make it. Instructions for what to tell the Jedi Council about what they discovered on Tolis, what they had to do to stop the Blight, to beat the Nihil. But Reath wanted to be a part of that solution too. Meanwhile, the others were standing by while Dorian finished up removing the old inverter, ready to make a run for the vessel as soon as Reath gave the word. And so, Reath opened his mind and his heart to the Force, reaching out, joining with his fellow Jedi. The warmth of its light flooded him, lifting his spirits. All thoughts of his circling fear and doubt were banished. For the first time in days, weeks, he felt at peace. He knew then that he had made his decision. He had refused to do what Azlin did when faced by the horror of the Nameless. He'd refused to embrace his fear, to try to turn that fear into power. And he would keep on refusing to do so too. He'd endured the most terrifying, punishing moments of his life on Tolis, and through it all, in those bleakest moments, he'd stayed true to himself. That was all that really mattered. All that uncertainty he'd been feeling fell away. Reath pushed out with his senses, making his way down to the shore, out into the watery depths teeming with the brilliance of so much life. He searched for the sleeping giants out in the ocean and found them. He guided the others, probing, testing, seeking out the most open of the creatures' strange, bestial minds, the one that felt most ready to hear their call. There. He focused, channeling everything he had, calling to the creature, pleading with it to wake, to help them drive off the predator in their midst. He felt Comac and Amadeo join with him, bolstering him, adding to and strengthening his voice. Please, help us if you can. There was no response. Reath tried again, reaching out through the force, repeating the message. And again. And again. He knew the creature couldn't understand, not in the way another person might, but he hoped it would be enough, that it would somehow hear the echo of his call through the force and respond. He tried again, refusing to give up. At last, he felt something stirring, a ripple through the force, a disturbance. And then the creature opened its eyes, and Reath was jolted back into his own breathless body, tumbling over with a shock like a blow to the chest. Amadeo peered blearily at Reath and Comac, both picking themselves up off the floor.
I think we did it," he said.
As if in response, a titanic bellow rent the air, so loud and so powerful that the entire wreck of the Invictus shook around them. Amadeo grabbed hold of a fistful of webbing for purchase. The trumpeting roar was followed by the thunder of movement as the beast stirred, uncurling from its deep hibernation. Even from this vast distance, Amadeo felt its footsteps transmitted through the ground like a quake in the very bedrock. Another roar split the air, leaving his head ringing. The sound seemed to resonate deep in his skull, making his teeth ache. And then the Nameless emitted one of its shrill, blood-curdling howls, and Amadeo was struck with a sudden feeling of pensiveness.
"I'd say you were right,"
said Master Comac, helping Amadeo to his feet.
"And I think we'd better get moving in case it comes to take a closer look at who woke it up."
Amadeo nodded. He hurried unsteadily down the length of the hold, grasping for purchase every time the ground beneath him shifted and the ship bounced, reverberating with every movement the creature made. He was starting to wonder if this had been a good idea after all. He found Dorian in the empty hangar at the rear of the ship, where the Orchid had once been berthed. He was up to his shoulders in the wall paneling, face pressed against the sheet metal, wires spilled around his feet like the ruins of a bird's nest. "Dorian!" The medic turned to glance at him, straining as he tried to reach even deeper into the ship's inner workings.
"Almost there," he called. "Bit harder than I'd anticipated."
"We need to go," said Amadeo.
"Oh, I heard," said Dorian. "Just give me a moment."
He yanked his hand free of the hole. He was scratched and bleeding, but he was holding the small black inverter in his grip.
"Got it."
Amadeo reached out and grabbed his other hand. "Now we run." They stumbled back through to the main hold. Reath and Comac were getting ready to crack the airlock. L-77 was looming over Ashton, who still lay unconscious on the gurney. Her face looked placid and peaceful, blissfully unaware of any of the chaos that was happening around her. Amadeo stumbled as another trembling quake shook the wreck.
"What about Ashton?"
said Dorian.
"I'm not leaving her." "I'll carry her,"
said Master Comac. He started back toward the gurney, but L-77 turned, stepping into his path. The droid looked barely functional. Sparks cascaded from his shattered innards like blood from open wounds. "No, Master Jedi. I shall carry Mistress Vol."
"Sevens, you can barely walk,"
protested Dorian. "I shall carry her," L-77 insisted. "I will make sure she is safe."
"All right,"
Master Comac acceded.
"But you need to keep up."
"I will not let her down," replied L-77.
"I don't think you ever could,"
said Amadeo softly. He glanced up as Reath opened the airlock with the creak of buckling metal. He braced himself, hand straying for his lightsaber, half expecting the Nameless to attack at any moment. But the attack never came. Reath dragged himself up and out. He looked utterly drained, as if the experience of reaching out to the creature had taken the very last of his reserves. Another quake rocked the ship, and then Reath's voice, almost impossible to hear over the rumble of the Leviathan's movement, floated back down through the opening.
"It's working! Come on! Now!"
Comac ushered them forward. Amadeo beckoned for Dorian to go ahead and then followed, dragging himself up, his arms protesting at the effort. If he survived this, it was going to take weeks before his body recovered from everything he'd put it through, not to mention the mental strain. But there would be time for that later, if this gambit even worked. He slid through the open hatch and dropped down beside the others. Behind him, Comac was helping L-77 lift the unconscious Ashton up and out. Amadeo turned, scanning the horizon. There was no horizon. At least, the shoreline beyond the rise of the ruins was utterly obscured by the rising immensity of the Leviathan. It stood on 4 massive stump-like legs, its wedge-shaped head towering so high that Amadeo had to crane his neck back to see it. What they had taken at first to be the uppermost reaches of Rocky Mountains was, in fact, a fan of huge gnarled spines that ran the length of its back. And it was looking at them with 4 giant, shiny black eyes. Amadeo felt like shrinking back into the safety of the wrecked ship, although, in truth, he knew even that would not protect him, if this gargantuan creature chose to attack. Beside him, Dorian peered up at the thing in absolute awe, seeming bewildered and stunned in equal measure.
"It's just beautiful,"
said Master Comac, coming to stand beside them.
"So big,"
finished Dorian. Reath pointed to a distant ridge where a hulking, indistinct shape stood motionless.
"It's here."
Amadeo tried to focus on it, but already he could feel the stirrings of that familiar fear creeping up his spine. He froze, gritting his teeth. Maybe the plan was a failure after all. The Leviathan was simply too big. The Nameless was running scared. And then he watched as it raised its head and howled before charging down the slope toward the Leviathan's feet. Reath turned, waving his arm.
"Now! Go! Now! Don't stop until we reach the vessel!"
Amadeo ran. Behind them, the Leviathan roared, raising its head to the sky and bellowing in rage. Amadeo twisted, glancing back to see the vague shape of the Nameless clawing its way up the side of the immense beast, scrabbling for purchase as the Leviathan tried desperately to shake it off. The movement caused the ground to shift beneath him, but miraculously he kept his balance, thundering forward, 1 foot in front of the other. Ahead, Reath crested another rise, leaping over a low, broken wall. Amadeo followed, skidding through a maze of ruined buildings, his heart thudding. Behind, L-77 was as good as his word, powering after them, Ashton cradled gently in his arms. Master Comac had his lightsaber ready and was following at the rear, his eyes obviously drawn to the titanic battle that was going on in their wake. Amadeo tried to ignore the monstrous screams as the creatures tore into each other. What the Leviathan lacked in speed and maneuverability, it more than made up for in brute strength. It twisted its massive neck, gnashing at the skittering Nameless on its back, driving it away, making it unable to feed as it clung on for its life. Ahead, the vessel came into view, resting in a dip between 2 ruined structures, lilting dramatically to one side. It was one of the most welcome sights Amadeo had ever seen, despite the black smoke and scorch marks still marring its rear end. 2 humans and a Vintian stood at the foot of the boarding ramp, staring up at the terrifying sight of the battle raging on the shoreline. As one, they turned to look at the ragtag team running out of the ruins toward them, their faces a picture of utter shock. Except the Vintian, who looked remarkably nonplussed by everything happening around him. "What the hell?" said Affy, running forward to greet Reath at the head of their party. Reath, unable to speak, gestured his greeting and then stumbled, throwing his arm out to prop himself up against the side of the ship, sucking air into his lungs. Master Comac staggered forward as they approached the ship, taking the inverter unit from Dorian and pressing it into Leox's hands.
"Get us out of here," he huffed between breaths. "Gladly," said Leox with a wink.
He hurried up the ramp and disappeared into the ship. Affy waved L-77 forward, and he followed Leox, carefully taking Ashton aboard.
"I'll go and get her settled," said Dorian.
Amadeo nodded. He turned, taking one last look at the mammoth creature that had saved their lives. It was wading back out to sea, the Nameless still clambering across its back. Then, with a heavy, heartfelt sigh, Amadeo joined Reath and Master Comac as they made their way onto the ship. As the vessel arced steadily into the pale skies of Tolis, Reath peered out of the viewport at the retreating landmass, wondering if it would be the last he ever saw of the place. Eventually it could be gone, consumed by the blight, and everything that had happened there would be eradicated. He wondered if it worked the same way for memories, too. There was much about what had occurred down there that he would like to forget. But he knew, deep down, that ignoring it, pretending it had never happened, was no real option at all. Elsewhere, Affy was helping L-77 with his repairs, while Amadeo sat talking quietly with Dorian, the medic. Ashton was stable and still unconscious, and Master Comac was up front in the cockpit with Leox and Geode. Master Eve Byer was unconscious and medicated after the trauma of her experiences at the hands of the Jedi Hunter, but Affy had made her comfortable in her own bunk, and as soon as they made it back to Coruscant, she'd received the care she needed. None of them knew what had become of her Padawan, Zaf Mora, but Reath feared the worst. Time would tell. He leaned his head back against the padded seat. They'd made it. Just. That was something to be grateful for, and now he was armed with the information he needed to go before the Council. To start the Jedi and the Republic on the path to freeing themselves from the terror of the Nameless and the inexorable spread of the Blight. It was over. For now. He closed his eyes. Just as he was about to drop off, he sensed movement and peeled open his eyes to see that Affy had come over to find him. She slipped into the seat beside him. "Hey," she said. "You're quiet. You okay?" Reath sighed.
"It's been a long road to get here, hasn't it?"
Affy nodded, and it was heartfelt. "It sure has. A long one. But we're still here. Still fighting. Did you get what you needed down there?"
"I think I did,"
said Reath. Affy smiled. "Got your samples, by the way," she said.
"Thanks,"
said Reath.
"For all of it. Everything you've done. You saved our lives. Just by being there. You went after Master Byer when you didn't have to. And you don't know how much difference that ore is going to make. You might well have played a part in saving us all."
Affy rolled her eyes. "No, you're just being sentimental." She stood, waving her hand as she walked away. "Get some sleep. You clearly need it." But Reath could see her grin spreading from ear to ear as she headed back to join the others. Everything is going to be all right. He closed his eyes, and for a while, the galaxy was calm. 53. 3 days later. Vernestra hurried down the bustling halls of the Jedi Temple, ducking and weaving through the milling crowds. It had been busier than ever since the 2 expeditions had returned, with findings that looked set to change not just the face of the war with the Nile, but the potential future of the whole galaxy. She had to hand it to Reath. He'd outdone himself this time. And yet, she hadn't seen or heard from him since his return, And while she knew he probably needed a little time to recover from the trials he'd faced on Tolis, and she'd heard the wild stories that were going around, she figured it was time to try to pin him down. She was bone-weary, returning from another shift at the Sith Shrine, where they were mostly managing to keep the creep of the Blight in check, at the expense of too many suffering Jedi. The vigil was taking its toll. She could feel it in herself, like she was a well that was slowly using itself up. Many of the council members were taking shifts themselves, but the infection already had too much of a hold, and Master Yoda had ventured a theory that it was feeding on the virgins, growing exponentially. So far, it remained contained to the lower level, but eventually, if a solution wasn't found, it would certainly spread and they would have to evacuate the entire Jedi Temple. Thankfully, there were promising developments. The sample of ore that Reath and the others had brought back from Tolis was showing signs of resisting the Blight in the laboratories, too. That was why she was so eager to speak to Reath. He hadn't heard the latest reports. She rounded a bend, passed through a set of double doors, and then walked across a small hallway to the door to Reath's laboratory. The door slid open to admit her, and she stepped inside. Clearly, today he wasn't handling any hazardous materials that needed one of the onerous protective suits he always, rightly, insisted on. Reath was there, along with the Padawan Amadeo Azzazzo. Her heart went out to the young man. The death of Master Lox had been a blow to everyone who'd known him, but there was nothing like the loss of their master to shake a Padawan to their core. She should know. She hoped he was getting the support he needed. Maybe she'd see if he wanted to join her for a bit of lightsaber practice in the coming weeks. The two of them looked as thick as thieves, standing together at the workbench, poring over a data report. Vernestra cleared her throat. They looked up in unison, both wearing startled expressions that were so similar she had to laugh aloud.
"Vernestra," said Reath, smiling quizzically. "What's so funny?"
"Oh, nothing," she said. She walked over to join them at the bench. "Looks fascinating."
"It is," said Amadeo. "Early test results from the RDC facility. On the Nameless that Master Lox captured on Angoth, as well as the 3 brought by Ram and the others."
"Ah," said Vernestra. "That is interesting. And here I was thinking it was just another old story from the archives." Her heart broke a little at Amadeo's insistence on crediting Lox for the creature's capture. The Jedi had sustained grave losses indeed in the undertaking of these missions. She'd also heard the news that Council member Adalai Caro had been killed during the Innovator's parallel mission. More Jedi gone. How many more would they lose before this was over? "Have you discovered anything revolutionary?" she asked.
"Not yet," said Reath. "But we will. The tests have confirmed everything we thought we knew about the relationship between the Nameless and the Blight, for a start."
Vernestra nodded. "It's good to see you. I've been hearing all sorts of wild stories about giant monsters and feats of daring do. You doing okay?" Amadeo looked away shyly. Reath smiled.
"We're doing okay. I won't pretend it's been easy, but we're sticking together. Aren't we, Amadeo?"
Amadeo nodded. "We are." Vernestra laughed. "I can tell." She drummed her fingers on the workbench. "What of Master Comac? I haven't seen him since you returned either. Has he—" She trailed off, hoping she hadn't put her foot in it. The rumor was that he wasn't rejoining the Order, despite everything they'd been through on Tolis.
"He's sticking around for a while," said Reath. "He's going to help us with our research. I think the thought of missing out was too much for him."
Reath grinned, and Vernestra did too. It was good to see him so happy.
"And you've been busy too, I hear,"
said Reath, his expression suddenly serious. "We're working hard to keep things under control down there, yes," said Vernestra.
"I was thinking more about your investigation. I heard what happened. How you discovered someone had been making transmissions from a chamber in the lower levels," said Reath. That has to be linked to the informant Amadeo discovered on Angoth.
Vernestra nodded. Yes. You need to be careful, Reath. Now more than ever. I'm still worried that Azlin was linked to it all somehow. He doesn't have your best interests at heart. Only his own.
Thank you, said Reath, meeting her gaze. I know, and I appreciate you reminding me. And in the meantime, let's hope the real culprit is uncovered soon. I understand that measures are being taken to tighten security throughout the temple.
Vernestra nodded.
The real culprit.
Didn't Reath see it too? No doubt there would be further conversations to be had about Azlin, and she'd be keeping a watchful eye herself on both her friend and the fallen Jedi. You heard the news? She said, changing the subject.
What news?
Said Reath. I'll take that as a no, she said. Chancellor So has authorized another mission to Tolis. The early tests show that you were right about the ore. It seems to have a longer half-life than most other known ores, meaning it's more resistant to the blight, at least for a time. The RDC are making another trip to harvest as much as they can before Tolis is consumed. Vernestra saw the disconcerted look on Reath's face. Don't worry. They're not taking any Jedi along this time. The Council deemed it too much of a risk. Reath let out a breath he'd been holding.
Good. But it's not just the Nameless we have to worry about. There's every chance the Nile will come looking for their missing Jedi hunter, too.
Perhaps, said Vernestra, but I think you credit them with too much compassion. They don't care. None of them will care that a single Darksider was husked by his own pets.
Amadeo looked uncomfortable. I care, he said. Despite everything, he was a person once, and the Nile had done something to him. He seemed broken, and now he's just dust.
You're right, said Vernestra. Of course you are. She looked at Reath. So what's next?
I've got a few things left to deal with, he said cryptically. And then we're going to be burying our heads in the archives for a while. He laughed. You weren't wrong about the old story. Our priority now is trying to figure out what happened to the other missing rods. That's the key to all of this. Find one of those, and we can start to make a difference.
Start, said Vernestra, surprised. From where I'm standing, Reath, you're making more of a difference than anyone. Don't forget that. Everything you've been through was for a reason. The Force is guiding your hand. Keep doing what you're doing. For the first time in a while, you've brought us something tangible we can hold on to. All of us.
And what's that? Said Reath, puzzled.
Vernestra laughed. Hope, Reath. She turned to go, leaving the two of them to their reports and old stories. You've brought us hope. 54. Affie stood in the doorway of the medical center in the Jedi Temple and smiled as she watched Eve fussing with her blanket. The Jedi was sitting upright on the bed and was hooked up to an array of complicated devices, which trilled and beeped as they pumped fluids into her arms via feed lines and cannulas. Readouts on the wall above her head were monitoring her vital signs with a dizzying display of charts and numbers. She'd regained some of the color in her cheeks, and her hair had been washed and scraped back into a neat, taut ponytail. Most noticeable of all, Eve had lost the look of wide-eyed shock that had so startled Affie when she'd first found the Jedi aboard the Nile ship on Tolis. Now she looked closer to the Eve whom Affie had first met on the journey to Oisin, although she'd taken on a vaguely haunted expression, as if she still wasn't entirely present in the here and now, as if she was remembering. Affie thought it would be a long time before the woman healed from the psychological trauma of her experiences with the Nameless, even with all the support, training, and meditative practice that went hand in hand with being a Jedi. How did someone come to terms with losing complete control of themselves, body and mind? With facing terror so profound, so unsettling, that they were unable to properly comprehend it? Affy had no idea. But if anyone could overcome such a thing, it was a Jedi. And yet, Affy understood that it would never be easy, and her heart went out to Eve. She cleared her throat, announcing her arrival. Eve glanced up and saw her standing in the open doorway.
"Hello, Affy," she said.
Affy grinned. "It's good to see you looking so well. Can I come in?" Eve beckoned her over. Of course. She smiled, and a glimmer of her old sparkle was back.
"You're honored, you know. Not many people from outside the Order have the run of the Jedi Temple."
Affy laughed. "Hardly. Reath was kind enough to make the arrangements. I wanted to see how you were doing."
"Much better, thanks to you," said Eve. "I owe you my thanks, and my life. What you did, coming to save me from the Nile ship like that, alone. It was very brave."
"I suppose it was," said Affy with a cheeky grin. "But you would have done the same for any of us." Eve inclined her head in acknowledgement. "So, how are you really feeling?" said Affy.
"That's a question with a very complicated answer," replied Eve. "And if I'm honest, I'm not really sure that I know. At least not yet." She sighed. "Tired, mostly."
"Well, I'd be surprised if you weren't," said Affy. "After everything you've been through, the very least you need is a rest."
"For a little while, perhaps," said Eve. "But I also need to be busy, to get back out there. What happened? It just proves that the Nile will never change. We need to find a way to stop them."
"From what I hear, Reath and Comac are closer than ever to finding a solution to the Nameless and the Blight. The mission to Tolis was a success," said Affy.
"So I understand," said Eve. "But that doesn't mean they don't need help."
Affy studied her, saw the determination in her eyes, the set of her jaw. "You really are going to get straight back out there, aren't you?"
Eve nodded. "If the council will allow it." She raised a single eyebrow. "Besides, more than anyone, you understand how that feels. Don't tell me you're planning to sit back and put your feet up either."
"Not a chance," said Affy.
"Then we're both gluttons for punishment, it seems," said Eve.
The Jedi was doing a good job of skirting the inevitable subject of her Padawan. Affy was of two minds whether to bring him up. She didn't want to cause Eve any further pain, but she knew that Jedi dealt with death differently than people like her. They had a way of explaining death as a beautiful thing, a transition back to the Force, a moment of tranquility and peace. Affy hoped it was true, that even in his moment of greatest suffering, Zaf had found solace in his acceptance back into the Force that had given him so much cause for joy in life. "What about Zaf? Do you remember what happened?" she asked quietly. Eve dipped her eyes. She toyed with the hem of the blanket on her lap.
"Not really. They came for us on Oisin. They must have heard about the raid we stopped. But the Nameless, they warp our perceptions when they're close, cause us to experience visions and a twisted, malformed version of reality. I was barely conscious. I wish..." She stumbled over her words. "I wish I'd been stronger, able to do something to protect him. But I wasn't. If I could have saved him from that horror, if I could have changed places with him, I would have."
"But that's not how these things work, is it?" said Affy kindly. "We don't always get to choose."
"No, we don't," agreed Eve.
Affy offered her a wan smile. "Still, if there's one thing I know about Zaf, it's that he didn't waste a single moment of the time he had. He relished everything. He might only have had a short time with us, but it was a full life, brimming with experience and joy." Eve met her gaze.
"Yes, it was." She smiled. And now you're even starting to sound like a Jedi. Maybe we are rubbing off on you.
Affie laughed. No, not a Jedi. Just an optimist.
Zeph is one with the Force now, said Eve, which means he's still with us, in a way.
That's a comforting thought, said Affie.
It's the truth, said Eve. He has found his peace.
One of the machines buzzed, and a tall, thin medical droid scuttled in to check it. We're going to make it, said Affie.
Eve grinned. You sound so certain.
I am certain, because the only other option is too bleak. Affie moved out of the way as the medical droid began to fuss over the collection of feed lines delivering fluid through Eve's arm. She backed toward the door. We've got something the Nile don't, you see.
And what's that? Said Eve.
We have each other. 55. The tunnels beneath the Jedi Temple were as cold and unwelcoming as they had ever been, perhaps more so. And yet, more than ever, Reath was determined to see today's visit through. He owed it to himself, as well as to Azlin. But that didn't mean he felt ready to face the fallen Jedi. After everything he'd been through lately, after what had happened on Tolis, Reath felt he understood the man a little better than he had before. And with that understanding had come a measure of pity. Now he saw that Azlin's choices had all been made out of fear. He didn't blame the man, and he knew that Azlin really did believe that everything he had done was to protect the people he cared about. His entire self-identity was built on that foundation. It was the only way he could justify to himself what he had done. It also remained true that Azlin had something to offer the Jedi in their quest to liberate the galaxy from the Nile and the Nameless and to save everyone from the Blight. He'd spent his entire, long life obsessing over every detail he could find about the creature's history, and Reath couldn't deny the part he had played in helping them uncover the truth of the Ptolemaites' legend. For Reath, though, it had felt like a trial, a test. And he'd learned something else, too. That it was okay to acknowledge his fear, to recognize when he was scared or angry or ashamed. A Jedi could still feel. Reath didn't have to pretend, to put on a brave face and hope those feelings went away. He just had to face up to them, to deal with them and not let them rule his decisions, his actions, his life. He turned the corner in the passageway to see new temple guards had been posted, 2 on either side of the door. This way, Reath assumed, they'd be able to hold one another accountable. He nodded to them before he approached. The scent of Azlin's incense burners stung his nose with their sharp, bitter smell. He stood for a moment, gathering himself. Then, drawing himself up to his full height, he approached the door and stepped inside. As usual, Azlin was sitting cross-legged on his cot. The little wooden puzzle box sat in his lap, and his head was bowed over it while his fingers danced like ancient spiders over its surface, still seeking a way in. Click-clack, click-clack. He raised his head as Reath entered the room, cocking it slightly to one side as if sniffing the air like a predator. Something has changed. You seem different, he purred. He set the puzzle box down. Tell me. Hello, Azlin. Reath set about his usual routine. He filled the kettle and set it on the heating unit to boil, then prepared 2 cups with the pungent herbal leaves that Azlin took as tea. We found Tolis, said Reath, sitting down in his usual seat. Azlin's eyebrows rose above those terrible hollow sockets. Indeed. You were right about the island. We located the Ptolemaites' repository. It was a tomb, the resting place of their 3 ancients, mummified in coffins of Kyber. Reath kept his tone matter-of-fact, neutral.
And did the three ancients speak to you, Reath? Did they divulge their secrets across the eons?
Azlin was more animated than Reath had ever seen him. Hungry. He leaned forward, studying Reath with his unseeing eyes.
They did. We know what we have to do. The Ptolemites crafted 3 rods using echo stones, each of them able to influence or control the Shriek Array. We need to locate one of the missing rods and use it to guide the creatures home, and to protect ourselves against the creatures being weaponized by the Nile.
Azlin slowly pressed his palms together before him, breathing deep.
So, he was right. Barnabas Vim was on the right track all those years ago.
It seems so, said Reath. The kettle began to whistle, and he rose to attend to the tea.
There's more, said Azlin. Much more. You're holding something back.
Reath poured the hot water into the cups and swilled it about.
The other teams were successful too. We now have 4 Nameless in captivity on Coruscant.
Azlin stiffened.
A dangerous gambit, he said, and ill-advised, but I admit I am impressed.
Reath looked at the cups, reflecting on how he'd grown accustomed to the perfumed taste of the brew over the past year.
It cost us dearly, but the results of the initial tests are already confirming what we suspected. It's physical proof of the link between the Nameless and the Blight. We're hoping we might be able to understand more of their physiology soon, too. How they feed on the Force, how it sustains them. And still you refuse to tell me what you really think, said Azlin.
There was an edge to his tone now, as if he was insinuating some sort of betrayal on Reath's part.
I thought you'd want to know what happened, said Reath. This is the culmination of everything you've worked for.
He turned, holding out a cup of hot tea for Azlin.
Even if you set the Nameless on our trail and nearly killed us all.
Reath kept his tone level. The other man let him stand there.
Stop it. Stop dissembling. You know that I see things others do not. The intricate web we are weaving is so delicate, so taut, that a single error will set us on the wrong path.
Silly games, said Reath.
Dangerous games. Toying with other people's lives and claiming that you know better.
Reath faced the other man.
Did you do it? Vernestra has told me her suspicions. Did you manipulate that temple guard into giving away our position to the Nile? Was it one of your games, Azlin?
Azlin frowned. He shook his head.
No, Reath, of course not. How could I have? Don't pretend that it's not within your power, said Reath.
Azlin smiled.
Of course I am capable of such a thing, a trifling matter. But you misunderstand, my boy. Why would I endanger your life? Didn't I tell you that I wished for you to return in one piece?
You did, Reath acknowledged, but those are just words.
No,
said Azlin, his voice firm, emphatic.
No, you still don't see it, do you, Reath? You're our greatest hope, our only way through this. You're the key to everything. Why would I put you at risk? Why would I endanger the one person I believe can see a way through this for all of us,
He reached out a hand, blindly, feebly, as if trying to find Reath to assure him.
I worry for you every day, Reath. Truthfully.
Reath grimaced. He had no real sense of whether this was merely one of Azlin's performances or whether the man really meant it. Nor did he know whether Azlin really could have been behind the informant, but he suspected not. He would have had too much to lose.
I don't need your concern, he said. Just the information you're still withholding from us. All in good time, said Azlin,
easing himself back into a relaxed, hunched posture once again.
"I faced them, Antolis," said Reath after a moment. "I faced the Nameless."
Azlin's eyebrows rose.
"You faced the Shriekeray,"
he said, his voice a hoarse whisper.
"You faced them, and you survived."
Reath could sense the other man's awe.
"I did,"
said Reath.
"Well done, Reath,"
rasped Azlin, gleaming with apparent pride.
"This is the news I've been waiting for. You did what was necessary to survive. You embraced your fear. You have faced your moment of transcendence, as I did mine."
"It wasn't some test," said Reath, shaking his head. "It didn't temper me like a Mandalorian tempers new armor to make it stronger. It was a living nightmare, a hell. I nearly died."
Azlin smiled wryly. "If that is what you wish to see, young Reath, so be it. Either way, you have learned an important lesson."
Reath swallowed, maintaining his calm.
"Not in the way you think." "No," said Azlin, emphatic. "It is the only path."
Reath shook his head.
"You're wrong. When you said I had to embrace my fear, I thought you were talking about power, about using it as a weapon against the Nameless." "I was," said Azlin. "But there are other ways to embrace what frightens you," said Reath. "Better ways. That's what I realized. I have to face up to my doubts and fears. I have to acknowledge them and admit how I've been feeling. I need to talk about it with someone who can help. But I will also remain true to myself through it all."
Azlin's hand snapped forward, so quickly that Reath couldn't flinch out of the way. He caught hold of Reath's wrist. His grip was like ice, bony and painful. The teacup wobbled in Reath's grasp and tumbled to the ground, smashing into tiny pieces. The scalding liquid seeped across the cracked floor, encircling Reath's boots.
"You must protect yourself, Reath," said Azlin, his voice hard, insistent. "It is imperative that you see this through. You must remain strong."
Reath pulled his hand free with a jerk.
"You don't understand, do you? That's what strength is, Azlin. Not wallowing in fear and isolation. Not proving you're able to withstand the darkness alone, or troubling over feelings of guilt or inadequacy. We find true strength when we look in the mirror and see our own imperfections, when we admit to others that we need help. None of us need to be alone. That's what the Jedi Order is. Despite all its flaws, despite all our mistakes, we go on together. We support each other, and we ask for help."
Azlin's mouth twisted in anger.
"Have you learned nothing, boy? I've shown you the path you must tread. I've taught you what you need to know. Don't you think I understand? I've lived for nearly 2 centuries.
Reath's voice was filled with sadness.
To live in fear is to not live at all. "Go," Azlin spat, turning away from Reath. "Go, leave me."
He picked up his puzzle box, his fingers trembling. He sounded frail, old, and scared. Saddened, Reath crossed to the door.
"You won't find any answers in there, Azlin. The heart of the puzzle is just a mirror, reflecting back at you. I understand that now. You're the answer. Don't you see that? Whatever it is you're searching for is inside of you."
Azlin issued a thin, dry rasp of frustration, and then the click-clacking of the wooden puzzle started over again. Reath turned and left without looking back. He found Master Comac hunched over a datapad in the Jedi archives, skimming through more of Barnabas Vim's old field reports.
"Reath!"
Comac shuffled over when he saw him approach, making room for Reath to sit down beside him.
I was beginning to think you'd disappeared into one of those reports.
He caught the look on Reath's face.
You okay?
Reath lowered himself onto the bench beside his old master. His breath caught in his throat.
Master?
Comac's face creased in concern.
What is it?
Reath swallowed. He took a deep breath.
There's something I need to talk about. I've been keeping it to myself, but I've been feeling so confused.
He glanced away, unable to meet Comac's eye, but forced himself to continue, to get the words out, to face his fear.
I've been blaming you for leaving, and I've been putting too much trust in Azlin. But really, that doubt and uncertainty is inside of me. It's not about the Order, but about myself. Whether I'm ready for the responsibilities I've taken on. Whether I'm doing the right thing. Whether I drove you away. He gulped. I'm trying to work through it, but I can't do it alone.
He felt the tears coming then, spilling down his cheeks, a flood of raw emotion. Everything he'd been bottling up. The release felt like the first breath of fresh air after a storm.
I need your help.
Comac slipped his arm around Reath's shoulders.
I know, Reath.
He pulled Reath close, holding him tight.
And I'm here.
This has been Star Wars: The High Republic, Tears of the Nameless. Written by George Mann. Narrated by Amber Lee Connors. Text copyright 2024 Lucasfilm Limited. Sound recording copyright 2024 Lucasfilm Limited. Thank you for listening.